Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high stake diplomatic mission to Washington, D.C. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US capital on April 20th, 2026 to save a $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington, D.C. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee, they are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, while DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You're most welcome. Have you ever wondered why even the most brilliant CEOs fall for the shiny object syndrome? The truth is, your intelligence isn't the problem, it is the magnetic pull of the environment around you. In this video, we explore a timeless wisdom as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. We will try and break down the sensory object of the modern business world, market noise, endless data, and competing trends that can override even the most disciplined mind. Let's go. You have the vision, you have the resources, you have the team. By all accounts, you are operating at the highest level of your career. But at the end of the day, there is this nagging, persistent feeling. The feeling that, despite all your talent, you are being pulled in thousand different directions. You sit down to work on your long term strategy, and within 10 minutes, you are checking a competitor's latest move. You are replying to an email about the minor HR issues. You are doom scrolling through the industry trends. We call this multitasking or being agile. But deep down, you know the truth. You are getting distracted full time. And here is the most frustrating part. You are intelligent enough to know that you should be focusing. You have the capacity to discriminate between the important and what is noise. So, why does the noise win almost every time? Today, we are going to look at the answer to this question not from the modern management book, but from a 5,000-year-old source, which is called Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 60. This isn't just philosophy, it is a masterclass in behavioral psychology for the modern leaders. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue. Let's look at the verse. It's incredibly blunt. It says, and the quote starts, the sensory object being immensely powerful can even drag the mind of such a person who has the ability to discriminate. And the quote close. In the context of Gita, the sensory object are everything in the physical world that compete for your attention. For the ancient warrior, this might have been a allure of fame, the noise of battlefield, or the temptation of the comfort. But for you, the CEO, the sensory objects are the notification bells, the real-time stock market data, the urgency of the client's email, and the endless stream of next big things in technology. The Gita makes it very specific, uncomfortably observation. This is quite, frankly, very, very clear. It says this happens even to the person who has the ability to discriminate. In business terms, this means you have a high IQ, you have experience, you have the wisdom to discern between a distraction and an opportunity. And yet, the verse warns that the intelligence alone is not enough to stop you from being dragged away. Why? Because those distractions are designed to be immensely powerful. They are engineered to bypass your logic and hit your primal need for stimulation, for relevance, and for safety. If you feel like you're losing the battle for your own attention, stop blaming your willpower. Modern neuroscience backs up the Gita, wrote millennia ago. Your brain has a prefrontal cortex, the seat of your discrimination, your long term planning, and your strategy. This is where your CEO brain lives. But you also have a limbic system, the emotional, reactive part of your brain that seeks immediate gratification. When you get a notification, when you see a market crash headline, or when a competitor pivot, your limbic system interpret that as an immediate threat or an immediate reward. It is a biological, drag. The Gita tells us that these objects are immensely powerful, and they are designed by the world's brightest engineers to trigger a dopamine response in you. You are literally fighting a biological battle every single day. And if you think you can simply you have the will yourself to ignore the noise, you are underestimating the enemy. That is why, we see a brilliant CEO who spend their morning doing deep work, but by 2 p.m. they are completely reactionary, fighting fires, and don't actually move the needle on their vision. So the intelligence isn't enough. What is then? The verse mentions the ability to discriminate, and in Sanskrit, this is called viveka. This is the ability to see things as they really are, not as they appear. To master your mind, you have to move from being an observer of distraction to being an architect of your environment. You cannot outsmart a system designed to distract you. You have to opt out of the system. And here is how you apply this. Number one, acknowledge the power. Stop telling yourself, I will just check this one thing. Acknowledge that the notification, the email, the trend, it is designed to drag you. Treat it with respect, as you would actually respect your competitor. Define your sensory objects. This is number two. Identify your specific triggers. Is it the real time Slack feed? Is it the Twitter or X feed? Is it the urgent emergency meeting? You need to categorize these as well. The discrimination pause. When you feel the pull, the Gita suggests a moment of reflection. Before you click, before you switch task, ask, is this moving the needle on the vision, or is this just satisfying a sensory crave for input? That momentary pause is where your power lies. It is a gap between the stimulus and the response. The most successful leaders that I have studied who truly change the world aren't necessarily the ones with the highest IQ. They are the ones with the highest focus. They have mastered the art of monotasking. They have created a fortress around the deep work. They understand their most valuable asset is not their capital, their brand, or their data. It is their attention. When you constantly distract, you are giving away your attention for free. You are letting the sensory object of the marketplace dictate your reality. But when you reclaim your focus, you regain your sovereignty as a leader. You aren't just reacting to the market anymore, you are creating it. You aren't just putting out fires, you are building the future. Remember, Gita doesn't say that the sensory object will stop existing. The market will always be noisy. The news will always be urgent. The distraction will always be there. The promise isn't that the world will become quiet. The promise is that you will become unshakable. So, as you go back into your work today, I want you to practice that one thing, the pause. When you feel the urge to drift, please pause, discriminate, choose your focus. You are a capable person leading with clarity even in the midst of the chaos. So, friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective helped you shift your mindset, please subscribe. Let's build something meaningful and let's keep your eye on the horizon. See you in the next one. Hello friends, how are you doing? We have a very profound question today that we want to address in this video. That is, can ancient wisdom solve the modern corporate burnout problem? In this video, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to extract the powerful leadership lesson for today's CEOs and entrepreneurs. If you have ever felt overwhelmed by the darkness of the market volatility, ethical dilemmas, or the sheer weight of responsibility on your shoulder, this verse offers a blueprint for clarity and resilience. Let's go. The boardroom is often portrayed as the place of power and light, but every CEO knows the truth. There is a specific kind of darkness that lives over there. It isn't the absence of light, it is the presence of ambiguity. It is a fog of volatile market, the shadow of ethical compromise, and the blind spots that lead to companies' downfall. And we call it the corporate darkness. For thousands of years, leaders have looked for a torch to cut through this fog. Today, we find that the torch isn't, present in an unlikely place. It's 7,000-year-old Sanskrit verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 9. On the surface, it describes the divine, but for a leader, it describes the ultimate executive mindset. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The verse says, and the quote starts, the omniscient, the oldest, the controller, smaller than an atom, the sustainer of everything, the inconceivable, and as effulgent as the sun, driving away all darkness. And quote close. To a CEO, these aren't just theological adjectives. They are the 7 pillars of visionary leadership. Let's break down one by one. The verse called the divine, smaller than an atom, and simultaneously the sustainer of everything. In business, we call this macro-micro paradox. But the CEO fails because they lean too far one way. They are either big picture dreamer who miss the accounting fraud happening under their nose, or they are the micromanagers who stifle innovation because they can't see the horizon. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the true mastery is being able to see the atom, the tiny data point, the single customer complaint, the line of code, while simultaneously sustaining the entire ecosystem of the brand. Driving out darkness starts with total visibility. You cannot lead what you cannot see, whether it is as small as an atom or as large as a global supply chain. The verse uses a term which is inconceivable. In the C-suite, we often rely on predictive analytics. We want everything to be conceivable, measurable, and also certain. But the darkness of the market often comes from the black swan event, the things we don't see coming, right? Learning from Bhagavad Gita means accepting the inconceivable. A great CEO doesn't just plan for what they know. They build a culture resilient enough to handle what they don't know. This is the difference between a rigid company and an anti-fragile one. When you stop fearing the inconceivable, you take away its power to paralyze you. Finally, we reach the climax of the verse. A personality as effulgent as the sun, driving away the darkness. What is the darkness in a company? It is the fear, where employees are too scared to tell the truth. It is where the departments hide information from each other. It is the ego where leaders need to be, right, outweighed the need to be successful. The effulgent CEO is one who brings radical transparency. Just as the sun doesn't fight the dark, it simply arrives and the dark ceases to be. Dark just goes away. A leader who leads with the Gita's principles of light doesn't have to fix every problem manually. Their presence, their ethics, and their clarity create an environment where dark behavior simply cannot survive. When you are effulgent, you provide the why for your company, and as a leader once said, he who has why to live can bear almost anyhow. So how do we apply chapter 8 verse 9 starting tomorrow morning? Practice omniscience. Don't just look at the reports. Seek to understand the soul of your product. Be a sustainer. Remember that your role is to support your team, not just to support by themselves. Drive out shadows. If there is a part of your business you are avoiding looking at, and that is where the darkness is, shine your light there first. Leadership is not about just quarterly results. It's about being the oldest, the most grounded, the effulgent, and also most inspiring. Bhagavad Gita isn't just a book of philosophy, it's a manual for the highest form of management. Go forth, lead like sun, and drive out the darkness. Friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, any suggestion, any opinion, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I part ways, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. Can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19 And it says, quote starts, even here in this world they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect free and equal, they are established in the eternal, quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words, equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is the world on the brink of economic meltdown? In this video, we break down the explosive news as President Trump announces a staggering 50% tariff on Chinese imports. This massive escalation comes on the heel of the collapsed Islamabad Peace Summit, sending shockwaves through global market and intensifying the fear of all-out trade war once again. We dive deep into the geopolitical fallout, the failed negotiations in Pakistan, and what these new trade barriers mean for our wallet, the tech industry, and the future of international relations. Let's go. The diplomatic table has been flipped. What started as a high-stake attempt at the global stabilization in Islamabad has ended in a spectacular public breakdown, and the response from White House, it's an economic earthquake. That President Trump has just officially announced a 50% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports. We aren't talking about a negotiating tactics or a minor adjustment anymore. This is the nuclear option of a trade policy. In the next 10 minutes, we are going to peel back the curtain on why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed so catastrophically, how these tariffs will ripple through your bank accounts, and why analysts are calling this the beginning of the most dangerous economic era since the Great Depression. So friends, buckle up. This trade war didn't just restart, it just went nuclear, it just went ballistic. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's continue our analysis. To understand the 50% hammer, we have to look at the wreckage of Islamabad Peace Summit. For weeks, the world watched Pakistan with bated breath. This was supposed to be a grand bargain, a moment where the US and Chinese finally found a middle ground on security, intellectual property, and regional influence. But the reports came out of the closed door session described a scene of total deadlock. Well, the sticking point is it wasn't just trade, it was the refusal to compromise on tech sovereignty and failed resolution of the maritime disputes as well. When the Chinese delegation walked out on the final day without a joint, when I say Chinese, it's basically the Iranian as well, because world knows that the Iran is completely backed by Chinese and Russian. Alright, so when they walked out on the final day without a joint statement, the peace summit became a press disaster. The Trump administrator and their philosophy has been, strength through leverage. Without a deal, the White House felt they had no choice but to maximize the pressure. The 50% tariff isn't just a tax, it's a direct retaliation of the perceived lack of cooperation in Islamabad. In economic terms, what we call is a decoupling accelerator. At 50%, it becomes mathematically impossible for many American companies to maintain their current supply chain in China. And if you're an American retailer, a 50% tax at the border wipe out an entire profit margin, and you're left only with two choices: pass the cost to the consumer, which is guys like you and me, or move your manufacturing elsewhere. Well, this is time consuming, it will take years. From semiconductors to the shoes on your feet, every single line item is about to get a Trump surcharge. This is a bold gamble that US economy is strong enough to absorb the shock, while the Chinese manufacturing sector buckles under the weight of lost business. The reaction from Wall Street has been instantaneous. We saw the Dow and the Nasdaq took triple-digit dives within minutes of the announcement. But the real chaos is happening in the shipping lanes. The logistics experts are warning of supply chain gridlock. Importers are scrambling to the front door shipment before the tariffs officially takes effect, leading to a massive bottleneck at the various coast, especially American coast. And we already know that the Strait of Hormuz is also blocked. And then there is a retaliation factor. China has already signaled that they won't take this lying down. In fact, yesterday their foreign ministry said that please stop interfering in our affairs. So we are looking at a potential export ban on rare earth mineral, the stuff needed to make electrical car batteries and smartphones. And if the US tax Chinese goods, then China cut off the raw material to make those goods elsewhere. We aren't just looking at the higher prices, we are looking at the scarcity. So is there anyone winning here? So in the short term, domestic manufacturers in the US might see a surge in demand as the foreign competition becomes too expensive. Countries like Vietnam, Mexico and India are also positioning themselves to catch the overflow as companies flee the Chinese market. But for the average consumer, the winner column is looking pretty thin. Economists warn that this could be a reignite of the inflation, just as we thought we had it under control. If $1,000 iPhone suddenly costs $1,400 because of the trade levy, the consumer spending, the engine of the American economy, could stall. So let's discuss pros and cons. What are the pros? Reshoring of the jobs, increased leverage in future deals, reduced dependency on rival. And what are the cons? Higher inflation, stock market volatility, and strained relation with allies who are caught up in different crossfires across the world. So where do we go from here? The 50% tariff is more than just a policy. It's a line in the sand. It signals that the era of globalism at any cost is officially over. We are moving into a bipolar world where you are either in the Western trade bloc or you are not, or you're out basically. The big question remains, will China blink, or will this trade war escalate into a full-blown economic Cold War that lasts for generations? One thing is certain, the failure in Islamabad wasn't the end of the story. It was the prologue to a much more intense chapter in global history. So friends, I want to hear from you. Do you think 50% tariff is the right move to protect the American interest? Or is it the risk of a global recession too high? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and after receiving your comments, I will basically start making more analysis in future on the same subject. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon. We are going to be tracking this market reaction throughout the week and keep bringing the analysis to you. Thanks for watching. I am CK and I will catch you again in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. Well, this video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure, or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, I mean, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is, when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite matter. And when these two guys touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why, if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch you again in the next one.
In the world where the science keeps redrawing the boundaries of what we know, the discovery of first detailed smell map of human nose feels almost poetic, isn't it? A revelation of order hidden within the chaos. For centuries, we believed scent was simple chemical whisper, drifting aimlessly into breath. But now, scientists have uncovered a structured symphony beneath that simplicity. A network of olfactory receptors arranged with precision, and each tuned to its own molecular melody. And this breakthrough doesn't just rewrite the biology textbook, it opens a door to the future of sensory intelligence. So let's find out more. The human nose has been treated as a simple gateway to scent, a passive receptor of invisible molecules drifting through the air. But recent research has shattered the notion. Scientists have now unveiled the first detailed smell map of the nose, a discovery that redraws the boundaries of sensory biology. Imagine a machine that can smell disease before symptoms appears, or a digital environment that evoke emotions through a scent as vividly as color and sound. So the nose now, once underestimated, has become a frontier of innovation, a living code that could teach technology how to feel. So, in this unfolding chapter of science, the smell map is more than anatomy. It is a blueprint for empathy, for memory, and for perception itself. So, the future may well breathe through the discovery one molecule at a time. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward. So in this new map, olfactory receptors are not scattered randomly as once believed. They form an intricate neighborhood, each tuned to specific chemical families, treating as a living mosaic of perception. So the nose, it turns out, is not just a detector. It is an active interpreter, translating molecular patterns into emotional and cognitive experiences. So this breakthrough overturns the decades textbook models. It suggests that smell is far more complex and then a simple signal and sent to the brain. So it is dynamic conversation between biology and memory. So the implication ripples outward from medicine to artificial intelligence. Understanding how the nose organize and decode scent could lead to bio-inspired sensors that mimic human intuitions or capable of detecting disease markers or maybe environmental toxins or even emotional state through chemical cues. So looking to the future, this smell map may become a blueprint for synthetic olfactory machine that can smell as humans do, and bridging the gap between organic and digital perception. It could redefine how we design perfume and diagnose illness or even communicate emotion in a virtual space. So, in essence, the nose has revealed itself as the universe of order and meaning, that biological cosmos where every molecule finds its place and every scent tells a story. The future of sensory science now lies in decoding the story one breath at a time. So the implications are profound, and you also understand that. The smell is no longer just a sensory whisper. It is a coded language, a biological choreography that shapes memory, emotion, and perception. So by decoding this map, scientists may unlock new frontiers. Machine that can smell disease before symptoms appear, or maybe a machine or something which the sensors can detect environment toxins with humans, like intuitions or immersive digital world where the scent become a vivid as sight and sound. So this breakthrough is more than an anatomy. It is a visible or maybe a visible vision, a profound vision of the future. The nose is definitely important, and this also in every breath, and we know that things will definitely move forward into this innovation. So this breakthrough, it is definitely a humble yet profound implication on the human life, and has become a frontier of innovation and going forward, which will be offering a blueprint of synthetic olfactory and bio-inspired technology. So in every breath lies a story, and now we hold the key to read it. So we have come to the end of this information. We look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second. But not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing. regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight, right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition, it is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself, right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this. In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for a fintech startup or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for investors' pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design, it is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this video we will try and unlock the ancient secret to the modern leadership. In today's hyper-connected yet fragmented business world, a CEO's greatest asset isn't just the data, it is the universal awareness. In this video we explore the profound leadership lesson hidden within Bhagavad Gita and how its wisdom can transform a busy executive into an omnipresent executive. Let's go. In the modern boardroom, We are obsessed with presence. We hire coaches to help us with executive presence, how we stand, how we speak, how we command a room. But there is a level of leadership far beyond, from the mere physical presence. And it is what the ancient wisdom calls omnipresence. Think about the life of a modern CEO. We are pulled into thousand directions. Your supply chain is in Asia, your investors are in London, your tech team is in San Francisco, and your family is at home. You feel fragmented. You feel like you are everywhere, yet nowhere at once. Today, we are going to unlock a 7,000-year-old solution to this 21st century fragmentation. We will dive into chapter 8, verse 22 of Bhagavad Gita to discover how the Supreme becomes a blueprint for the ultimate leader. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. First, let's look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, "The great personality, the Supreme Lord, is only attained through pure devotion. He is prevailing and everything is situated in him." Quote close. At first glance, this looks like, this sounds like purely religious. But for a leader, this is the master class in system thinking. Not the three pillars here. What are the three pillars here? The Supreme Personality, the ultimate standard of excellence, which is one of the pillar. Next pillar is the pure devotion, which is a single pointed, unadulterated focus. And the third is all prevailing nature, the ability to be thread that holds the entire fabric together. The verse says the Supreme is attained through pure devotion. In the corporate world, we call this singularity of purpose. In Sanskrit term, Ananya Bhakti. Ananya means no other. It describes a state where there is no plan B for your values. For a CEO, this means your devotion to the company's mission isn't just the slide in a deck. It is your entire operating system. When leaders has pure devotion to a vision, they stop micromanaging. Why? Because their intent is so clear and so powerful that it permeates every level of the organization. If you are struggling with a team that doesn't get it, ask yourself, is your own devotion to the vision, which is the Ananya, undivided? Or is it diluted by ego, short-term stock gains, or the personal distractions? The second half of the verse tells us that the Supreme is all prevailing. As a CEO, you cannot be in every meeting. You cannot see every line of the code, yet an omnipresent executive is felt in every room they aren't in, at that point in time. This is the all prevailing leadership style. It's about building a culture that is so strong, so situated in your core principles that the company, moves as one body. In the verse, it says everything is situated in him. Think of your company as a solar system. You aren't the person pushing the planets. You are the gravity. Gravity is invisible, but it's all prevailing. It keeps the smallest moon and the largest planet in their proper orbit. And that's what the universal awareness looks like in management. The verse concludes by saying everything is situated in him. For a leader, this is the lesson in psychological safety and belonging. When your employees feel situated in your vision, they aren't just workers, they are part of whole ecosystem. The universal awareness means you are recognized that the janitor, the junior developer, and the CFO all are situated within the same corporate destiny. When you lead with this awareness, you stop seeing people as resources and start seeing them as vital components of a living system. When the supreme leader realizes that they contain the whole, they stop leading through fear and start leading through integration. So, friends, how do you become the omnipresent executive? There are a few things that you need to do. It starts with first part of the verse, which is devotion. Today, identify the one core truth of your leadership. Strip away the distractions because so devoted that truth that it becomes all prevailing in your office. You don't need to be everywhere at once to be a great leader. You just need to be so grounded in your purpose that your presence is felt in every corner of your empire. Everything is situated in this vision that you have created. Make it a supreme one. So, friends, what do you think about this? Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across or even your opinions. Before I part ways with you today, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Today we are discussing about the neutron stars. Neutron stars are essentially giant atomic nuclei, but even they have a limit to how much mass they can pack into a tiny space. When they cross that threshold, they stop being a star and start becoming the most mysterious object in existence, and that is the black hole. In today's video, we are exploring the exact moment a neutron star collapses, and we break down the complex physics of stellar death into simple terms, explaining the tipping point that leads to total gravitational collapse. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine the object the size of a city, roughly about 20 kilometers across, that contains more mass than our entire sun. If you could scoop up a single teaspoon of the material, it would weigh as much as Mount Everest. And this is known as neutron star. You know what we have heard described so far. It is the crushed, degenerated remains of a dead star held together by the most incredible force in the universe. But even these titans have breaking points. Today we are asking the question, what happens when a neutron star finally loses its battle against gravity? And why does that defeat the lead to the creation of the black hole itself? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the collapse, we first have to understand why they don't collapse in the first place. A neutron star isn't a burning fuel like a normal star. It's dead. So what's keeping it from imploding? It's the principle called the neutron degeneracy pressure. Think of it like this. Atoms are mostly empty space. When the star collapses, the gravity is so strong that it forces protons and electrons together until they fuse into a neutron. You end up with a giant sphere of pure, dense nuclear matter. Those neutrons hate being squashed too much together, too close together. They push back. That pushback is what creates a physical wall against the gravity. However, there is a limit to that as well. That limit is called the Tolman Oppenheimer Volkoff limit, or in other words, short TOV limit, named after the physicist who first crunched the numbers. And the TOV limit tells us that the neutron degeneracy uh, pressure can only support up to 2.1 to 2.3 times the mass of our sun. Think of it like a bridge. If you add one truck too many, the bridge fails. In the universe, if a neutron star gains mass, perhaps by stealing material from a companion star or colliding with another neutron star, it crosses that threshold. The bridge of degeneracy pressure snaps. Once that mass threshold is crossed, the game is over. The gravity stops being a force that the star can resist and become an inevitable destiny. The core begins to contract, but it doesn't just shrink, it essentially exits our observable universe because there is no known force in the laws of physics capable of stopping that contraction. The star keeps collapsing smaller and smaller and smaller. It shrinks past its own event horizon. At that point, not even light can escape the gravity. So, where does it go? Does it vanish? It doesn't disappear. It becomes a singularity, a point of infinite density, which is also known as the black hole. The material that used to be a bustling, spinning, magnetic neutron star is now permanent rip in the fabric of space-time. We call it nothingness because we can no longer see it, touch it, or send signal to it. It has essentially removed itself from our reality. The death of neutron star is the ultimate testament to the power of the gravity. It's a reminder that our universe, there are rules, and when you push those rules to the absolute limit, physics itself forces a change in the state of existence. So friends, next time you look at stars, remember, some of them aren't just sitting there, they are holding on for the dear life, balanced on a razor's edge between being a star and becoming a black hole in the fabric of space and time. Thanks for watching. If you want to dive deep into the mysterious cosmos, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. And friends, I will catch you again very soon in the next one. दोस्तों, आप सबको पता होगा स्टेट ऑफ मलाक्का के बारे में। ये एक रीजन है मलेशिया का, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सी रूट है और इंडिया इसमें काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट दिखा रहा है और काफ़ी डिस्कशन चल रहा है इंडिया और मलेशिया के बीच में और एक बायलैटरल एग्रीमेंट होने का भी अंदेशा हो रहा है। ये सब क्यों हो रहा है? ऐसा लग रहा है कि इंडिया कंट्रोल चाहता है इंडियन ओशन के ट्रेड रूट के ऊपर और इसलिए ये जो एक चोक पॉइंट है इसको वो कंट्रोल करना चाहता है। इंडिया एक पावरफुल नेशन है और इस चीज़ को वो एग्जर्ट करना चाहता है। लेकिन ये मैं आपको बता दूं, आज हम इतिहास के पन्ने खोलेंगे और ये हम बताएंगे आपको कि ये पहली दफ़ा नहीं हो रहा है। ये ऐसा कोई सरप्राइज वाले कोई इसमें बात नहीं है। ये हमारा कंट्रोल, इंडिया का जो कंट्रोल है इस रीजन पे पिछले 2000 साल से कायम है और इस रीजन का जो डेवलपमेंट है इसके पीछे हमारे राजाओं, हमारे हिस्टोरिक फिगर्स का हाथ है। तो चलिए लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में इसके बारे में डिटेल से चर्चा करते हैं। नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। जैसा कि मैंने शुरू में बताया कि जो स्टेट ऑफ मलाक्का है या मलाक्का जिसको हम बोलते हैं, इस पे चोला वंश का शासन था और ये 1010 सीई मतलब 10,000 एडी में ये शासन स्टैब्लिश किया गया था। और ये ऐसा नहीं था कि कोलोनाइजेशन था, ये एक तरह का एक एक्सपेंशन था। जो चोला एम्पायर था वो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग सिविलाइजेशंस थी। वो इंडिया में तमिलनाडु के रीजन में उनका तो साम्राज्य था, आप जानते होंगे, काफ़ी रिच और काफ़ी कल्चरली रिच इनका जो साम्राज्य था। और वो इतने ज़्यादा, उनकी इतनी बड़ी नेवी थी, इतनी बड़ी आर्मी थी, वो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग थे। तो क्योंकि तमिलनाडु में थे तो आउटवर्ड लुकिंग मतलब कि उन्होंने ईस्ट की तरफ देखा। और आज हम जानते हैं कि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में इनका फैलाव था और काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस भी था। मतलब मलेशिया के अलावा कंबोडिया, वियतनाम, यहाँ तक कि साउथ चाइना, और जो अब साउथ चाइना सी जिसको बोला जाता है, वो इन्होंने ही इस्टेब्लिश कराया था। इसी वजह से जब शी जिनपिंग इंडिया आए थे तो उनको तंजावुर ले जाया गया था, क्योंकि जो साउथ चाइना के जो लोग हैं उनकी लीनिएज चोला वंश से निकलती है। ये हिस्टोरिकली ट्रू है। पॉलिटिकली इसको ना माने या ना माने, मैं उस चीज़ में नहीं पढ़ना चाहता, लेकिन हिस्टोरिकली ये एक प्रूवन फैक्ट है कि चोला एम्पायर का इन्फ्लुएंस इंडिया में, तमिलनाडु में तो था ही, सबसे ज़्यादा ताकतवर साम्राज्य था, लेकिन साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में काफ़ी जगहों पे इन्होंने अपनी साम्राज्य को फैलाया, जिसमें से मलाका भी है। शुरू की बात है कि मलाका एक फिशिंग टाउन हुआ करता था, लेकिन जब कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया गया, चोला ने कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया, राजा चोला जो उनके बहुत ही बड़े राजा हुए, उन्होंने जब इसको चालू किया तब उनको पता चला कि ये तो एक चोक पॉइंट है। मतलब समुद्र के अंदर एक चोक पॉइंट है कि अगर इस पे किसी का कंट्रोल हो जाए तो वो बाकी शिप्स से टैक्स ले सकते हैं या बाकी शिप्स को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि आप जानते होंगे, जब इन्होंने इतना बड़ा कॉन्क्वेस्ट किया तो उनके दुश्मन भी बहुत होंगे। तो उनको समझ में आया, क्योंकि इनकी नेवी बहुत स्ट्रांग थी, उनको समझ में आया कि मलाका जो एक छोटा सा गांव है, एक फिशिंग विलेज है, इसको अगर कंट्रोल कर सकें तो हम पूरे एरिया पे कंट्रोल कर लेंगे। ये इस चीज़ की इनको समझ आई। बहरहाल उन्होंने ज़्यादा उसमें काम नहीं किया, लेकिन जो उनके बेटे थे राजेंद्र चोला, उन्होंने एक बहुत ही कोऑर्डिनेटेड तरीके से इस रीजन को डेवलप किया। अब मैं इस बात का आपको क्लैरिफिकेशन करना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने कॉलोनाइजेशन कहीं नहीं किया, उन्होंने अपना इन्फ्लुएंस किया। और जिस ज़माने में जब सेंट्रल बैंक या फेडरल बैंक नहीं हुआ करते थे, तो तंजावुर के मंदिरों ने इस एरिया का डेवलपमेंट करने में काफ़ी सहायता दी। अब हमारे यहाँ पे सिस्टम क्या होता है कि हम डोनेशन में बिलीव करते हैं, हम दान देते हैं, और सबसे ज़्यादा दान हम मंदिरों में देते हैं। तो जो मंदिर थे, जो साउथ इंडिया के जो मंदिर थे, उन्होंने राजाओं से और काफ़ी जो अमीर लोग हुआ करते थे, जो रिच लोग होते थे, उनसे दान उनको मिलता था। उस दान को वो मलाका भेजते थे। आप इमेजिन करिए कि 1000 साल पहले ये एक ट्रेड रूट चल रहा था, मलाका भेजते थे, वहाँ पे साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, आर्किटेक्चर और रिलीजन, उन सब चीज़ों को एक छोटे विलेज को कन्वर्ट किया गया, और 500 साल तक इसको उन्होंने काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस किया। 500 साल के बाद यहाँ पे एक साम्राज्य की स्थापना हुई, जिसको हम मलाका साम्राज्य बोलते हैं। अब आप सब जानते होंगे कि जो मलेशिया है, वहाँ के जो मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन है वो इस्लाम में कन्वर्ट हो गई है। तो 15वीं शताब्दी में जो साम्राज्य था मलाका में, उसको मलाका, सल्तनत ऑफ मलाका बोला गया इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड में। हालांकि आज की डेट में ये मलाका जो जगह है वो मलेशिया का पार्ट है, और मलेशिया और इंडोनेशिया और इंडिया तीनों मिलके इसको कंट्रोल करना चाहते हैं। एक ट्राइपार्टाइड या बायलैटरल एक एग्रीमेंट है, और क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी हिस्ट्री है, इस रीजन के अंदर इंडिया का काफ़ी इन्फ्लुएंस है। और आज की डेट में अगर मॉडर्न परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी देखा जाए, इसको जो कॉस्मोपॉलिटन नेचर है इस रीजन का, वो इंडिया के वजह से है। क्योंकि जब मलेशिया के पुराने समय में जो राजा हुआ करते थे, उन्होंने इस एरिया को कभी नहीं देखा। जब चोला एम्पायर ने आगे अपना कॉन्क्वेस्ट चालू किया तो उन्होंने इस रीजन को उन्होंने इम्पोर्टेंस दी। इसको आप कंपेयर कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि
ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य ने सिंगापुर बनाया, वैसे ही चोला साम्राज्य ने मलक्का बनाया। तो इसलिए ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, हमें हिस्टोरिकली इस चीज़ को समझना चाहिए कि आज अगर हमारी इंडियन सरकार मलाका को लेके काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है और वो चाहते हैं कि जो उस पर थोड़ा बहुत उनका इन्फ्लुएंस रहे, तो ये नई बात नहीं है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि आउट ऑफ द ब्लू सडनली किसी को ध्यान आया कि मलाका पे अगर हम कंट्रोल कर लेंगे तो हम हमारे कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव पूरे हो जाएंगे। ये आज नहीं हुआ है, ये 1000 साल पहले चोला एम्पायर ने ऑलरेडी कर दिया था। और उन्होंने इस एरिया को, जैसे यूरोपियंस आए तो उन्होंने कॉलोनाइज किया, उन्होंने अत्याचार किया। इन्होंने कभी ऐसा नहीं किया। इन्होंने मंदिर के थ्रू, तंजौर के जो मंदिर थे उनके थ्रू, नेवी को यूज करके इस एरिया को फंड किया और इसमें अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी उन्होंने ट्रांसफर की। सो टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर की, अपना कल्चर ट्रांसफर किया और उनको सिखाया और एक बड़ा मेट्रोपॉलिटन शहर बनाया, उसको एक एक कोस्टल टाउन बनाया जहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा ट्रेड हुआ करता था, मैरीटाइम ट्रेड हुआ करता था और ये पूरा इंडियन कंट्रोल होता था। उस समय में हम बोल सकते हैं चोला कंट्रोल होता था और चोला एक बहुत बड़ा साम्राज्य। हम सब जानते हैं कि चोला साम्राज्य का कितना बड़ा हाथ है हमारे पूरे इंडिया के कल्चर को मॉडिफाई या इन्फ्लुएंस करने में। तो ये समझ लीजिए कि जो जो मलाक्का का जो रीजन है वो इतना इम्पोर्टेंट है, इतना इन्फ्लुएंशियल है आज भी, कि अगर जो उस एरिया पे को कंट्रोल करेगा वो पूरे के पूरे इंडियन ओशन के ट्रेड को कंट्रोल कर सकता है। तो ये जो चीज़ है ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इसके पीछे हिस्टोरिक तथ्यों को लाना बहुत ज़रूरी था और ये मैंने सोचा आपको इस बारे में बताऊं। आपके कुछ भी विचार हैं, कोई क्वेश्चन है या आपको कोई एक्स्ट्रा इंफॉर्मेशन है, नॉलेज है, तो ज़रूर हमारे साथ शेयर करें। नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन में अपने कमेंट्स भेजें, मैं हर कमेंट का रिप्लाई करूंगा। तो हमारे साथ लाइव जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मिलता हूं अगले वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ रहे।
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके और हर हर रोज की तरह हम 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशन पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज करता हूँ। आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफे इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः, इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान की स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई और जिन लोगों की शनि की ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज 1 जुलाई है और आज बुधवार है और आप सबको पता है कि बुधवार का दिन जो है वो गणेश भगवान के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, जिससे हमारा जो दिन है वो हमेशा मंगलमय रहे। तो हर रोज की तरह हम गणेश जी का ध्यान करेंगे और मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करेंगे। और हर रोज की तरह मैं ये काउंटर यूज करूंगा। देखिए मेरे पास काउंटर है। आप कैसे भी ये मंत्र का उच्चारण कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मन में गिन के भी कर सकते हैं या माला का भी उपयोग कर सकते हैं। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और हम इस मंत्र का उच्चारण अब शुरू करेंगे। ओम गणेशाय नमः। तो मंत्र का उच्चारण ऐसे करेंगे, ओम गम गणपते नमः। दोबारा रिपीट करता हूं, ओम गम गणपते नमः। तो चलिए हम अब इसका उच्चारण करते हैं, 11 दफा करेंगे, ध्यान रखिएगा। ओम गम ओम गम गणपते नमः। 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 तो हमने आज अपनी पूजा की है गणेश भगवान की, आज उनका दिन है। और चलिए हम अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। हम अपने जो दूसरे कार्य हैं वो स्टार्ट करते हैं। आपका भी दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो, इसी कामना के साथ मैं इस वीडियो को बंद करता हूँ। मिलता हूँ जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में।
Namaskaram, you're most welcome. Let me ask you, is the traditional Indian bureaucracy officially dead? As of 2026, a radical administrative revolution is dismantling decades of red tape to prioritize digital sovereignty and smart city efficiency. We are diving deep into the policy shift that are finally stripping power from the legacy silos to empower a new era of urban economic resilience. Let's go and explore this further. If you have traveled through any major Indian metro over the last decade, you have seen them. The monument to broken promises, ghost towers, rusted, reaching into the sky like skeletal fingers, projects frozen in time for 15, 20 years, while the people who poured their life saving into them were trapped in, some sort of a nightmare of the courtroom, the corrupt local bodies, and the phantom developers who vanished into thin air. For generations, Indian real estate was a wild west. It was built on cash under the table, unaccounted grey market funds, endless bureaucratic loopholes, and legal systems so clogged it could take generations to just clear a property title. But as we stand in 2026, something seismic has happened. The old Indian real estate market isn't just changing, it is officially dead. In its place, a radical administrative revolution is sweeping the nation, tearing down legacy silos, enforcing digital sovereignty, and reshaping the country from ground up through the Smart City 2.0 initiative. Today, we are diving deep into the policy shift that stripped power from the legacy gatekeeper, bypassed the rubber stamp bureaucracy, and unlocked the new era of urban economic resilience. This is the story of how the new laws and literally rebuilding, these laws are rebuilding India literally. To understand how revolutionary today's landscape is, we have to look back at what we have just escaped. For decades, the Indian real estate sector operated under a system designed for stagnation. If a developer wanted to build a project, they didn't just need capital, they needed endurance. They had to navigate the labyrinth of up to 40 odd distinct local, state, and environmental clearances. Every single touch point was a toll booth of delay and some sort of extraction. The local municipal clerks held power over the occupancy certificates. Land titles were messy, overwhelming, and frequently contested across generations. Many collected from home buyers and projected, Project A was routinely diverted to buy land for Project B, leaving the original buyer high and dry when the market cycle turned. The system was built on opacity. Developers loved the fog because it hid the defaults and delay. The bureaucracy loved the fog because the discretion equals leverage. And the home buyers carried 100% risk with zero legal protection. It was an administrative bottleneck that choked India's urban potential. Cities grew organically, or rather chaotically, because the legal framework governing them belonged to the 19th century, while the economy was trying to sprint into 21st century. Something had to give, something had to be done. And when it did, it came out as a gentle reform and as a legislative earthquake. The turnaround didn't happen overnight, but it culminated in a triad of massive structural changes that fundamentally rewrote the rules of engagement. First came the Real Estate Regulation Act, which is known as RERA. When RERA was first introduced, legacy developers laughed at it and they thought it was just another paper tiger. They were wrong. RERA forced developers to put 70% of the customer's fund into escrow accounts strictly earmarked for the specific project. No more robbing, the Peter to pay Paul. No more diversion of funds. Furthermore, developers were legally mandated to state completion date upfront and face heavy financial penalties or jail time for missing them. Second was the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, IBC. For the first time, when the home buyers were recognized as the financial creditors, let that sink in. When the giants' real estate, collapsed under mountains of debt, home buyers weren't pushed to the back of the queue behind banks and the institutional lenders. They had a seat at the table, forcing resolution professionals to either complete the stalled project or liquidate the assets to protect the consumer capital. Third, and perhaps the most quietly radical, was the push towards digital land titling and the blockchain-backed registries. Think about what land registries used to be: paper records, prone to forgery, manual tampering, and multi-decade litigation. Today, states across India are shifting towards, conclusive land titling system integrated with national digital infrastructure. So when you strip away the manual discretion of local registrars and replace it with automated, transparent digital footprint, you kill the underground economy of the real estate overnight. The old real estate model, fueled by the black money and the bureaucratic gatekeeping, suffered a fatal blow. With the foundation cleared of the rubble, rising in its place, welcome to Smart City 2.0. With the foundation cleared of the rubble and all these changes, most people think smart city just means free Wi-Fi, smart street lighting, or fancy electric buses. That version of 1.0 that you are thinking, right? Smart City 2.0 is an administrative revolution. It is the digitization of the state itself. We are witnessing the death of the traditional Indian bureaucracy, replaced by data-driven governance and digital sovereignty. Take building approval, for example. In the old days, getting a building plan approved took 18 months of physical file moving from desk to desk, signature to signature. Today, under automated single window clearance system integrated with AI geographic information, which is also known as GIS, The standardized building plans are vetted and approved digitally in hours, not even in months. The algorithm don't take bribes. Algorithm don't lose files, so therefore they are much more efficient and flawless. Furthermore, urban planning is no longer reactive, it is predictive. Municipal authorities are leveraging IoT sensors and real-time economic data to map out infrastructure before congestion chokes a neighborhood. The water grid, the waste management, traffic flows, and the zoning laws are dynamically managed through centralized digital command centers. And for the citizen, it has translated into unprecedented empowerment through unified state apps and portal. You can verify a builder's RERA compliance record, check clear land titles, register properties, and file municipal grievances redresses with zero human friction. The power has shifted away from the local bureaucrats sitting behind the mountain of files and back into the hands of citizens and accountable institutions. So, what is the conclusion? Rebuilding India for the future. The death of the old real estate isn't just about the glass buildings or tighter laws. It is a fundamental philosophical shift in how India built its future. For decades, we've accepted the dysfunction as the price of scale. We believed that because India was big, complex, and diverse, corruption and red tape were simply the cost of doing business. The last few years have shattered that myth. By systematically dismantling legacy silos, enforcing transparency through code, and building administrative system that value efficiency over extraction, the India is proving that the nation of 1.4 billion people can modernize its physical and institutional infrastructure simultaneously. The ghost towers are being finished. The red tape is being shredded, and the new real estate, which is transparent, tech-driven, and resilient, is laying the structural groundwork of the Viksit Bharat. The old bureaucracy is dead. Long live builders of the modern India. So if you found this deep dive valuable, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Drop your thoughts in the comments below and share this video with someone who needs to see how India is changing. Thanks for watching, and I will see you soon, very soon, in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। आज है शुक्रवार, जुलाई 24। तो अब हम लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करेंगे, अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे। और ऐसा हम क्यों करेंगे? क्योंकि हमारा दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ हम लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करेंगे। बहुत छोटा सा एक मंत्र है, उसको 11 दफा हम उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ इस चीज का रिसाइटेशन करें, आपका भी दिन अच्छा बीतेगा, भली भांति बीतेगा, शुभ रहेगा। तो मैं रिसाइटेशन स्टार्ट करने से पहले आपको ये मंत्र बता देता हूं। ये है श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। दोबारा रिपीट करता हूं, ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हर रोज की तरह हम एक काउंटर यूज करते हैं, हम इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं, हमें सिर्फ 11 दफा करना है। आप भी तैयार हो जाइए और हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान कर लीजिए और हम अपना अब रिसाइटेशन स्टार्ट करते हैं। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्ध लक्ष्मी नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों हमारा आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और मैं आपसे अब अनुमति चाहता हूँ। आपका दिन शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ आप विदा लेते हैं और जल्दी ही मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार।
The resume is fading and the algorithm are rising. Welcome to the new age of hiring. For a generation, the resume has been the passport to opportunity, a single sheet of paper meant to capture the essence of person's career, ambition, and potential. Recruiters relied on it as their compass, scanning from keywords, actually judging the experience and making the judgment further. And that shaped the lives and the companies alike. But in today's corporate world, the compass is being recalibrated. Artificial intelligence has entered the hiring arena, shifting the focus from polished resume to predictive algorithm. What once depended on the human intuition is now increasingly governed by machine logic. And the ripple effect are transforming not only how company recruit, but also how candidates present themselves. For decades, the hiring process has revolved around the resume, carefully crafted document meant to summarize a candidate's skill, experience, and aspirations. Recruiters would shift through the stacks of resumes, searching for the right fit and often relying on the intuition and human judgment. But today, the familiar ritual is being disrupted. Algorithms are shaping in and reshaping corporate hiring strategies and slowing down the traditional recruitment as we know it. Artificial intelligence is no longer confined to futuristic speculation. It is embedded in the very fabric of talent acquisition. So companies are deploying AI-driven platform that scan thousands of applications in a second, identifying patterns invisible to human eye. And instead of recruiters spending hours and like judging the resumes and finding out the right candidate, machine learning models evaluated it very fast and very even the behavioral clue and the skill is being judged by the machine. Competencies are judged by the machines, and the result is hiring process is more faster, more data driven, and at least in theory more objective. Yet this shift is not without tension. Traditional recruitments relied heavily on human interaction. The handshake at the interview, the nuances, reading of a candidate's personality, the gut feeling that someone might be a cultural fit. AI challenges this by reducing the process in qualifying metrics. So algorithm can rank candidate by predictive job preferences, but they cannot replicate the warmth of human connection. And this raises a profound question. Are we hiring people or are we hiring data points? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now going forward, so when we are talking about resume and the algorithm shift in the job market, the corporates are embracing the AI because it promises efficiency. In industries where the talent demand is high, AI tool can cut hiring timelines dramatically, and they can also help reduce bias, at least when designed carefully by focusing on the skill rather than demographic markers. For example, AI can highlight the candidate from unconventional background who might otherwise be overlooked. So, by paradoxically, if the algorithm are actually trained on biased historical data, they risk perpetuating the very inequalities they are meant to solve. So the slowing of traditional recruitment is evident in diminishing role of resume themselves. So increasingly, the companies are actually finding this easy, and the companies are also asking candidates to demonstrate the skill through online assessment, coding challenges, and or sometimes gamified test. An AI system then evaluate these results often before a human recruiter even see the candidate's name. So the resume, once the centerpiece of hiring, is becoming a supportive document at the best. And this transformation also changes the role of recruiters. Instead of manually screening resume, recruiters are becoming interpreters of AI insight. So this is how the job market is evolving. Their job is shifting towards relationship building, employers branding, and ensuring that the human element is not lost in the set of algorithm. In this sense, AI is not eliminating recruiters, it is redefining their responsibilities. For job seekers, the implications are profound, very high. So, and I think you're also aware of this change in the market. So, when we talk about the candidates and the getting hired by big companies, by corporate, so there's the role of crafting a resume with a clever wording may no longer be enough. Candidate must learn to speak algorithm and tailoring their application to highlight measurable skills, and also the AI system which actually AI system recognize. At the same time, they must prepare for the recruitment journey that feels less personal, more automated, and sometimes opaque. Transparency is how these algorithms work, and will be crucial to the meaning of trust for hiring also. Ultimately, the rise of AI is hiring kind of a balance, a story of a balance, The efficiency and the scales are undeniable, definitely an advantage, but they must be they also weigh against the fairness sometimes, and maybe you can say more on empathy, or sometimes you may feel that they are less empathic. So the human judgment is not there that much, which was there earlier. The future of recruitment will likely to be hybrid. Algorithm handling the heavy lifting of the data analysis, and while the human provide the nuances, the context, and the compassion that machine cannot replicate. So when we say that algorithm over resume, we are not just describing a technological shift. We are witnessing a cultural transformation, and that is also at the same time how company define talent, how individual present themselves, and how society negotiate the line between human intuitions and machine precision. So the resume may not disappear entirely, but its reign as the king of hiring is definitely ending. In its place, the new era of emerging, one where the algorithm and the human must learn to collaborate in the delicate art of choosing what we get in the job, So in the end, the rise of AI in recruitment is not simply a technical actually shift or a technical upgrade. It is a cultural turning point. The resume, once the centerpiece of professional identity, is being overshadowed by algorithms that promise speed, scale, and sharper insight. Yet the human element remain irreplaceable. The company will need a strike, definitely a delicate balance, letting machine handle the data while the people preserve the empathy, the intuition, and nuances that define meaningful work in relationship. So as we move forward, the question is not whether algorithm will replace the resume, but how human and machine will collaborate to redefine the hiring means. So the future of recruitment will be less about polished documents and more about demonstrated skills, adaptability, and authenticity. And in that the future success will belong to the organization that embrace the technology without losing sight of humanity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll see you in next one. And before we close this video, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है, और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष, या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है, जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है, कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है, और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा, तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा, कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और भावनात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं, तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी, ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे, और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। सो ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार। भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा, जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्याय प्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया, और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी, सूर साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा की को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों की, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। सो अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वह केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वह भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें ये सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेर शाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेर शाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए, और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम, और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार। In the turbulent dawn of 16th century, when India's spiritual soil was fractured by ritual, rigidity, and social division, a golden figure rose from Navdeep, and his name was Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was not merely a saint, but a storm of divine happiness, a mystic whose voice carried the thunder of revolution and the tenderness of love. Scholar turned prophet, he abandoned the pride of intellect to embrace the intoxication of devotion, declared that the highest truth was not found in a dry philosophy, but in the living fire of bhakti. His presence transformed the streets into sanctuaries, his kirtans into cosmic symphony, and his doctrine into the bridge between the finite and the infinite. Chaitanya was both the dancer and the flame, both the devotee and the divine, igniting hearts with the cry of Krishna's name. So to encounter him was to be swept into the tide of love that dissolved caste, creed, and worldly boundaries, leaving only the raw pulse of humanity united in song. So let's find out more about him. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, born as Vishambhara Mishra in 1486 in Navadip, Bengal, stands as one of the most transformative figures in India's spiritual history. His life was not merely that of saint, but of a revolutionary mystic who reshaped the religious landscape of his time. Known as Gauranga for his golden complexion and also for being born under neem tree. So, Chaitanya embodied both intellectual brilliance of scholar and happiness and devotion of a mystic. His early years revealed uh, talent in Sanskrit grammar and logic, but destiny drew him away from the scholastic pride and also into making illuminous path of bhakti devotion to Krishna. The turning point came when he met Ishara Puri in Gaya, receiving invitation and experiencing a profound spiritual awakening. From then on, Chaitanya abandoned the pursuit of intellectual dominance and surrendered to overwhelming tide of divine love. He pioneered the Sanskritan movement, a movement which is full of sangeet, music, and dance. So, and that definitely the whole happiness is like it's like combining chanting of the holy name of Krishna and transforming the streets and the courtyards into centuries of devotion. His kirtans were not merely rituals. They were living flame of collective spiritual energy, dissolving barriers of caste, creed, and social hierarchy. When the local ruler attempted to suppress this movement, Chaitanya responded not with the violence, but with the peaceful march of thousands, demonstrating the power of devotion to overcome the wildly authority. So, philosophically, Chaitanya articulated doctrine which is invincible and simultaneously oneness and difference between soul and the divine. This subtle yet profound vision bridged the extremes of motion and dualism, offering the dynamic theology that celebrate both intimacy with God and the reverence of his transcendence. So his only written work, which is Shikshatakam, actually diluted the essence of his teaching. And it also tells us about humility, surrender, and the ceaseless chanting of God's name. Chaitanya movements gave rise to Gaudiya Vaishnavism that carried forward by his disciples like Rupa and Sanatan Goswami, who actually systemized his vision into theology, literature, and practice. His legacy was not confined to Bengal. It was spread across India, influencing devotional current in Odisha, Vrindavan, and beyond. His emphasis on prem, that is love with divine, that means divine love, redefined spirituality as an intimate, emotional, and universal experience. He declared that true devotion transcends social division. The moment you say you love God, all human beings will be at your with you at your side, and where there will be no Brahmin, no Shudra, something like that was the teaching of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In 2026 and beyond, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's relevance is definitely striking. In an age fractured by polarization, his vision of unity through divine love offers a timeless antidote. His peaceful resistance to oppression resonate with the modern movement for justice and equality. His theology of oneness in a difference mirror contemporary exploration in quantum physics and AI ethics, where the paradox and the harmony coexist. The Sankirtan movement, with its emphasis on collective chanting, foreshadow the global search for community and shared transcendence the in the digital era. His insistence that devotion is higher than a social distinction speaks directly to the world's striving to dismantle systematic inequalities. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, now let's continue with our discussion on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So, Chaitanya's life was a symphony of happiness, philosophy, and compassion. He danced in the streets, wept in the longing for Krishna, debated scholars, and embraced the marginalized. So his legacy is not just a chapter in Indian spiritual renaissance. It is a living force that continues to inspire seekers, reformers, and visionaries. In 2026, as humanity grapples with the technological acceleration and existential uncertainty, Chaitanya is a call to anchor life in love, humanity, and plus humility and devotion is more urged than ever. His golden presence reminds us that the ultimate revolution is not political or technological, but a spiritual, the awakening of the heart to the infinite. So, in the golden arc of history, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not fade into the past. He rises perpetually into the present. His voice of devotion, his doctrine of unity, indifference, and his dance of divine love are not relic but a living current. In the world of 2026 and beyond confronts the fragmentation, then alienations and the cold machinery of the progress. His call resounds that the highest revolution is the awakening of heart. To chant is to connect, to surrender is to transcend, and to love is to be liberate. Chaitanya's legacy is not bound to Bengal or Vrindavan. It is a pulse of humanity and a search for the meaning. And his golden presence remind us that beyond the noise of division, there is a song of eternity waiting to be sung together. So we have come to the end of this discussion. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. Bye.
Hello, friends. Do you know that Mars is a death trap where cosmic radiation shreds the human DNA in minutes? But we have found a way to fight back. By splicing genes from the world's toughest extremophiles into our own blueprint, we are creating a self repairing biological fortress. We aren't just visiting the stars, we are rewriting our biology to survive them. Let's explore this further. Imagine standing on the surface of the Mars. You have traveled millions of miles, you have survived the brutal launch, the terrifying descent, and the isolation of the deep space. You look out at the rust colored horizon, and it looks beautiful. But beneath the silence of that landscape, there is an invisible, relentless killer. It isn't the lack of oxygen, we can fix it. It isn't the cold, we can build heater for that. The real enemy is the radiation. On Earth, we are, tucked safely under the thick atmosphere and the powerful magnetic field that deflect the worst of the sun's temper and tantrum. On Mars, however, that protection is gone. If we want to stay there, not just visit, but live there, we have to make a choice. choice. We build bigger, heavier, and more expensive walls, or we change the fundamental blueprint of who we are. Today, we are talking about the controversial, mind bending frontier of the synthetic biology, redesigning human DNA to withstand the harsh radiation of Mars. Is it science fiction or is it our only way forward? To understand why we need to change our DNA, we have to understand what Martian radiation actually does to us. We are talking about two main things: solar particle events, which are like blast of charged particles from sun, and galactical cosmic rays, or GCRs, or GCRs are heavy, high energy particle moving at near the speed of light. They don't just hit you, they act like subatomic bullets. When these particles hit your body, they tear through your cells, they smash into your DNA, causing double strand break. Think of your DNA as a complex set of instructions by building you. But when that instructions manual is shredded by radiation, your cells can't replicate properly. This lead to rapid cell death, organ failure, and inevitably aggressive terminal cancer. Stranded shielding like aluminum or lead helps against the solar burst, but GCRs are so energetic that they actually create secondary radiation when they hit the metal wall. The walls essentially become part of the problem. So the question arises: if we can't shield the humans, can we shield the cells? There is where things get wild. We aren't the first life or forms to face extreme radiation. On Earth, we have extreme survivor. The most famous, of course, is the tardigrade. These microscopic eight-legged water bear can survive the vacuum of space, extreme cold, and most importantly, levels of radiation that would turn a human into a medical emergency in seconds. How do they do it? They have specific protein called DSUP, or a damage suppressor. DSUP acts like a physical shield that binds the to the DNA, preventing it from shattering. Now imagine if we could take that gene from tardigrade and use CRISPR Cas9, our genetic scissors, to splice it into human lines. We aren't just talking about radiation resistance, we are talking about enhancing our natural DNA repair mechanism. Humans are actually decent at repairing our own DNA, but it's very slow. Scientists are looking into ways to supercharge these enzymes so that as soon as cosmic rays break a strand, it is repaired in milliseconds before the cell even knows it was damaged. This isn't just about survival, it's about making human radiation hardened. But here is where I have to hit the brakes. Just because we can do something doesn't mean we should, or at least it means we need to be incredibly careful. If we start editing the human genome to create a Martian ready astronauts, we are entering the territory of germline editing. We can change the DNA of an astronaut that and that astronaut has children, those children will have modified DNA. We would be creating a new branch of humanity. Is it ethical to create castes of humans who are genetically optimized for space? This opens up a massive societal question. Do we create a permanent divide between those who can afford to be upgraded for space and those who cannot? What happens to the sense of identity when our biology is no longer purely natural? Furthermore, biology is complex. We don't know the side effects. If we ramp up DNA repair mechanism to survive radiation, could that lead to an uncontrolled cell growth? In other words, could our cure for cancer actually cause it? The margin for error here is essentially zero. Redesigning human DNA for Mars is perhaps an ultimate test of our technology and our wisdom. It forces us to ask what it truly means to be human. Does our humanity come from an unedited DNA, or does it come from our drive to explore, to innovate, and to survive? Whether we use biological shielding, heavy physical protection, or a combination of both, one thing is clear: if we want to reach the stars, we have to change. The path to Red Planet isn't just paved with rocket fuel and titanium. It's being written in the code of life itself. We are on the cusp of becoming the architect of our own evolution. So, friends, what do you think? Is genetic modification the price we have to pay for interstellar travel, or should we keep our biology the way natural nature intended? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and let's keep looking up. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज बुधवार का दिन है और आज 24 जून है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान गणेश की स्तुति करके। बहुत सिंपल सा मंत्र है। मैं पहले मंत्र आपको बताता हूँ क्या मंत्र पढ़ना है। ओम गम गणपतये नमः। ओम गम गणपतये नमः। तो हर रोज की तरह हम इसको 11 दफा करेंगे। आप भी चालू हो जाइए, अपनी माला अपने साथ ले लीजिए और हमारे साथ ज्वाइन कर लीजिए। मैंने भी अपना काउंटर ले लिया है, तो ठीक है। हाथ जोड़ के भगवान का नमन करते हैं, गणेश जी का ध्यान करते हैं और मंत्र का उच्चारण शुरू करते हैं। ओम गण गणपतये नमः। ओम गम 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 गम गणपतये नमः। ओम गम गणपतये नमः। तो आज हमारी भगवान गणेश की स्तुति स्टार्ट हुई। अब हम सेफली अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है। आपका दिन भी मंगलमय रहे, शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ मैं इस वीडियो को यहाँ पे समाप्त करता हूँ। लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में, कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Are you a modern business leader caught in the endless cycle of the corporate demands? In this video, we discover why action is inevitable and how a continuous learning can transform your leadership. Drawing the timeless wisdom that we gather from Bhagavad Gita, in this explainer video, we will explore why CEOs and executives are hardwired to act and how you can channel that inescapable momentum into strategic advantage. Whether you like it or not, business forces compel you to move. The secret lies in how you learn while doing it. Let's go and explore this fact further. Have you ever noticed how some people seems to move through complex challenges with an effortless, almost magnetic momentum, while others remain trapped in the endless loops of planning, hesitating, and second guessing? We often look at these decisive individuals and call them fearless. We assume they possess some rare genetic trait of audacity or unshakable self-confidence. But the truth is far simpler and far more accessible. Those people haven't mastered fear, they have mastered inevitable action. Inescapable action is not born from a brute force willpower. It isn't the result of shouting motivational mantras into the mirror at 5 a.m. Nor it's about the white knuckling your way through terror. True sustainable action happens when preparation meets momentum. It is what occurs when you learn so deeply, iterate so consistently, and understand your domain so intimately that taking the next step ceases to be a choice. It simply becomes the natural, frictionless, continuous of what you already know. Today, we are going to explore how you can build the exact mechanism into your life. We are going to look at why waiting to feel ready is a trap, how continuous learning acts as an engine of execution, and how you can architect a system where progress is not a daily struggle but an inevitable outcome. Let's start by confronting a modern epidemic, which is the collector's fallacy. Many of us are the chronic learner, but in the wrong way. We buy the books, we bookmark the articles, we assign for the master classes, and we feel our notion boards with brilliant framework. Every time we consume new information, our brain releases a tiny hit of dopamine. It tricks us into feeling like we are making progress. We tell ourselves, I'm just doing my research, I'm building my foundation. But ask yourself honestly, how many tutorials have you watched for skills you never practiced? How many strategic framework have you memorized without ever deploying them in real world? The passive consumption feels safe because as long as you are studying, you cannot fail. You cannot be judged. The risk is zero. But the return on investment is also zero. When learning is divorced from action, it becomes a sophisticated form of procrastination. We use studying as a shield against vulnerability. We wait until we feel 100% ready. Here is the most liberating truth you will hear today. That is, you will never feel 100% ready. Certainty is an illusion manufactured by the hindsight. If you wait for the fog to completely clear before you step onto the road, you will stand still forever. The secret of high performer is not that they know everything before they start. It is that they are learning as a bridge, not as a bunker. So how do we break out of the consumption trap? We re-engineer how we learn. We shift from static learning to absorbing information from sake of knowing to dynamic learning, which is engineered specifically to trigger execution. This is the best on a three-part framework, which is acquire, test, and refine. So let's discuss what is acquire. Acquire just in time, not just in case. Most of our schooling taught us just in case learning, memorizing facts for a test we would take years later. In the real world, this is inefficient. Shift your learning strategy to just in time. That means you need to pick up skills as soon as you see the situation forming. Only learn when you need to solve the exact problem in front of you right now. When your learning is anchored to an immediate pressing objective, your brain indexes that information differently. It stops being abstract theory and becomes an operational tool. 2. Compress the feedback loop. And how you would do that? Action and learning are not sequential steps. They are continuous loop. So every time you take an action, you generate data. If you write a rough draft, launch a messy prototype, or have a difficult conversation, you immediately learn, what works and what doesn't. A week of real world feedback is worth a year of theoretical study. Continuous learners don't wait for perfection. They use fast failures to calibrate their trajectory. And finally, number 3, normalize the macro iteration. How would you do that? Inevitable action does not require massive heroic leaps. It is fueled by micro learning. Dedicate 20 minutes a day to deeply understanding one specific friction point in your workflow. Small daily injections of targeted knowledge compound quietly beneath the surface. Before you even realize it, your competence threshold crosses a tipping point. What used to feel terrifying now feels routine. When you integrate continuous learning into daily rhythm, something profound happens to your psychology. The friction of starting begins to dissolve. Think about learning to drive a car. On your very first day behind the wheel, every single action requires brutal, conscious concentration. Adjusting the mirror, checking the blind spot, modulating the brakes, tracking the lane, your brain is flooded with signals. Action is hard. It requires immense willpower. Now, think about driving today. You can listen to a podcast, navigate familiar streets, and hold a conversation all while safely operating complex machine. Why? Because continuous practice builds deep neural pathways. Driving becomes inevitable. The same principle applies to your career, your creative projects, and your personal growth. When you study negotiations consistently, making the pitch is no longer a source of dread. When you build a deep technical literacy, tackling a complex bug is just Tuesday morning. When you study human psychology, setting boundaries becomes second nature. Inevitability means you stop relying on motivation. Motivation is a weather system. It comes and goes unpredictably. Systems built on continuous learning, however, are climate controlled. They function whether you feel like it or not because your competencies have raised your baseline. You act because standing still would be more uncomfortable than moving forward. So, as we close today, friends, I want to leave you with a simple reframe. Stop asking yourself, am I ready? You will never be. Instead, ask yourself, what is the smallest, highest leverage thing I can learn today and makes my next action easier? Commit to being lifelong student, not for trivia, but for execution. Ready to apply, learn to test, study to build. When you pair relentless, curious learning with a bias for immediate, imperfect action, you stop chasing success. Success stops being an uncertain gamble and your progress becomes entirely, beautifully inevitable. So, friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you have probably noticed that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly, whether you should be buying, selling, or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think probably, perhaps, speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone asked me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes, very very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk free.
we had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't get rich quick game anyway. It is a long term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city; it's a structural growth story. Whether you are looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So, friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for a property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely, this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Executive Learning Session. In today's high pressure corporate world, CEOs are often obsessed with the quarterly reports. But what if focusing less on the result actually would lead to better performance? That's a very big and profound question. Therefore, today in this video, we break down the profound leadership wisdom of Bhagavad Gita. And we will also explore how it serves as a blueprint for the modern mindful executives. We explore the concept of Karma Yogi, a leader who performs their duty with intense focus and excellence without becoming slave to the result. So therefore, friends, stick around with this thought and let's explore this further. Picture this. It's 11 p.m. on a Sunday and you're starting working at a spreadsheet. You have got a quarterly board meeting in 48 hours. The numbers aren't where they need to be and your heart is racing. Your sleep is now non-existent and your identity, your very worth as a leader is tied entirely to the bottom right cell of the screen, right? This happens to everybody, isn't it? Well, we have been taught that the greatest leader who you must be result driven. We must obsess over KPIs, exit strategies, and stock prices. But here is a paradox: the more tightly you grip the result, the more likely you are likely to choke the process that creates it. Today, I want to share a piece of wisdom that is 7,000 years old, yet feels like it was written for this morning market volatility. It's from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, first verse of chapter 6. It is a verse that redefines what it means to be a yogi and by extension what it means to be a leader. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. So now let's look at the verse. Quote starts: a true yogi or a true renunciant is the one who performs his duty renouncing attachment to result, and not one who abandons work or the sacrificial fire. Quote close. Now When we hear the word yogi or renunciant, we think of someone sitting on a mountain far away from emails and supply chain issues. But Bhagwan Krishna says something radical here. He says the true yogi is not the one who quits, it's the one who stopped doing the work. It's also not that. In business context, Krishna is saying you don't have to quit your job to find peace. You don't have to stop being ambitious. The sacrificial fire for CEO is the office, the factory, and the boardroom. The distinction isn't whether you work, it's how you relate to outcome of what works, etc. So, what is the result paradox? So when we attach to the result, we operate from a place of fear. Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of looking bad. When the brain is in the fear mode, the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for high level strategy and innovation, shuts down. Attachment creates tunnel vision. You become so focused on the win that you miss the ethical red flags or the innovative pivot that could have saved your company. Attachment creates fragility. If your happiness depends on the green KPI, a red KPI will shatter your confidence completely. So, Gita suggests a better way. Perform your karma, the duty at hand. Imagine the professional athlete. If a golfer is thinking about a trophy while they are, mid swing, they will miss the shot. To win the trophy, they must forget the trophy exists and focus entirely on the mechanics of the swing. That is leading without attachment. The verse mentioned not abandoning the sacrificial fire. In ancient times, this was the literal fire of ritual. Today, for a leader, it is the energy of the action. Leading without attachment does not mean leading without excellence. In fact, it requires more excellence. When you aren't worried about how the result will make you look, you are free to be. There are several things you are free to be. First is bold, because you aren't afraid of the fallout. Second is the present, because you aren't living in the future quarter. And third is the objective, because you see the data for what it is, not what you want it to be. A true CEO, which is yogi, performs their duty because it is the right thing to do, not because it means something to, earn your bonus, etc. They treat their company as a sacrifice, a contribution to the world. So how do we actually do this? How do we walk into the board meeting tomorrow and lead without the attachment? There are few ideas which I want to share with you. First is shift from what to how. Instead of asking, will they reach the target? Ask, are we executing this with the highest level of integrity and skill? If the process is perfect, the result is inevitable, and it's the inevitable byproduct. Second, the 5-minute detailer. Before a high stake pitch, take 5 minutes to remind yourself, I have a right to work, but not to the fruits. Tell yourself that your value as a human being is independent of this deal. Watch how much more charismatic and calm you would become before you get into the meeting. Now, the third idea is reward effort, not just outcome. So, as a leader, stop only celebrating the wins. Start celebrating the karma as well. The disciplined, high quality effort, even when it doesn't lead to a win, this builds a culture of psychological safety. So, Bhagavad Gita isn't asking you to be less ambitious. In fact, it is asking you to be freer. So when you stop being a slave to the result, you become master of your actions. You will become unshakable executive. You will still show up and you still, the light of fire, and you still do the work, but you do it with a smile, knowing that while you cannot control the wind, you can always control how you set your sail. So friends, what do you think? Thank you for your time. Thank you for joining live. Let's go back to the fire and do the work. And if you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high stake diplomatic mission to Washington DC. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US capital on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, as you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington DC. They would land on April 20th and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee. They are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, though. While DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India-UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India-New Zealand FTA set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone, even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US, everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Stop! Before you hit the delete channel button or give up on your next upload, you need to watch this. Most creators quit YouTube exactly 3 feet from the gold. They see flat lines in their analytics and assume they are failing. But in reality, they are simply in a ghost phase, the period where the algorithm tests your consistency and your skills are being sharpened for the big break. In this video, we dive deep into the psychology of the content creation and why 0 views might actually be your biggest competitive advantage. How? Let us discuss this further. You are checking your phone again. It's been 3 hours since you uploaded your latest video, and the one you spent all weekend editing. You have refreshed the studio app 10 times and the number hasn't budged. 4 views, 2 of which were probably you. The thought starts creeping in. Is this even worth it? You see other creators blowing up overnight and you feel like you are shouting into a void. You are ready already to quit, but before you hit that delete channel button, I need you to understand one thing. You aren't failing. You are actually in the most important phase of your journey. Most creators quit exactly 3 feet from the goal. Today I'm going to show you why nobody is watching is actually your secret weapon, and why your biggest breakthrough is like hidden right behind the urge to give up. Let's dive in. But before, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. I would also know who's watching and who's not. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's address the elephant in the room, which is the algorithm. We talk about it like it's a sentient being that hates us. It doesn't, but it's a system built on trust. When you are a new creator or you're trying to pivot, you enter what I call the ghost phase. Think about it. Why would YouTube push your content to millions of people if you are only person you can stay consistent for only 2 weeks? The algorithm is testing 2 things: your competence and your consistency. During this ghost phase, you have a massive advantage that no big creator has, which is freedom to fail. When nobody is watching, you can experiment, you can find your voice, you can mess up the lighting, and you can make terrible jokes without hundreds and thousands of people judging you. This is your training ground. You are not being ignored, you are being incubated. This is the concept from the book Atomic Habits, called the plateau of latent potential. We expect progress to be in a straight line up. We think if I put in X amount of work, I should see X amount of views. But the growth on YouTube is exponential, not linear. You spend months, maybe years, working in the valley of disappointment, and this is where you're putting in the work, but the result aren't showing yet. You are building the foundation. It's like bamboo tree. It grows underground for 5 years, developing a massive root system, and then it shoots up 80 feet in 6 weeks. So if you quit during the root building phase, the tree will never grow. Every video you make into a flop is actually a root. It's a data point. It's a lesson. It's one step closer to the 80-foot breakthrough. So why do most creators quit right before they win? It's because of the psychological phenomena called cognitive friction. The effort required to make a video feels much higher than the reward of 10 views. To survive this, you have to shift your win condition. If your win condition is to get 1000 views, you get 50, you feel like as if you have lost it. You feel defeated. But if you win condition is like getting 1% better at color grading, or write a more compelling hook, or you do that, you have won already, right? I mean, if you do all of these core competencies, regardless of the view counts, don't you think so? Winning on YouTube is a war of attrition. The pros aren't necessarily the most talented people on the platform. They are the one who refuse to go away. They stayed in the game long enough for the luck to find them. Because on YouTube, luck is just where the preparation meets the long enough timeline. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not saying that you should keep doing exactly the same thing if it is not working. There is a difference between quitting and pivoting. If you have made 50 videos and they all have 0 views, don't quit YouTube. Change your strategy. Maybe your thumbnails are weak. Maybe your intros are too slow. Use the silence to audit yourself. When nobody is watching, you have the lowest stakes possible to reinvent yourself. Don't you think so? So ask yourself, am I making content for me, or am I making content that solves a problem or provide value for someone else? Once you align your passion with audience's need, the nobody watching problems start to disappear. The hardest part of YouTube isn't the editing or the SEO, it is the mental game. It is showing up on Tuesday morning to film a video when your last three uploads tanked. But remember this, every major creator you admire today, from Mr. Beast to MKBHD, had a period where they were talking, making videos, but generating zero interest, zero views. They felt exactly how you feel right now. The only difference between them and millions of abandoned channels is that they decided to post one more time. Your breakout video is already in your head. It's coming. It's going to come. Definitely. But you can't find it cannot find you if you weren't there to upload it, right? So don't quit. Just get 1% better today. So friends, what do you think? If you have any question or if you want to know more, please leave a comment below and I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Engines of tomorrow are no longer bound by a single choice. They whisper efficiency and roar with power, and all from the same stream of fuel. The new 2-in-1 propulsion system is not just a hardware. It is a promise of a lighter spacecraft, smarter journey, and future where Mars feel closer than ever. So let's find out more about this. In the quiet laboratories where the engineers dream of carrying humanity farther than ever before, a new kind of engine hums with the promise. It is not a single thruster, but a simple upgrade. And also not a simple upgrade. That's what I want to just tell you and inform you. It is a kind of hybrid marvel, and which is a 2-in-1 propulsion system that can feed monopropellant fuel into both electrical and chemical thrusters. This duality, elegant in its simplicity, and you may soon redefine how we journey to Mars and beyond. So for decades, the spacecraft designers have wrestled with the dilemma. Chemical thruster provide raw power and the brute force needed for liftoff and the orbital insertion and the quick maneuvers. The electric thruster, by contrast, offer efficiency, sipping fuel slowly while delivering steady acceleration over long voyage. So mission to Mars have always required a compromise. Carry both system, doubling mass and complexity, or sacrifice flexibility. This new breakthrough actually dissolved that compromises. By channelizing a single fuel source into two different modes of propulsion, engineers have created a system that is lighter, leaner, and far more adaptable. So imagine a spacecraft departing from Earth orbit. At first, it fire its chemical thruster, burning with this urgency to as actually escape velocity. Then, once freed from the Earth gravitational forces, the same fuel is redirected into electric thruster, whispering ions into the void, pushing the craft steadily and towards the Mars. No need for separate tanks, valves, or redundant system. One fuel, two engine, and infinite possibilities. So the implication actually ripple outward. Reduced mass means more room for scientific instruments, habitats, or supplies for astronauts. And simplified architectures means fewer points of failure, critical advantage when the mission stretch across millions of kilometers. And versatility of this kind of versatility actually means that spacecraft can adapt mid-journey, switching between power and efficiency as condition demands. For Mars mission, where every kilometer counts and every maneuver must be precise, this innovation could be the difference between success and stagnation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So now let's continue with our discussion. So beyond Mars, the system hint at a new philosophy of exploration. Hybrid propulsion embodies resilience, the ability to shift gears in the face of uncertainty. It mirrors the adaptability humanity itself must embrace as we step into interplanetary life. So just as explorer once carried sails and oars to masters both wind and current. Further, spacecraft may carry this dual thruster to master both speed and endurance. The upcoming in-space test will be more than a technical trial. It will be rehearsal for future. Engineers will watch closely as the system transition between modes as fuel flow seamlessly from one chamber to another, as the spacecraft responds with the agility. So if successful, the test will mark a turning point. Propulsion not as a burden of choice, but a symphony of possibilities. So in the grand arc of exploration, breakthrough often arrive quickly, tucked inside the engineering papers, yet their echoes resounds across the generation. In two-in-one propulsion system may one day be remembered as the invention that unlocked Mars, the key that opened the doors to solar system alive with the human footprints. So for now, it is a promise, an elegant solution waiting to prove itself in the silence of space, where every whisper of the thrust carries as closer to the new world. So new findings, new inventions, and new footmarks. So in the silence of the space, where every kilometer carried the very spark of thrust matters actually. And this hybrid engine stands as a symbol of ingenuity. By merging power with precision, it promises to lighten our journey and lengthen our reach. So if the upcoming test succeeds, it will not only simplify the path to Mars, but also mark the dawn of a new era where one stream of fuel carries humanity towards many horizons. So we have come to the end of this discussion. So if you feel like adding to this discussion, you want to add your viewpoint on this, please write in the comment section. We will definitely reply you. And also please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one very soon. See you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, Namaskaram. In the year 1996, history was made at the top of the world. Therefore, in this video, we recount the incredible journey of squadron leader Sanjay Thapar of the Indian Air Force, who took out an ultimate challenge, a daring parachute jump onto the North Pole to unfurl the Indian national flag. We will experience the story of the India's bravest adventure as he braved the extreme Arctic condition, sub-zero temperature, and the logistic nightmare of high altitude jump in one of the most remote locations on earth. This isn't just a story of bravery, it is a testament to the grit, skill, and the patriotic spirit of the Indian Air Force. Let's go. Imagine a place where every direction you look looks like a south direction. A place where the sun doesn't set for months or doesn't rise for just as long as you would expect. A desolate frozen expanse of shifting ice, hollowing winds, and temperature that turns human breath into ice crystal before it even leaves your lips. This is the North Pole, the geographic top of the world. For most of the human history, it was a place of legend, a target for explorers who often paid with their lives just to reach it by land. But today, we're talking about one man who decided the best way to arrive was from the sky. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the April of 1996, squadron leader Sanjay Thapar of the Indian Air Force did what no Indian had ever done before. He stepped out of a perfectly good aircraft 10,000 feet above the Arctic ice to plant the Indian tricolor at 90 degrees north. He was Sanjay Thapar. To call him a daredevil is almost an understatement. By 1996, Thapar wasn't just a pilot. He was a master of the sky. He was one of the India's most qualified skydiving instructor with a career defined by records. Before his Arctic expedition, he had already shattered records for number of jumps in a single day, 46 jumps in just 3 hours, and was a multi-time national champion. But for Thapar, skydiving wasn't just a sport, it was a way of life. He had jumped from over 20 different types of aircrafts across 20 countries. When you look at his record, you see a man who treated gravity not as a law but as a suggestion. And yet, the North Pole was a different beast entirely. The mission took place on the April 21st, 1996, and to understand the difficulty, you have to understand the environment. We aren't talking about the casual jump at a local airfield. Thapar jumped from an altitude of 10,000 feet. The wind speed that day was clocked at over 40 kilometers per hour, whipping across the ice in a relentless gale. But the real enemy was the cold. On the ground, temperature hovered around 26 degrees, but in the air, at the jump altitude, it was bone chilling at minus 68 degrees centigrade. At those temperatures, metal becomes brittle and the human body shuts down in minutes. Every piece of equipment, every suit layer, and every movement had to be perfectly planned. One mistake in the cold air, one frozen latch could be catastrophic. But Thapar was prepared. He was a pioneer, and he was there to bring the laurels to the IAF and the nation. So he descended through the Arctic sky, horizon stretched out in the blinding white blur. He hit the ice of the North Pole, the true 90 degrees north, and completed a successful landing. In that moment of absolute isolation, thousands of miles from home, he did what he had set out to do. He unfurled the Indian national flag. It was a moment of immense national pride,
a symbol of India's growing capabilities to extreme environment. That jump wasn't just about parachute. It was about demonstrating the grit and the skill of Indian Air Force personnel. It sent a clear message: there is no environment on earth too harsh for the reach of determined Indian spirit. Squadron leader Thappar's feat didn't just end in 1996, it became a beacon for a new generation of Indian adventurers. He went out on to set more records, including jumping with the largest ever tricolor, a massive 2,226 square feet flag in the year 1997. His influence reached far beyond the Air Force. He inspired others like Wing Commander Kamal Singh Ober, who would later go on to skydive over the South Pole, making him the first Indian to conquer both extremes of the planet. Thappar's life remained a testament to the idea that if you have the will, the sky is not the limit, it is just the beginning. So today we look back at that day in April in the year 1996 with pride. Squadron leader Sanjay Thapar, who eventually retired as wing commander, proved that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the triumph over the frozen unknown. The next time when you look at the Indian flag, remember the one that flew at the very top of the world, planted by a man who decided that for India, the sky would always be our territory. Thanks for listening. Jai Hind. Hello friends, welcome. Namaskaram. Let me ask you, are you managing your company by some sort of a manual, or you are leading with the vision? This is a very profound question, and we will try and unravel the mysteries by taking help from Bhagavad Gita. We will understand difference between rigid knowledge and the true actionable wisdom. Just as the vast lake provides more water than a small one, enclosed well, a leader's capacity for insight often surpasses the limitation of the written rules and standard procedures. In this video, we translate this ancient metaphor into the modern business strategy for CEOs and senior executives. Let's go. We live in a world of checklists, standard operating procedures, the best practices. As a CEO, I have spent my entire career building the manual. We write it to ensure consistency. We write it to reduce risk. We write it so that when things go wrong, we can point to a page and say, this is how we fix it. And make no mistakes, the manual is vital. It creates a foundation of any scalable business. But today, I want to talk to you about the limit of that foundation. I want to talk about the ceiling that the manual creates and why the most successful leaders, the one who truly scale their impact, eventually realize they must look beyond the best manual that they have created. There is a timeless piece of wisdom from Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 2, verse 46, that perfectly captures the struggle of the modern executive. And the quote starts: just as a big lake can minimize the importance of a small well, so does the knower of the absolute truth proficient in scriptures serves better than the Vedas. And the quote close. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in, and that will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break down that metaphor and we start implementing this in our modern day business landscape. The small well is your manual. It is your SOPs. It is your quarterly KPIs, your rigid organizational structure, and your tiered methodologies, tried and tested strategies. It is essential, right? It is where you get your water when you're thirsty. But as a well is confined, it is the hole dug in a ground with a fixed radius. It holds a specific finite amount of water. The big lake, however, is something else entirely. The lake represents a holistic wisdom. It represents strategic intuition.
deep market understanding, and the ability to synthesize information that isn't written down in any handbook. So, when you are reliant only on the well, you are limited by the depth of the well. If the industry changes and if the climate shifts, your well might run dry. But when you are a knower of the absolute truth, when you possess that broader, deeper wisdom, you are not dependent on a single source of water. You are the one who understands how the ecosystem works. You don't just know the rule of the games, you understand the nature of the game itself. Why do so many CEOs struggle with this? Because we are rewarded for doing, we are rewarded for efficiency. The manual is comfortable. It removes the need for judgment. When you follow the manual, you are never wrong. You're just compliant. But the true leader isn't about compliance, it's about adaptation. I see leaders every day who are paralyzed because of this particular manual in their life. For the market crisis, because the market crisis has not been written yet. They are looking for the page in the playbook that tells them how to handle a disruptive competitor or a shifting global economy. And they can't find it. And because they only know how to draw from the well, they panic. The knower of absolute truth isn't looking for the answer in an answer in this contest. They are looking at the market, the people, and the possibilities. They have cultivated a mindset of wisdom that allows them to make high stake decisions when the data is incomplete or the manual is obsolete. So, how do you move from the well to the lake? How do you transition from a manager of the processes to the master of strategic wisdom? It starts with intellectual humility. You must be willing to admit that your current way of doing things, your will, might be limiting your potential. Second, it requires the first principles thinking. Don't just ask, what does this SOP says? Ask, what is the actual problem we are trying to solve here? Strip away the procedures and look at the core reality of the business. Third, it requires synthesis. This is what the verse means by proficient in scriptures. It doesn't mean memorizing the rules, it means understanding the principles behind them. If you understand the why behind your business, you can create a new how when the situation demands it. The best CEOs are not just reading the manual, they are reading the room, they are reading the market, and also they are reading the future. They are the ones who can look at the complex, messy, unscripted situations and draw a clearer path forward, and that is their lake. So, when you embrace this, your leadership changes. You stop micromanaging the how and start inspiring the why. You stop fearing the deviations from the norm and start seeking them as an opportunity for innovation. You become leader who isn't just surviving the day to day, you are thriving in the absolute truth of your industry. You stop being a slave to the SOP and start being the master of the vision. Think about your organization right now. Is it a well or is it a lake? Are your people empowered to think with wisdom or are they terrified of breaking the rules? If you want to grow, if you want to scale, you have to be the one to show them the lake. Chapter 2, verse 46 of Gita isn't telling us to throw away the Vedas or, in our case, the manual. It is telling us that there is something greater than the text. There is the understanding, there is the wisdom. Today, I challenge you, open your manual, use it, respect it, and value it. But then put it down, look up, look at the horizon, build a lake. Because the world doesn't need more people who can follow instructions. The world needs leader who can create wisdom, navigate complexity, and guide us towards a future that no manual could ever predict. Friends, if you have any questions, do send it across in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Friends, let us look at the map of the universe, specifically certain voids. In space, that should have hold 2000 galaxies at least as a minimum estimate. There is only an impossible, terrifying nothingness in a void known as the Boots void. But what if those stars aren't missing? What if something has simply turned off the light by wrapping them in Dyson spheres? Let's go and explore this further. Namaskaram friends, welcome to this video. When we look around in the universe, we see a pattern. It's a grand sprawling web of light. Galaxies are not scattered at random. They are woven together by the gravity into massive cosmic filaments, separated by vast stretches of empty space. For decades, astronomers have mapped this web, expecting a predictable rhythm, a balance of matter, and of course, it has voids as well. But in 1981, a team of astronomers stumbled across something that broke the rule. Deep in the northern sky, near the constellation Boots, a region of space so profoundly empty that it left scientists questioning the laws of cosmology. It is called today as Boots void, and it is hauntingly large. It is a sphere of absolute nothingness stretching 250 million light years across. To put that into perspective, light takes a quarter of a billion years just to cross from one side of to the other. If our Milky Way sat at the exact center of the Boots void, humans wouldn't have discovered other galaxies until 1960. We would have looked out into the night sky and believed we were entirely alone in a dark, empty universe. Because by all the laws of physics and the standard model of cosmos, this region shouldn't be empty at all. In space, this colossal static dictate that there should be roughly 2000 galaxies. Instead, we find barely 60. Something in the Boots void isn't just missing. Something went through and cleared the neighborhood, or worse, something turned the light off. When the astronomer Robert Krishna and his colleagues first discovered the void, the scientific community was stunned. They called it the Great Void and immediately went to work trying to explain it. Naturally, science turned first to the natural explanations. The most popular theory is that the Boots void is a cosmic bubble. In the early universe, smaller voids could have merged together, sweeping matter outwards like a celestial snowplow, leaving a massive hollow bubble behind. Over billions of years, gravity would slowly pull galaxies back into the edges, but the center would remain a desert. It's a neat theory, it works on paper, but it has a massive mathematical problem, and that is the timeline. Astrophysicists run the numbers to see how long it would take for void of that scale to clear out naturally. The answer? It would take far longer than the current age of the universe. The universe simply hasn't existed long enough for a natural void of this magnitude to form and clear out so cleanly. And that brings us to terrifying pivot and a point in modern astrophysics. When the natural explanation failed to fit the data, scientists are forced to look at the edge of the map. They are forced to consider the unnatural. What if those stars aren't missing because they were pushed away? What if they are missing because we cannot see them anymore? What if something has wrapped them in darkness? To understand how an entire region of space could be hidden, we have to talk about an advanced civilization, how advanced civilization consumes the energy. So, friends, in 1964, Soviet astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev proposed a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy they are able to use. So let's look at all these levels one by one. Type 1 civilization use all the energy available at its home planet. We humans are currently sitting at around 0.73 because we aren't fully on the chart yet. We have not learned to use the full potential of our planet yet. Type 2 civilization, however, is a different beast entirely. They have mastered their entire solar system. To harness the full output of their star, they wouldn't build solar panels on the planet's surface. They would build megastructures, which is also known as the Dyson spheres. A Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that completely encompasses a star, capturing a massive percentage of its solar output. But a Dyson sphere comes with a fatal thermodynamical flaw, which is waste heat. If you capture all that light, laws of thermodynamics dictate that you must radiate heat back out into space as infrared radiation. Except, what if a civilization evolved past that limitation? What if they engineered a way to trap, redirect, or completely mask that thermal signature? Or what if they didn't just build a sphere around a star? What if they build a network of structures that effectively clock thousands of stars simultaneously? Now scale that concept up. Move from single star to an entire cluster. Move from cluster to a sector of space containing thousands of galaxies. Welcome to the realm of type 3 civilizations, which are also known as masters of the galaxies. This brings us to one of the most radical fringe hypotheses in modern astrobiology, which is also known as the Great Shell. Imagine a civilization that has expanded across thousands of galaxies. As they grew, they realized that universe was a hostile place, governed by silent terror of Fermi paradox. To protect themselves or to execute a galaxy-wide engineering project of an unimaginable scale, they began an industrial campaign unlike anything we can fathom. What if the Boots void isn't empty space at all? What if it is a massive enclosing sphere of a dense web of overlapping Dyson networks? Think about it from an observational standpoint. How do we find galaxies millions of light years away? We look at their light, their optical emissions, their infrared glows, and their X-ray signatures. If an ancient hyper-advanced civilization enclosed thousands of galaxies behind an opaque energy-harvesting shell, what would our telescope see? Nothing. They would see a void, a region of absolute darkness where light goes in but nothing comes out. To a primitive species looking at through primitive optical and radio telescope millions of years later, the sector of space would look like a cosmic anomaly, a glitch in the matrix of the universe. They wouldn't see the megastructures, they would only see the absence of what used to be there. Why would anyone build something so vast? Why hide an entire section of the universe? The answer might lie in the dark forest theory. The chilling solution to the Fermi paradox, which suggests that the universe is filled with life, but every intelligent civilization keeps its head down and hide in the dark. In this view, the cosmos is a hostile wilderness. The first civilization to shout out its location is the first one to be eradicated by a predator it never saw coming. If a civilization reaches out, which is a type 3 status, they may realize that the ultimate survival strategy isn't expansion, it is the concealment. When we look at the Boots void, we comfort ourselves by calling it a natural anomaly. We build computer models of gas dynamics and dark matter, desperate to prove that universe is empty by accident rather than empty by design. Because the alternative is too terrifying to contemplate, the alternative means that we are looking at the footprint of God-like intelligence. It means that the silence of the void isn't the absence of life, it is the sound of something monstrously powerful whispering, keep quiet, they might hear you. What do you think is hiding in the dark? Is the boot void just a quirk of cosmic physics, or we are staring blindly at the greatest alien megastructure ever built? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the subscribe button if you want to keep exploring the dark corners of the universe. And friends, always keep looking up. See you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. By now, you know that the UK is facing its 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years. In a shocking move that has sent tremors through the Westminster, Prime Minister Keir Starmer has officially announced his resignation as the leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. After 2 years of governance marked by economic stagnation, internal party fractures, and mounting public dissatisfaction, Starmer has stepped down to allow for a leadership transition. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. The heavy oak door of the 10 Downing Street has opened once again, but this time it isn't for celebration. It is for a departure of the current Prime Minister Keir Starmer because he has resigned. In the span of just 10 years, the UK has burned through 7 prime ministers. 7. Think about that for a second. That is not just a leadership crisis, that is a systemic failure, a revolving door that seems to have been broken off its hinges. Today, we aren't just talking about the resignation, we are talking about a nation at its breaking point. We're talking about a country caught in a crossfire of unresolved history and struggling economy and an electorate that is frankly exhausted. Today, we are diving into the chaotic, messy, and crucial reality of Britain in 2026. How did we get here? And more importantly, where do we go next? So, friends, if you have reached here so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now, let's continue. The resignation didn't happen in a vacuum. The rumors had been swirling for weeks. The internal polling was toxic. The backbenchers were restless, and the public was checked out. When Stammer walked into that room, the air in Westminster was heavy. There was no grand strategy, no triumph exit. It was an acknowledgement of a reality that everyone in the country had felt for months. The government was paralyzed. You see, the narrative around Stammer's exit isn't just about his specific policies, it's about the burden of the crisis cycle. Every PM for the last decade, during the last decade, has inherited a house on fire, only to pour gasoline on it instead of water. From the shocks of Brexit to the economic aftershock that followed, the office of the Prime Minister has become a poison sort of, a chalice. This wasn't just a political defeat, it was a total collapse of the authority, and when that authority crumbles, the nation follows. To understand why Stammer resigned, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, or rather, the elephant that never left, which is the Brexit. 10 years ago, the country voted to leave the European Union. Many promised that it would be by a new dawn. Instead, it became a decades of negotiation, litigation, and stagnation. We were told it would get done. It never really did. The division created in 2016 did not disappear. They fossilized. They paralyzed the parliament. They split the public. The Sturmer promised a reset. He promised to fix the trade relationships, to stop the infighting. But you cannot fix a foundation that is still shifting. Business sentiment has been battered, investment has been shy, and while the politicians were busy debating the fine prints of the trade deals, the cost of living was quietly and then loudly shredding the middle class. By the time Sturmer took the keys, the country was looking for a savior, but the math just didn't add up. Let's look at the numbers because at the end of the day, that is what this is all about. It is about your wallet. It's about the price of milk. It's about the mortgage rate, and that have kept the families awake at night. The UK economy is sluggish.
We have seen the growth stall, inflation lingers, and the global market look at the London with a mix of pity and concern. When a country changes its leader, as often as some people changes their cars, global investors get nervous. And when they get nervous, they pull their capital. The Sturmer's tenure was supposed to be the stability era. That was the pitch. But the stability requires political capital, and the Sturmer spent his capital trying to please too many factions. He tried to bridge the divide between the traditionalists and the modernizers, the Brexit leavers and the remainers. And trying to please everyone, he ended up pleasing no one. The national crisis isn't just a buzzword, it is the inability to pass long term policy because the government is always one scandal away from a leadership challenge. So here we are, June 2026, a vacancy at number 10 once again. So who steps in now? Who steps in into Stammer's shoes? Who wants the job? And more importantly, who can do this job? We are facing a leadership race that will likely be more about survival than vision. The next person to step into that office will inherit the same problems: the fractured economy, the divided public, and the parliament that has forgotten how to work together. The question isn't who will be the eighth prime minister. The question is, can the eighth prime minister survive? When I say eighth prime minister, which is the eighth prime minister in last one decade. The British public is tired. They have been promised change for 10 years. They have been promised getting Brexit done, leveling up, resetting the economy, and stability. They are tired of slogans. They just want results. Britain is at the breaking point, but every breaking point is also a turning point. Maybe the cycle of stability forces a change in how the government is run. Maybe it forces a return to real substantive policy over sound bites. Or maybe it is a warning. So, friends, I want to hear from you. We have seen seven leaders in a decade. Has the system failed, or is it the just the price of modern democracy? Drop a comment below and let's keep the conversation civil but be honest. If you found this breakdown helpful, please hit that like button. It helps us getting the this analysis to more and more people. And don't forget to subscribe. We will be tracking every development of this leadership race right here. Thanks for watching. Stay informed, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello, friends. Welcome. In an era of rapid disruption, volatile markets, and constant changes, CEOs often struggle with the external matrices of success. But what happens when you lead from a place of indestructible purpose? We explore how shifting your perspective from transient to the eternal allows you to lead with unwavering clarity, courage, and resilience. Let's go and discuss this further. In the modern boardroom, we talk a lot about disruption, market volatility, and competitive threats. We treat these, like an isolated business problems to be solved with spreadsheet and strategies, etc. But what if the stress you are feeling, the weight of the responsibility, isn't just a business problem? What if it's a deeper existential calling? So welcome, friends. Today we are just talking about leadership tactics. We are also talking about a 7,000-year-old framework that is arguably the ultimate guide for a CEO in the 21st century, and that is Bhagavad Gita. Specifically, we are diving into chapter 2, verse 18, a verse that serves as a profound, uncompromising mandate for any leader. And the verse starts like this, and the quote begins: what can be destroyed is the external body housing the imperishable and indestructible soul. O descendants of Bharat, arise and fight. And the quote close. So, friend, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let us decode this particular verse. Let's break down the verse. Krishna is speaking to Arjun, a warrior paralyzed by the gravity of his situation. He says, what can be destroyed is the external body. Think about your business, your quarterly results, your stock price, your office space, your current product line, even your brand reputation. These are the external bodies of your organization. They are, by definition, subject to change. They can be destroyed. As a CEO, we spend 99% of our time obsessing over these external transient things. We tie our identity to them. When the company hits a slump, we feel like we are falling. When the market shifts, we feel like our mission is dying. But Krishna's message is that there is an imperishable soul. The core mission of your integrity, your vision, and the true value you provide to the world, that cannot be destroyed. When you lead from the core, you stop being a slave to the volatile market. You stop leading out of fear of losses, and you start leading from a place of unshakable principle. So, if the external is temporary, does that mean we should just give up and meditate in a cave? No. The words command, arise and fight. This is the part that resonates most with the CEO's reality. Many leaders suffer from analysis paralysis or the fear of making the wrong move. But here, the command is clear. You are in a position of power and you have a duty. Arising is an act of clarity. It means standing up, shedding the paralysis of doubt, and aligning yourself with your deeper purpose. Fighting isn't about being aggressive or ruthless. It's about being decisive. It's about taking the responsibility of your role and executing your vision without attachment to the outcome. So when you know that your core mission is indestructible, you make better decisions. You become bold because you realize that even if the external body of a specific project fails, your fundamental commitment to truth and value remains intact. You stop playing not to lose and start playing to win. How do you apply this tomorrow morning in your boardroom meeting or in your office? There are a few things I would like to share with you. First, detach from the outcome. When you sit down for that high stake meeting, remind yourself that the deal or the result is an external event. Your integrity and your duty are what matters now. Number two, identify your soul. What is the core, unchangeable mission of your company? Define it, write it down, and let that be your North Star, your guiding principle. Number three, execute with presence. When it's time to make a hard call, a layoff, a pivot, or a merger, don't do it from a place of anxiety. Do it from a place of duty. That is the warrior spirit. The world doesn't need more CEOs who are just managing, declining, or fearing the next disruption. The world needs leaders who understand that they are part of something larger, something that cannot be extinguished by by a down quarter or changing markets. You are not just a manager of assets. You are steward of a vision. So acknowledge the temporary, embrace your duty, and most importantly, arise and fight. So friends, thanks for watching. If this resonates with you, I will love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How are you leading from your imperishable core today? Until next time, stay focused and lead with purpose. See you in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। हम जो भी लीडर हैं, हमारे सीईओस हो सकते हैं, टीम लीडर्स हो सकते हैं, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हो सकते हैं, इन सबको एक चीज़ बहुत ही प्रभावित करती है, वो है बिजनेस अनसर्टेनिटी। उससे काफ़ी मानसिक तनाव होता है। तो हम इस चीज़ का सोल्यूशन ढूंढने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन कहीं मिलता नहीं है। तो आज हम इस क्वेश्चन का, इस सिचुएशन का सलूशन निकालने का प्रयास करेंगे और हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। आप सबको पता है भगवत गीता एक मास्टर क्लास की तरह हमारे सामने मौजूद है और आधुनिक लीडर के ऊपर बिल्कुल बखूबी इसकी जो लर्निंग्स है वो इम्प्लीमेंट की जा सकती हैं। तो आज हम एक पर्टिकुलर वर्ड से इस सिचुएशन का सलूशन निकालेंगे जिसमें भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने अर्जुन को समझाया कि सब कुछ प्रकट और अप्रकट है, ठीक वैसे ही जैसे कि किसी बिजनेस का उतार चढ़ाव। चलिए इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करते हैं। आज की भागदौड़ बड़ी जिंदगी कॉर्पोरेट दुनिया में, जहां बाजार हर पल बदलता है, जहां मुनाफा और घाटा किसी जुए की तरह अनिश्चित है, अनसर्टेन है, वहीं एक सीईओ का सबसे बड़ा हथियार क्या है? क्या वो टेक्नोलॉजी है? क्या उसकी बड़ी टीम है? नहीं, वो उसका हथियार है मेंटल स्टेबिलिटी, मानसिक स्थिरता। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2 श्लोक 28 पर, जो एक सीईओ के लिए कर्म योगी और उसकी असली परिभाषा को डिफाइन करता है। चलिए हम इस पर्टिकुलर वर्स के बारे में बात करते हैं। इस वर्स में भगवान श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, हर चीज, हर इंसान, हर बिजनेस अपने जन्म से पहले इनविजिबल था, मृत्यु के बाद फिर से वो इनविजिबल हो जाएगा, मतलब वो होगा ही नहीं, मैनिफेस्ट ही नहीं होगा, अनमैनिफेस्टेड रहेगा। केवल जीवन, जन्म और मृत्यु के बीच में जो जीवन काल है उसी के अंदर विजिबल रहता है, मतलब मैनिफेस्टेड रहता है। तो जो अनिश्चितता है कि मरने के बाद क्या होगा, जन्म से पहले क्या होगा, उसके बारे में शोक क्यों करना। तो ये एक वर्स है, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब इसका हम एनालिसिस करेंगे। इससे पहले दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके जरूर बताएं कि किस सिटी से आप हमारा ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं और आप किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में आप रोज नई चुनौतियां देखते हैं। प्रोजेक्ट फेल होते हैं, सक्सेस होता है, शेयर गिरता है, ऊपर चढ़ता है, लोग साथ छोड़ते हैं और इससे विपत्ति और दुख आता है। कभी कभी कुछ नेगेटिव होता है तो उससे कुछ ना कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आती है या कोई दिक्कत आती है। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या बताना चाहती है? जो आया है वो जाएगा। बिजनेस का राइज एंड फॉल एक ही चक्र के हिस्से हैं। जब आप इस सच्चाई को स्वीकार कर लेते हैं तो उतार चढ़ाव का खेल जो है, इसके जो हिस्सा है, उसको उससे आपका डर खत्म हो जाता है। आप विचलित नहीं होते, आपको किसी तरह का भय नहीं लगता है। आपको समझ में आता है कि जो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस है, दे आर पार्ट ऑफ द सेम कॉइन, सेम व्हील। आप परिणाम, जो रिजल्ट है, उसकी चिंता नहीं करते, बल्कि प्रोसेस में जीने की शुरुआत कर देते हैं। कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं कि अगर आप सब कुछ अस्थाई है तो पछतावा कैसा? एक सीईओ के लिए शोक का मतलब क्या है? अतीत की गलतियों पर रोना या भविष्य की विफलता पर डर को पैदा करना। मतलब आप पीछे वालों से इतने जो इंसिडेंट्स हुए उससे इतने ज्यादा आप टच हो जाते हैं कि आगे आप डरने लग जाते हैं। सो कर्म योगी होने का क्या मतलब है? पूरी ताकत के साथ काम करना, लेकिन उसके फल से खुद को बांध के नहीं रखना चाहिए, जिससे आपको ना किसी चीज का शौक हो, ना फ्यूचर में होने वाले इंसिडेंट्स का भय हो। आप डिटैच होकर निर्णय लें, तब आपके फैसले भावनाओं से नहीं बल्कि डेटा और विवेक से प्रेरित होंगे। यही वो स्थिरता है जो लीडर को भीड़ से अलग खड़ा करती है। अपनी टीम को यह संदेश दें कि अनिश्चित, अनसर्टेनिटी के गुलाम नहीं होके आपको काम करना है, और जो परिवर्तन है, चेंज, यही एक मीडियम है सक्सेस पाने का। मतलब कि चेंज को हमेशा एम्ब्रेस करना है। चेंज तो होके ही रहेगा। भगवान कृष्ण इस वर्ष में यही बता रहे हैं कि चेंज आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, रिजल्ट आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, लेकिन उस पे काम करना आपके पूरे कंट्रोल में है। मार्केट आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, मार्केट अनसर्टेन है, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं। आपके जो इन्वेस्टर हैं वो हमेशा चिंतित हैं, लेकिन उनको विजन दिखाइए। आपकी टीमें डरी हुई हैं, उनको आप स्टेबिलिटी दिखाइए। तो साथियों, अगली बार जब आप अपने सामने कोई बड़ी चुनौती आए तो याद रखें इस पर्टिकुलर वर्ड्स के बारे में याद रखें, जो बहुत ही महान शब्द बोले गए हैं भगवान कृष्ण के द्वारा अर्जुन को बताए गए हैं। इसकी सीख को जरूर ध्यान रखें और इससे ये आपको लगेगा कि आप स्थिर हो जाएंगे, आप कर्म योगी हो जाएंगे। आपको ये जो ये मंत्र की तरह आप इसको इस्तेमाल करें, आपका मार्गदर्शन होगा और आप सक्सेसफुल भी रहेंगे। लेकिन क्योंकि आप इस मंत्र को फॉलो करते हैं तो ज़्यादा सक्सेस और ज़्यादा फेलियर आपको प्रभावित नहीं करेंगे। तो दोस्तों, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट सीख है। अगर आपके कुछ सवाल हैं या कोई आपके ओपिनियन है, जरूर करके कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखिए और बी ए कर्मयोगी। हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। आपका दिन शुभ रहे।
Centuries before telescope unveiled the galaxies and the rover tested the Martian soil, Bodhyana inscribed geometry into sacred verses of Vedas. His Salva Sutra transformed rituals into science, altar into cosmos, and proportions into law. His vision, the diagonal of a square, was not just a measure, it was a bridge between Earth and the infinity. Today, as scientists decode organic molecule on Mars and stimulate the universe and map billions of galaxies, the Buddhian's legacy feels startlingly alive. His mathematics whispers across millennia. Symmetry is eternal. The cosmos itself is an altar of proportion. From sacred fire to cosmos light, Bodhian's geometry still validates the universe unfolding design. We are talking about first ever Indian mathematician who came up with the several concepts in mathematics. So let's find out more. So, in the long arc of human enquiries, certain names emerges as quiet yet foundational. Bodhyanth, the sage of Vedic age, stands among them. Living nearly 3 millennia ago, he authored Salva Sutra, a text that is first glance seemed ritualistic, guides for constructing altar, but in truth, the conceals the profound or construction of mathematical and cosmological wisdom. His work reminds us that the science often begin in service of culture and spirituality, yet transcends them to touch the universal truth. Bodhyans is credited with articulating what we now call the Pythagoras theorem. Now, centuries before the Pythagoras himself. So, in his verses, he declared how the diagonal of square relates to its sides and how the right angle triangles obey a precise relationship. And this was not an abstract geometry, but its own sake. It was applied science, ensuring that the sacred fire altar were built with a perfect symmetry, aligned human rituals with cosmic order. So, in this way, mathematics became a bridge between earthly and the divine. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward on this interesting topic, today, as cosmologists map the universe with supercomputer and telescope, the Buddhian's spirit lingers. His insistence on proportion, symmetry, and when the scientists describe the geometry of space-time, or when they calculate the curvature of cosmos, they are hiring the tradition that began with the sages who saw geometry as sacred. the altar became prototype for the universe itself, a structure governed by law, balance, and hidden harmonies. So Bodhian also ventured into approximations of pi, recognizing the challenges of square, the circle, and this pursuit resonated with today's cosmology when the constant like pi or E and the fine structured constant define the architecture of reality. Just as Bodhian sought to reconcile circle and the square, the modern physicists strive to reconcile quantum mechanics and relativity, and two geometries of existence that demands unification. So, in the current century, cosmology is ablaze with the discoveries. Dark energies accelerating the universe, gravitational waves rippling through the space-time, an organic molecule found on Mars hinting at habitability. So each breakthrough reminds us that the cosmos is not static but dynamic, layered with mysteries. So Bodhian's vision of geometry as a living principle aligned with the modern view. He saw mathematics not as a cold abstraction but a language of transformation, fire becoming energy and altar becoming cosmos, proportion becoming harmony. So there is also philosophical thread. Bodhian's work suggests that the knowledge is cumulative, passed orally, refined through practice and embedded in the culture. So today, scientist community mirrors this, building on a centuries of inquiries, sharing data across the continent, and treating discoveries as a collective inheritance. The Large Hadron Collider, the James Webb Space Telescope, or the quantum stimulator are modern altar constructed with the precision to probe the mysteries of existence. In reflecting on Bodhians, we see a continuum where the Vedic ritual geometry to the cosmological stimulations of universe fate. His legacy is not confined to the ancient India. It is a part of humanity's shared quest to understand the order in chaos. The 7 organic molecules on Mars, the mapping of billions of galaxies, the decoding of quantum materials, all chapter in the same story he began. So the search for the pattern that reveal life, meaning, and the cosmos design. So thus Bodhian is more than a mathematician of antiquity. He is symbol of how science and spirituality can converge, and how geometry can both alter and universe, and how the ancient insight can resonate with the most advanced cosmological theories of our time, that is 2026. So his voice carried across millennia reminds us that the pursuit of knowledge is itself a sacred act, binding us to the cosmos in a proportion, symmetry, and wonder. So Bodhian's verses remind us that the search for order in the universe is timeless. What began as a sacred geometry for fire altar now resonate in the equation of cosmology and the mapping of galaxies and decoding of Martian organics. His legacy validates the truth that science and spirituality are not opposite but a companion actually, and each seeking proportion, symmetry, and meaning in the vast unknown. So as the modern discoveries unfold, Bodhian's voice still echoes. The cosmos is designed. Humanity's role is to read its geometry and reverence and definitely wonder. We do all the time. No? So we have come to the end of this wonderful video. We'll please like and subscribe our channel, and we'll look you in the next one. Waiting for your comments on this topic. But before we actually end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है और आज है 2 जुलाई यानी कि बृहस्पतिवार यानी कि थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन जो है वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम रोज भगवान की पूजा करते हैं, आज हम विष्णु भगवान की पूजा करेंगे और एक मंत्र का सिंपल सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन। तो हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर को यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे मर्जी इसको करना चाहें, आपके पास माला है या अपने मन में आप करना चाहें, आप फ्री समझिए, कैसे भी आप करिए, लेकिन 11 दफा करना है। हर थर्सडे को, हर बृहस्पतिवार को अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान का नमन करना जरूरी है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और इस काउंटर को हम अपने पास रखते हैं और शुरू हो जाते हैं अपना भगवान विष्णु की आराधना के लिए। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। जैसे हमारा दिन शुभ है, हम इसकी कामना करते हैं, वैसे ही हम इसकी भी कामना करते हैं कि आपका दिन भी मंगलमय और शुभ रहे। इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम अभी यहाँ पे बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार।
Hello friends, when we think of space weather, our mind instinctively turns towards sun. Its flares, its storms and its endless stream of solar wind. Yet, hidden in the plain sight, another force has been shaping the cosmos environment, and that is above us. Any idea? I'm just talking about lightning. The familiar crackles in the sky, once thought to be kind of earth-centric. Earth storm is defined with the lightning, is now revealed as a messenger to the heavens. With each flash, electromagnetic whispers race upwards, weaving into ionosphere and beyond, and certainly altering the conditions that of satellites, astronauts and the global communication that depends upon.
So, this revelation actually sparked by a small but mighty NASA satellite, and which reframes the lightning not as a spectacle, but which is definitely earlier it was considered as a local spectacles, but now as a global player in the theater of space. It is a reminder that the storm outside your window is not just a weather, it is a part of a revolution, and it's how we understand that the delicate balance between earth and the cosmos.
For centuries, lightning has been regarded as a terrestrial phenomena, awe-inspiring but earth-bound spectacle of raw energy. Right? I think you must have seen it. Sometimes it creates ripples in your heart. Sometimes you enjoy the spectacle. It strikes across the sky, illuminating the storm clouds, rattling windows, reminding humanity of nature's, which is untamed power. Yet, in the recent years, scientists have begun to uncover a startling truth. Lightning is not confined to Earth, influencing the delicate balance of space weather that governs satellites, communication system, and even the safety of astronauts. The breakthrough actually came from a small NASA satellite, modest in size and but monumental in ambition. Unlike the towering rockets or sprawling observation that often dominates the headlines, this satellite was designed with a precision, simplicity, and its mission definitely was study the electromagnetic fingerprints of lightning and trace how these pulses interact with ionosphere and the charged layer of Earth's upper atmosphere and beyond. Into a vastness of near Earth space, what it discovered actually had sparked a revolution in our understanding of space weather. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, lightning is, it turned out, is more than a flash of light and a crackle of thunder. Each bolt sends electromagnetic waves and racing upwards, piercing the ionosphere like invisible arrow. And this wave, known as whistlers for these airy and descending tones, when captured by radio receivers, can travel thousands of kilometers along the Earth's magnetic field lines, and in doing so they disturb the charged particles and alter radiation bands and create a cascading effect that ripple through the space environment. For decades, space weather was thought to be driven primarily by solar activity, the flares, the coronal mass ejections, the solar winds that actually enters or disturbs the Earth's magnetosphere. While the sun remains the dominant force, lightning has now emerged as a hidden partner in its cosmic dance. So, as NASA satellite revealed that the terrestrial storm contribute to the fluctuation in radiation level around the Earth, subtly shapes the condition faced by satellites and spacecraft. In essence, every thunderstorm is a participation in the grand theater of space weather. So thus implication was profound. Communication network and GPS system and power grid all actually are kind of forced, kind of have a very soft softness to the space weather disruption. So by recognizing lightning role, the scientists can redefine predictive model and offering more accurate warning to industries and governments. A storm in the Midwest may not only ground the flight or knock out the local power, it may also send ripples into the orbit, affecting the satellite that guides ship across the ocean and monitor climate change. So, beyond the practical, there is a poetic resonance to this discovery. So, lightning, along a symbol of divine wrath or a natural chaos, is now revealed as a bridge between earth and space. It connects the terrestrial and celestial, reminding us that the boundaries are imagined between the sky and cosmos, and that these are porous. So the flash that terrifies a child at night or inspire a poet verses is also a signal in the grand circuitry of the universe. And this revolution actually made lot of difference, you know. So and this revolution is not merely scientific; it is also cultural. By reframing lightning as a space weather agent, humanity is inviting to see storm differently. So they are also isolated tempest, but nodes in the planetary system that extend the outward to the stars. The small NASA satellite has given us a new lens, one that transform every thundercloud into a participant in the cosmic dynamics. So, as recent research actually continues, we may find that lightning holds further secrets, perhaps influencing auroras, perhaps interacting with the cosmos rays, or perhaps even shaping the long-term evolution of Earth's magnetosphere. So, what is certain is that the spark has been lit, and a revolution is underway, one that begins with a flash in the sky and extends into the infinite expanse of space. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. Do send your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this particular live stream, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 2026, as humanity navigates in an era defined by artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and digital economics, it is striking to realize that most advanced systems will rest upon the foundation laid nearly 1400 years ago by Brahmagupta. His recognition of zero as a number, his rules for negative values, his algebraic formulations are not a relic of antiquity, but living principle embedded in every algorithm, blockchain, and ledger and machine learning model today. When we speak of data science and or when we speak of coding language that drives modern innovations, we are echoing Brahmagupta's vision of mathematics as a universal language, now capable of describing both void and infinite. So, in the world where the billions of calculations occur every second, Brahmagupta's insight actually reminds us that the progress is always built upon the courage of pioneers who dare to redefine the possible.
Now, in the 7th century CE, amid of intellectual ferment of ancient India, a brilliant mind emerged, and that is also from the city of Ujjain, and his name was Brahmagupta, one of the greatest mathematicians in history. His work did not merely redefine the existing knowledge, it also transformed the very foundation of mathematics. To speak of Brahmagupta is not the kind of we are speaking of birth of algebra as a discipline. We are also actually mentioning the formalization of negative numbers and the revolutionary introduction of zero as both symbol and as a number. So Brahmagupta's magnum opus is very, very profound, and he's also written in his book, which is Brahmagupta Siddhanta, which was early 628 CE and was a text that combined astronomy with mathematics, but its mathematical section becomes timeless. So, in this treatise, he articulated the rules of arithmetic operations involving zero and negative numbers. The concept that had baffled scholars for centuries, and that is something which still we actually enjoy doing while doing maths. He declared that the subtracting a number from itself yields zero. That zero added to a number leaves it unchanged, and that zero multiplied by any number is zero. So these may sound obvious today, but in his era, they were groundbreaking formulation that gave mathematics a new logic and consistency. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching, because that will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, going forward about this magnificent personality, which is his name is Brahmagupta. So equally the revolutionary was his treatment of negative numbers. While earlier tradition often dismissed the negative as meaningless, but Brahmagupta recognized them as a debt. In contrast to the positive number as fortunes, he laid down the rule that debt minus zero is a debt. A fortune minus zero is fortune, and the product of two debt is a fortune. So this conceptual clarity allowed algebra to flourish and paving way to most equations that could handle a wider range of values. So Brahmagupta also advanced algebraic methods. He described a solution to quadratic equations and that introduction of the rules for dealing with unknowns. and even touched upon what we now call intermediate equation. So his systematic approach to algebra was centuries ahead of its time, influencing mathematicians across culture, from Islamic Golden Age to Renaissance of Europe. So beyond algebra, Brahmagupta's insight extended to geometry and astronomy. He provided formulas for areas of cyclic quadrilaterals and improved a method for calculating eclipse and refined the planetary models. Yet, his enduring legacy remains the elevation of zero from placeholder to a full-fledged number, a conceptual leap that enables the decimal system and modern mathematics. What makes Brahmagupta's contribution so profound is not just the technical brilliance, but the philosophical depth. In the recognizing zero, he also acknowledged the void as a mathematical entity, a symbol of nothingness that paradoxically becomes the cornerstone of everything. So his vision bridges the abstract and the practical, ensuring that mathematics could describe both the heavens above and the transactions of daily life. Today, every equation that balances, every algorithm that runs, every digital system that encodes information owes a debt to Brahmagupta's genius. He was not merely a mathematician of antiquity, he was a pioneer who gave humanity the tool to think beyond limits, to embrace the infinite, and to calculate the impossible. So as we reflect Brahmagupta's legacy, it becomes clear that his genius was not confined to the 7th century. It contains to shape the very fabric of our modern world. By formalizing the rules of zero, negative numbers, and algebraic operation, he gave humanity a language of balance and precision that underpins everything from the financial system to the artificial intelligence. His vision transformed the abstract ideas into tools of calculations, bridging the philosophy and the practicality in a way that still resonate today. In 2026, when algorithm drives economies, when quantum computer explore the boundaries of possibilities, and when the AI models learn through the billions of equations, we are reminded that these marvels rest upon the foundation Brahmagupta laid. His courage to nothingness and to embrace the paradox of negative was not just a mathematical breakthrough, it was philosophical revolution. So closing this story on Brahmagupta stands as a timeless pioneer, a thinker who proved that even the emptiness of zero could become the cornerstone of infinite progress. His work is not just a history, it is a pulse of every calculation we make today. So please send us your comments on this subject. Subscribe to our channel for more insight to know about spirituality and mythology in a scientific way. See you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep. in your studio. And also it has a civil base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Namaskaram doston, you're most welcome. In a world of constant notifications and the rapid fire decisions, the greatest threat to a CEO's success isn't the competitor, it is the inability to focus. Therefore, in this video, we explore the high cost of distraction in executive leadership and share a 5,000-year-old framework for mental clarity. We will actually take help from Bhagavad Gita and try to decode this particular issue. Let's go and explore this further. We've all been here, haven't you? Late night, glowing screen, the weight of the company on your shoulder, and a whirlwind of notifications, market alerts, and urgent emails spinning around your head. In the modern business world, we are conditioned to believe that the multitasking is a superpower. We think that being connected is the same as being effective. But I'm here to tell you that this fragmented state of mind is costing you your greatest asset, your decision making capacity. In the C suite, distraction isn't just an annoyance, it is your greatest enemy. It is the silent thief of strategic foresight. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old solution to this modern crisis. We are going to discuss how a single verse from Bhagavad Gita can turn around a scattered executive into an unshakable leader. What happens when your mind is fragmented? You lose the big picture. You focus on the urgent, never the important, right? Your intuition dulls. You stop sensing the weather of your market because you are too busy checking the barometer every 5 seconds. You lose your presence. Your team can feel it. When the CEO is distracted, the company culture becomes reactive, anxious, and erratic. The problem isn't that you lack talent, it is that your senses, your connection to the influx of constant noise data, are effectively holding your mind hostage. You are experiencing what we might call executive overload. Thousands of years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the warrior prince Arjun faced a crisis of focus. His mind was shattered. The solution offered to him in the Bhagavad Gita, which is mentioned in chapter 2, verse 61, is an relevant to the modern CEO as it was to that ancient leader. The verse essentially states, and the quote starts, the only way to maintain steady wisdom is to control your senses and absorb your mind in me. Now, let's strip away the complexity. What does this mean for your business? Control your senses. In your term, this means managing your input. It is not just about turning off your phone, it's about curating the information that reaches your brain. A CEO who reads every headline, checks every Slack channel, and engages in every micro drama is a CEO whose senses are uncontrolled. Next is absorb your mind in me. In a spiritual context, this refers to the divine. In the leadership context, however, I want you to replace that with your vision or your company's North Star. To absorb your mind means to be so completely anchored in your long term goal, your company's mission, and your strategic intent that external noise simply bounces off and it does not affect you. How do you actually get there?
And here are your technical guide to apply verse 61, and you can do it from tomorrow morning. First, build a sensory firewall. You have the power to limit inputs, schedule your deep work, block where no notifications are allowed, protect your mental bandwidth, and the same way you protect your company's capital. Number two, practice the observer mentality. When a crisis hit, don't jump into the middle of it immediately. Take a step back. Observe the chaos. By controlling your sensory reaction to the bad news, you gain a split second of clarity that your competitor won't have. And number three, re anchor hourly. Every hour, ask yourself, does what I'm doing right now align with my highest strategic priority? If the answer is no, you are letting your senses distraction, which is your distraction, dictate your time. Mastering your mind is not about becoming a monk, it's about becoming a strategist. When you stop chasing every shiny object and every urgent email, you become the most powerful person in the room because you are the one and only who is truly steady. Distraction is easy, it's a path of least resistance. But leadership is the practice of holding the line. You have a choice. You can continue to let the market, the notification, and the urgent demand pull you in thousand different directions, like the first in the first para we described, or you can choose to be the steady hand at the center of the storm. Control your input, anchor your mind in your vision, master your mind, and you will find that you are no longer just reacting to the market. You are the one defining it. If you found this insight valuable, I challenge you to the test, which is based on 2.61, and I call it 2.61 protocol. 2.61 is chapter 2, verse 61 of Bhagavad Gita. And just do it for just 1 week. Cut the noise, deepen the focus, watch what happens to your decision making. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the ancient wisdom for the modern leadership, friends. Until next time, lead with clarity. And I will catch you again in the next one. India is the world's fastest growing economy, but our governance is still playing a catch up with yesterday's problem. What if our civil servants stopped reacting to crises and started predicting them before they happened? We are officially overhauling the IAS into a data driven foresight engine to bulletproof our nation against the global volatility. How this is going to happen? Let us discuss this further. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. Imagine running the world's fastest growing major economy, managing a billion plus lives, and steering a nation through rapid global volatility, all while looking exclusively in the rear view mirror. For decades, that has been a silent burden of India's civil service. When a drought hit, we rush relief. When urban traffic crippled a tech hub, we built flyovers over the gridlock. When economic shocks rippled through rural supply chain, we pitched the holes after the damage was done. We trained our brightest mind to be exceptional firefighters. But in 2026, the mandate has fundamentally shifted. Today, we are dissecting one of the most quite profound and revolutionary overhaul in the modern administrative history. Why every IAS officer is now learning predictive analytics. We aren't just talking about digital literacy or e-governance spreadsheets. We are talking about transforming India's elite civil service from reactive crisis management machine into a data-driven foresight engine. Let's unpack how and why India is upgrading its governance architecture for the future. To understand why this shift is happening right now in 2026, we have to look at the sheer scale and speed of the modern complexity. India's economy is soaring, driven by massive infrastructure expansion, AI integration, and booming startup ecosystem. But the growth brings velocity. And velocity brings the vulnerability that move faster than human paperwork ever could do. Consider how traditional governance operate. A district magistrate receives an intelligence report on agriculture stress or groundwater depletion. By the time the data is aggregated from the village level up to the state capital, vetted, debated, and turned into a policy directives, weeks or months have passed. The ground reality has already mutated. In a world defined by global supply chain shocks and climate anomalies and rapid technological shifts, waiting for a crisis to manifest before reacting is no longer just inefficient, it is economically catastrophic. Think about it like driving a high-speed bullet train through a dense fog with your eyes locked on the track right beneath your wheels. No matter how fast your reflexes are, you will eventually miss the sharp turn ahead. Predictive analytics gives our administrator the radar. So what does this predictive analytics actually mean for an IAS officer? It's not about replacing human empathy, political intuition, or the grassroots leadership with cold algorithm. Rather, it is about augmenting human judgment with machine foresight. At its core, predictive analytics combine historical data, real-time IoT feeds, satellite telemetry, and machine learning models to answer a single powerful question. That is, where is the next friction point likely to occur? And how do we prevent it today? Let's break down this into real governance scenarios. First, in agriculture and climate resilience. So instead of reacting to the crop failures and farmer distress over poor monsoon, district administrators are using predictive models trained on weather pattern, soil moisture indices, and market pricing trends to deploy a targeted irrigation and financial cushions months in advance. So moving on to the urban infrastructure and public health, cities like Gurugram, Bengaluru, and Mumbai are generating mountains of data. Predictive models can forecast traffic bottlenecks, pollution spikes, and vector-borne disease outbreak weeks before this whole situation spiral and overwhelm the local hospital. Next, in the welfare delivery and leakage prevention. By analyzing socio-economic data sets with advanced pattern recognition, administrative machinery can dynamically identify marginalized households slipping through the cracks of the welfare net, ensuring subsidies reach them proactively. Now, this isn't the theoretical concept discussed in think tank anymore. It has fundamentally rewired the training curriculum at the foundational level of the Indian civil services. If you walk into administrative training academies today, you won't just see case studies on 19th century land revenue codes or classical administrative laws. You will see young officers trained hunch over terminal screens, running scenario simulations, learning the fundamentals of data architecture, and studying the algorithmic liabilities. Why? Because an IAS officer in 2026 is effectively the chief executive officer of their district or department. When a corporate CEO makes a strategic decision, they rely on a dashboard, predictive revenue models, and risk analysis software. Why should a district collector managing a budget worth thousands of crores and population larger than any European nation rely solely on institutions and fragmented anecdotal notes? The modern bureaucrats is learning how to interrogate data, knowing what data is asking for, understanding how to cut through bureaucratic vanity metrics, and demand high integrity ground level inputs. Interpreting algorithmic output is also very important. Recognizing the biases, margins of error, and limitation of predictive models so they don't blindly follow a machine nor stubbornly ignore it. Translating foresight into execution, bridging the gap between complex data insight and the grassroots political administrative execution. This transformation ties directly into India's broader vision, which is Viksit Bharat. A developed nation cannot afford administrative frictions. Every rupee lost to delayed intervention, every week wasted in bureaucratic red tape, and every crisis managed reactively, extract a toll on our national potential. When our civil servants adopt predictive foresight, the nature of governance shifts from punitive to curative to preventive and then generative. So instead of managing protest over water scarcity, they manage the aquifer level before scarcity hits. Instead of scrambling to regulate emerging technologies after they disrupt the social order, they use anticipatory regulatory sandboxes to guide innovation safely. This is a real superpower of a modern state. It is not just about having a biggest population, the highest GDP growth, or the most advanced digital payment rails. It's about having a state apparatus smart enough, agile enough, and forward looking enough to protect and amplify that growth. As we navigate the complexity of 2026 and look forward towards the decades ahead, the role of Indian Administrative Service is undergoing its most profound renaissance since independence. The traditional image of bureaucrats sitting behind a towering stack of file is giving way to new archetype: the data literate strategist, the policy engineer, and the proactive guardian of the public trust. Predictive analytics doesn't remove the human element of the leadership. It frees our leaders to focus on what humans do best, which is empathy, strategic vision, ethical judgment, and the bold execution. So, friends, what are your thoughts on this massive shift in Indian governance? Can predictive AI truly eliminate the bureaucratic bottlenecks, or will new challenges emerge? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. And if you found this insight or deep dive valuable, make sure to hit the subscribe button, share this video with your fellow aspirants and policy enthusiasts, and explore our other masterclass right here on Akulmach Business. I'm your host CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Stay curious, stay strategic. Bye for now.
For decades, the thick yellow-orange clouds of Venus have hidden a secret. While we have understood the upper atmosphere, the lower haze has remained one of the planetary science's greatest enigma until now. In this video, we dive into the groundbreaking discovery that reveals the true source of this mysterious layer, which is cosmic dust. Let's go and find this out. Venus is often called as Earth's evil twin. At first glance, it is the same size, has the same composition, and sits right next door in our solar system. But beneath that beautiful glowing facade lies a nightmare. Surface temperature hot enough to melt lead, atmospheric pressures that would crush a submarine, and thick cloud of corrosive sulfuric acid. For over 50 years since the first probe, like the US, beg your pardon, Soviet Vanra and NASA's Pioneer Venus descended into the toxic soup, scientists have been haunted by the specific mystery. Most of the Venus's clouds sit between 47 and 70 kilometers up, but deep below that, below the cloud cover in the lower haze, there is a layer of mysterious particles that shouldn't be there by all accounts, and What causes these particles to float in that area? It was a mystery. So, what created them? Why won't they go away? For half a century, we had no answers. But today, in 2026, a team of researchers from Tokou University and the Royal Belgian Institute for Space Astronomy has finally cracked the case. And the answer didn't come from the volcanoes of Venus, it came from the stars. To understand the discovery, we have to understand why the lower haze is so enigmatic in the first place. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. On Earth, clouds are simple. Water evaporates, condenses, and eventually fall as rain. On Venus, it's a cycle of sulfur. Sulfuric acid clouds dominate the upper atmosphere. However, as you go deeper towards the surface, the temperature skyrockets. By the time you get below 47 kilometers, it becomes so hot that sulfuric acid cannot exist as a liquid droplet. It evaporates into gas. Logically, the clouds should just stop, but they don't. Probes descending through this kill zone in the year 1970 and it is detected a persistent ghostly haze of solid particles. For decades, the theories flew. Was it volcanic ash being kicked up from the surface? Was it some strange chemical reaction? We didn't understand at all. None of these models worked. The math never added up until Hiroki Karayu and his team decided to look at what Venus was eating from space. Every day, every planet in our solar system is bombarded by cosmic dust, tiny fragments left behind by the comets and colliding asteroids. We see these on Earth as shooting stars. When these meteors hit an atmosphere, they burn up, creating what scientists call meteoric smoke. These are nanometer-sized mineral particles, essentially tiny bits of iron, magnesium, and silicon. The search team used a state-of-the-art microphysical model to trace the life cycle of these particles as they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Here is the aha moment. As this cosmic dust drifts down from top of the atmosphere, it enters the sulfuric acid cloud deck. Instead of just passing through these tiny mineral bits as nuclei, essentially the seeds that sulfuric acid droplets grow around, but then the particles keep falling. They reach that 47 kilometer mark where the heat becomes unbearable. The sulfuric acid shell evaporates away, but the solid mineral core, which is the cosmic dust, remains. This is where the mystery is truly solved. When the acid evaporates, it leaves behind these naked mineral cores. Because the atmosphere at this depth is so dense, these tiny particles start bumping into each other at very high rate. They don't just bounce off, they kick, they stick also. Sometimes they kick, move away and collide with other particles. This process is called the coagulation. These tiny grains of stardust clumps together to form larger, more complex particles. This is exactly what the Pioneer Venus probe saw decades ago, the haze of solid, non-volatile particles that survived the heat. The team simulation didn't just suggest this could happen. The result matched the decade-old data from Venera and the Pioneer probes with startling accuracy. After 50 years, the ghost of Venus has a name. It is the processed remains of billions of shooting stars. So why does this matter beyond just solving an old puzzle? Because this dust isn't just a passive visitor. It is actively terraforming, or rather Venus forming, the planet's climate. The researchers found that these cosmic seeds increase Venus' total cloud production by 20 to 30%. Without this rain of space dust, Venus might have thinner clouds, which would fundamentally change how much solar energy the planet reflects and how much heat it traps. Furthermore, these dust particles contains metallic elements like iron. This could finally explain the unknown UV absorber, the mysterious substance in Venus's cloud that sucks up ultraviolet light and has baffled astronomers for nearly a century. If the clouds are salted with iron from space, that explains the UV absorption perfectly. This discovery changes how we look at every planet. If the cosmic dust is shaping the atmosphere of Venus, it is likely doing the same for Jupiter, Saturn, and even distant exoplanets we are just now discovering. But the best part, we won't have to wait another 50 years to confirm this. In late 2020s, NASA Da Vinci mission will plunge through Venusian's atmosphere with most advanced sensors ever built. It will taste the air, measure the dust, and hopefully gives us high definition look at the cosmic haze we finally have understood now. The morning star still has many secrets, but thanks to a little bit of stardust and some brilliant modeling, one of its oldest mystery is finally put to rest. So friends, we have come to the end, and I see Megha Sharma joining us from LinkedIn, and she is joining us from Delhi. So Megha Sharma, great, you have informed us about your city. So friend, we have come to the end of our live stream today. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy, and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026. And it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated actually changes in the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study three languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this, CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources, and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high-stake exam model will give way to continuous competency-based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains, like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the 3-language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So what you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. Let me ask you, is your leadership built to last or is it stuck in a loop? In this episode of Beyond the Boardroom, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to uncover a startling truth for the modern day leaders, which is the cycle of rebirth and death, etc. In the material world, even the highest achiever in the Brahmalok, which is the pinnacle of success, are subject to the laws of time and repetition. For CEO, this rebirth manifests as grueling cycle of market disruption, product obsolescence, and the constant need to reinvent the wheel. Let us discuss this further. What happens the day after you reach the top? Every CEO has a Brahmalok moment. It is the quarter where the revenue hit a record high, the IPO is a smash, or the boardroom gives you a standing ovation. In the world of business, we call it having arrived. But there is a quiet anxiety that follows that peak. It is the realization that tomorrow the clock reset to zero. The market changes. The competitor emerges from the garage in the Silicon Valley. Your top talent get headhunted. Suddenly you aren't the king of the mountain anymore. You're back in the trenches fighting for the survival. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 16, Bhagwan Krishna delivers a sobering truth to Arjun that every modern leader needs to hear. And the quote starts, "O Arjun, from the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again." And the quote close. Today we are going beyond the boardroom. We are going to explore why every CEO is trapped in a cycle of rebirth and how to finally break it. Friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. In Vedic cosmology, which is the Brahmalok, is the highest point of the material universe. It is the peak of pleasure, power, and longevity. But Bhagwan Krishna wants that even there you aren't safe from the cycle. In business terms, Brahmalok is the S&P 500. It is the market leader status. But look at the history. How many Brahmalok companies from year 2000 are still relevant today? When Bhagwan Krishna speaks of repeated birth and death, he isn't just talking about the reincarnation in the biological sense. For a CEO, death is the obsolescence of your business model. Birth is the grueling process of starting over, rebranding, and fighting for a new market share. If you are leading solely for material metrics, share price, ego, or dominance, you are singing up for an eternal loop of stress. You are stuck in the sansar of the marketplace. You win, you lose, you die, you start again. It is exhausting. So why do we face this cycle? Because the material world, and by extension the global economy, is in a state of constant flux. Think about the rebirth of famous leaders. Steve Jobs faced death when he was ousted from Apple only to be reborn at Next and Pixar, eventually returning to save Apple again. Netflix died as a DVD by mail company to be reborn as a streaming giant and is now being reborn again as a content studio. Most CEOs think the goal is to survive the current life of their company. But the Gita teaches us that as long as you are attached to the result of the material world, you will always be forced back into the cycle. If your identity is tied to being the CEO of X, X meaning XYZ, what happens when X is disrupted? You suffer a professional death. You are then forced into a rebirth, a new startup, a new role, carrying the same anxiety and the same attachment as before. So, what is the alternative here? Krishna says only when you reach my spiritual abode, you never take birth again. In a leadership context, the spiritual abode is a state of transcendental leadership. It is leading from a place of purpose that is independent of market cycles. How does a CEO reaches the abode and stop painful cycle of rebirth? There are certain things you can do. For instance, detach from the fruit. Focus on dharma. If your goal is just the fruit, which is exit strategy or bonus, you are at the mercy of the cycle. If your goal is your dharma, which is unique duty to provide value to society, you remain steady whether the market is up or down. Next is continuous learning as the spiritual practice. Rebirth happens when you stop growing. In Gita, the solution to the cycle is the knowledge. A CEO who views their role as a journey of constant learning never truly dies in the market. They simply evolve, building a legacy, not just a ledger. Material success is temporary. A spiritual abode in business is the culture you build and live to remove any obstacles in your colleagues' lives or customers' lives, etc. There are only things that don't take birth again in the form of stress, and they become your permanent legacy. When you lead from this higher perspective, the cycle of rebirth stops being a threat and starts being a tool. You no longer fear the death of a product because you aren't attached to it. You no longer fear the market crash because your worth isn't tied to your net worth. You have reached a spiritual abode of equanimity. Imagine a boardroom where decisions aren't made out of fear of a corporate death, but out of commitment to the eternal principle of integrity, service, and wisdom. That is a company that transcend into this kind of a cycle. And that is a leader who has reached the highest planet and decided to go even further. Every CEO obsesses over their exit strategy, but Bhagwan Krishna is offering you the ultimate exit strategy, an exit from the cycle of anxiety, reputation, and temporary success. The next time you face a crisis, a death that is a metaphor of a project or rebirth of a competitor, remember chapter 8 and verse 16. Don't just aim from Brahmalok. Don't just aim for the top of the material world. Aim for the abode. Lead with purpose that time cannot touch. Because when you lead for something eternal, you never have to start from zero again. So friends, what do you think about this lesson? If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thank you for joining live, and now go out and take lead with wisdom of Gita. Right? So before I part ways today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
दोस्तों, आप सबको एक YouTube से मेल मिला होगा कि उन्होंने अनाउंस किया है कि 24 अगस्त के बाद आपके वीडियोस पे जो व्यूज आते हैं उसका कैलकुलेट करने का तरीका बदल गया है। काफ़ी लंबा मेल था, उस पे कुछ लिंक्स भी दिए हुए थे, कुछ पॉलिसी चेंजेस भी थे। आपने ज़्यादातर पढ़ लिया होगा, लेकिन फिर भी आपके दिल में काफ़ी क्वेश्चंस होंगे, जैसे कि आगे क्या होने वाला है, ऐसा चेंज एनालिटिक्स में क्यों किया गया है और हमको क्या करना है अपने वीडियो चैनल को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, हमारी अर्निंग पे कोई इफेक्ट आएगा और ये इसका जो इम्पैक्ट है ये क्या होने वाला है। ऐसे इस तरीके के आपके बहुत से सवाल होंगे, तो मैं ये सारे सवालों का जवाब देने की कोशिश करूंगा एक एक करके इस वीडियो में। तो अंत तक जुड़े रहें क्योंकि ये वीडियो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, इसका एक भी पोर्शन आप मिस ना करें। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। तो सबसे पहले शुरू करने से पहले मैं दो तीन बातें एकदम क्लियर कर देना चाहता हूं। पहली बात तो यह है कि आप सबके व्यूज बढ़ने वाले हैं 24 अगस्त के बाद। आपके व्यूज काफ़ी बढ़ने वाले हैं और ऐसा क्यों होगा? क्योंकि फ्रेम ए से YouTube आपका व्यूज दिखाएगा और कैलकुलेट करेगा। अब पहले क्या होता था? पहले ये होता था कि लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में अगर कोई आपका व्यूअर 30 सेकेंड्स तक आपका वीडियो देखता है, शुरू के 30 सेकंड्स, तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाता था। और सिमिलरली अगर शॉर्ट 3 सेकंड तक अगर कोई कंटिन्यू देखता था आपका शॉर्ट, तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाता था। अब दोनों में ही लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो एज वेल एज शॉर्ट वीडियो अगर किसी ने 1 सेकंड भी देखा है तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाएगा। जो पहला फ्रेम अगर चल पड़ा है तो उसको व्यू में कंसिडर किया जाएगा। और यहाँ पे YouTube ने क्लासिफाई कर दिया है, 2 तरह के व्यूज होंगे, एक होगा पब्लिक व्यू और दूसरा होगा एंगेज्ड व्यू। तो एंगेज व्यू में कोई बदलाव नहीं आ रहा है। जो एंगेज व्यू पे हमारी अर्निंग, जो YPP जो प्रोग्राम है जिसमें हमको अर्निंग होती है, उसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं है। तो एंगेज व्यू तो वही रहने वाला है जो पहले था, लेकिन जो पब्लिक व्यू का एक और एनालिटिक्स ऐड हो गया है जिसमें आपके व्यूज बढ़ने वाले हैं। और जो इसका असर ऑटो प्ले पे भी पड़ेगा। आपने देखा होगा ऑटो प्ले पे कई दफ़ा बिना क्लिक किए जब आप स्क्रॉल करते हैं तो उसमें जो वीडियो होता है थंबनेल, उसके अंदर वीडियो प्ले कर जाता है। तो वो जो ऑटो प्ले है वो भी एक, अगर उसमें आपका वीडियो प्ले हो गया ऑटो प्ले के अंदर और उस पर व्यू हुआ 1 सेकंड का भी, आधे सेकंड का भी अगर व्यू हुआ तो उसको एक व्यू माना जाएगा। तो आपके जो पब्लिक व्यू हैं वो काफ़ी बढ़ने वाले हैं। तो इसमें एक खुश होने वाली बात है। अब आपका जो सवाल है कि भाई इस पे मेरी अर्निंग पे क्या असर पड़ेगा, तो इस पे आपकी अर्निंग पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। जैसे आपके YPP प्रोग्राम आपकी अर्निंग कैलकुलेट वैसे पहले करता था वैसे ही करेगा, क्योंकि एंगेजमेंट का रूल्स चेंज नहीं हुए हैं, वो वैसे के वैसे ही हैं। पब्लिक व्यूज सिर्फ चेंज हुए हैं। इससे आपको कुछ फायदा ही होगा। इससे आपको क्या फायदा होने वाला, आपका रीच बढ़ेगा, आपके चैनल का एनालिटिक्स में एक फील्ड ऐड हो जाएगा जिसको हम बोलेंगे पब्लिक व्यू। और इसका असर डायरेक्टली पड़ेगा ब्रांड डील्स के ऊपर। जो ब्रांड डील्स होती है उस पे जब आप अपना स्टैटिस्टिक्स या कुछ अपना डेटा आप एनालिटिक्स का शेयर करेंगे, उसमें आप एंगेज व्यू और पब्लिक व्यू दोनों ही शेयर करेंगे। या हो सकता है कि जो ब्रांड डील्स होंगी उसमें आगे जाके जो ब्रांड कंपनीज होंगी वो आपसे ये डेटा भी मांगे, तो यूट्यूब के एनालिटिक्स में ये डेटा अवेलेबल होगा कि आपके पब्लिक व्यूज कितने हैं और आपके एंगेजमेंट कितना हो रहा है। इन दोनों का आप एनालिटिक्स अपने ब्रांड डील्स करते समय दे सकते हैं और इससे आप अपने कस्टमर्स को इम्प्रेस भी कर सकते हैं। और ये अब देखना है कि ये चेंज उन्होंने क्यों किया है। अब देखिए, जो बाकी सब चेंज हुए थे जो फरवरी 1 2027 से एप्लीकेबल हैं, जो हमने पहले अपने वीडियो में कवर किए हैं, वो तो वैसे के हैं, आप सबको पता है इसके बारे में। लेकिन ये जो पर्टिकुलर चेंज है इससे हमें काफ़ी फायदे भी होंगे। कई दफ़ा आपने देखा होगा कि आर्टिफिशियल कुछ बॉट्स लगा के लोग अपने व्यूज़ को बढ़ाते हैं, तो इससे एकदम क्लियर हो जाएगा कि जो आपके पब्लिक व्यूज हैं वो सेपरेट हैं और जो एंगेजमेंट आप दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी तक क्या था कि अगर आपका एंगेजमेंट अच्छा है लेकिन उसको इम्प्रेस करने के लिए आपके पास डेटा पॉइंट नहीं होता था, और जो कोई दूसरा चैनल जिसने आर्टिफिशियल अपने रैंप अप किया है अपने व्यूज़ को, उसमें और आप में कोई डिफ्रेंसिएशन नहीं होता था। अब आप बता पाएंगे कि मेरे पब्लिक व्यूज़ इतने हैं लेकिन मेरा एंगेजमेंट इतना अच्छा है, तो ये डिफ्रेंसिएशन आप बता पाएंगे। और उससे क्या होगा कि अगर इस तरह का डिफ्रेंसिएशन मिलेगा तो जो आर्टिफिशियल जो जैकअप होता है व्यूज़ का, जो बॉट लगा के, एआई बॉट लगा के जो कुछ लोग उसको अपने व्यूज़ को बढ़ाते हैं, वो रोकने का चांस बन सकता है इसमें। और सबसे बड़ा रीज़न ये है कि जो इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड है कि कैसे व्यूज़ कैलकुलेट किए जाते हैं, अब जो बड़े कंपटीशन है यूट्यूब के वो है फेसबुक, मेटा का और इंस्टाग्राम। दोनों ने ही पहले ही अपने जो व्यूज़ के मेथडोलॉजी कैलकुलेट करने की वो ऐसे ही की हुई है कि पहला फ्रेम जैसे ही चालू होता है वैसे ही व्यूज कैलकुलेट करने शुरू कर दिए जाते हैं मेटा पे और इंस्टाग्राम पे। तो वो एक इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड बन गया है, तो उसको उन्होंने कंसिडर किया है और उसको उन्होंने उसी इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड को इम्प्लीमेंट किया है। तो मैं आपसे दोबारा से बोलता हूं कि इससे कोई आपको फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। आपको एक एनालिटिक पॉइंट्स जो है एनालिटिक्स का एक और डेटा पॉइंट आपको मिलेगा जिससे आप अपने ब्रांड डील्स जब आप क्लोज कर रहे होंगे तो उससे आप ज़्यादा उसको इम्प्रेस कर सकेंगे और ये डिफ्रेंशिएट कर पाएंगे कि ये मेरे पब्लिक व्यूज़ हैं और ये मेरे एंगेज व्यूज़ हैं। हो सकता है कुछ लोग अपने वीडियोस में एंगेजमेंट ज़्यादा करते हों, जिसमें जैसे पॉडकास्ट में या शॉर्ट में एंगेजमेंट ज़्यादा होता है, लेकिन अभी व्यूज़ में और एंगेज व्यूज़ में कोई डिफ्रेंसिएशन नहीं था। अब 24 अगस्त के बाद ये हो जाएगा, तो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है ये। अब सबसे बड़ा जो सवाल पैदा होता है वो ये है कि आपको कुछ करना है, आपको कुछ नहीं करना है। आपको अपने जो जैसे आप वीडियो बनाते थे वैसे ही बनाने हैं। आपको ये इंश्योर करना है कि आपका जो एंगेजमेंट है वो ज़्यादा हो। और ये जो चेंज जो 24 अगस्त को आ रहा है ये हर प्रॉपर्टी, यूट्यूब की हर प्रॉपर्टी पे एप्लीकेबल रहेगा, जिसमें आपका पॉडकास्ट भी है, लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो है और शॉर्ट फॉर्म वीडियो है, सब पे ये एप्लीकेबल रहेगा। तो दोस्तों इसके साथ ही मैंने जो इन्फॉर्मेशन देना था दे दिया। अगर आपके कोई सवाल हैं तो ज़रूर कमेंट करके लिखें और हमसे पूछिए, हम आपका हर सवाल का जवाब देने की कोशिश करेंगे। तो विशिंग यू ऑल द बेस्ट। लेट्स वेट फॉर August 24 and I will catch you again very soon in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside-out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self-enlightenment translate directly to the modern C-suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while, they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside-out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. In today's hyper competitive corporate world, modern CEO often fall into the trap of constant hustle, chronic stress, and executive burnout, becoming prisoners of their own ambition. But what if the ancient wisdom held the exact blueprint for the true executive freedom? Today, in this video, we are exploring how shifting from a mindset of binding ambition to purpose driven, detached action can transform your leadership style. We will discover how to lead with clarity, make high stake decisions without emotional baggage, and practice conscious capitalism. Let's go. Namaskaram, friends. You are most welcome. Now, picture this. It's late at night, the office lights are off, and save for the cool pale glow of a monitor reflecting off the from the glass, you are staring at a spreadsheet, a strategic deck, or a blank page. You are exhausted, your eye burns, yet a familiar voice whisper in your head, just one more hour, just one more milestones. We aren't there yet. We live in a culture that worship ambition. We wear our hustle like a badge of honor, treating exhaustion as the currency and constant expansion as the ultimate virtue. Ambition builds empires, launch rockets, and reshape industries. But there is a dark, unspoken paradox to that drive. At what point does the architect of the vision becomes a captive of it? At what point does striving stop being choice and start serving as a life sentence? So, friends, today we are going to confront a profound and uncomfortable question. That is, are you the CEO of your ambition or are you a prisoner of it? Just give me a minute.
Sorry about that. So let's continue. Let's find that out. Let us start in the boardroom. What does it look like when you are truly the chief executive officer of your own life and goal? A real CEO doesn't work in the business 24 by 7. They work on it. They look at the bigger picture. They allocate capital, your time, and your energy, your emotional bandwidth with absolute clarity and discipline. When you operate as a CEO of your own ambition, the ambition is a tool, not an identity. You recognize that your worth is not tethered to the latest quarterly report. Your follower count and the boundaries are non-negotiable. A CEO knows that the burnout is a bad business. They understand that sustainable growth requires reset, reflection, and white space. They the scheduled downtime with the same ruthless priority they give to the high stakes meeting. Vision drives action, not anxiety. When you are in a driver's seat, you chase goals out of inspiration, curiosity, and desire to create value. You aren't running away from deep seated fear of inadequacy. You are running towards a compelling future. In this state, ambition feels expensive. It brings a sense of mastery, autonomy, and fulfillment. You wake up excited, you look at the achievement with pride, and you look at your failure and objective with clarity. But many of us, let me stretch this off. But many of us, that CEO seat gets hostile. The boardroom gets locked from the outside, and the very drive that was supposed to liberate us end up putting us behind the bar. Let's walk down to the holding cell. What happens when ambition turns into a prison? It rarely happens overnight. It creeps in through the back door disguised as dedication or excellence. It starts with a simple compromise, and I will skip the gym today to finish this deck. Then it becomes, I will miss dinner with my family this week to close the deal. Eventually, it becomes into a reality where you cannot rest because resting feels like failure or waste of time. If you are prisoner of your own ambition, you will notice distinct symptoms. One, moving goalpost syndrome. You achieve the exact milestones you swore would make you happy. The promotions, the revenue target, the rewards, the recognition. For about 48 years, you worked for 8 hours and then the goalpost moved. Suddenly, the achievement feels hollow and you are immediately consumed by the next mountain to climb. You are running on a treadmill that only speeds up, never slowing down. Number 2, the trap of external validation. When you are a prisoner, your self-esteem is entirely outsourced. Your internal weather is dictated by external metrics. A good quarter makes you feel worthy. A stalled project makes you feel worthless. You can no longer enjoy the present moment because your mind is constantly hijacked by future anxiety. Number 3 is the paralysis of the rest, which is taking full weekend off without checking your email, opening your laptop, or thinking about work. So what happens here? Does a wave of deep relaxation wash over you, or do you feel a knot of intense guilt in your stomach? If stillness feels dangerous, if leisure feels like laziness, you aren't enjoying success, you are serving a sentence. Think about the psychological weight of that. You build the cage yourself, you forge the bar out of your own high expectations, polish them with society's applause, and lock the door. And the worst part of being a prisoner of your own ambition, the warden looks identical to you. So how do we break out? How do we tear down the prison walls without losing our drive, our passion, or our desire to make an impact? It requires a hostile corporate takeover of your own life. It requires an ambition audit. Right now, I want you to ask yourself three brutal, honest questions. Question one: who are you trying to improve something to? So, trace your deepest, most consuming professional desires back to their origin. Are you building this empire out of genuine creativity, joy, or are you trying to heal an old wound, silence a childhood critic, or prove to people from your past that you matter? If your ambition is fueled by trauma or insecurity, it will never be satisfied. No amount of success can fill the bucket with hole in the bottom. Question number two: what is the true cost of your current trajectory? We love to talk about ROI, and we also talk about ROE, which is return on energy, or ROT, return on time. Look at the collateral damage around you. Look at your health, your relationship, your inner peace. If your business or career is thriving while your soul and your personal life are flattening, that is not success. That is the hostile liquidation of your life. Question number three: if you achieved absolute success tomorrow, every goal checked off, and you had to live the exact same day to your day routine forever, would you want it? This is the ultimate trap test. If the daily grind of your ambition is something you wouldn't wish to repeat indefinitely, then you are sacrificing your actual life for an imaginary destination that may never bring peace. Reclaiming your status as CEO means introducing a revolutionary concept into your professional life: strategic sufficiency. Knowing when enough is enough. It means realizing that a powerful leader knows when to scale down to protect what matters most. It means redefining success not by how much you can squeeze out of every waking hour, but by the depth of your presence, the quality of your relationship, and the peace of your mind. Let's return to the late night office scene. The monitor is glowing, the spreadsheet is waiting, the voice inside your head is starting up again, telling you that you aren't doing enough, that you are falling behind, that your worth depends on finishing just one more task. In that exact moment, you have a choice. You can bow your head, pick up the pen, accept another shift in the cell of your own making. Or you can stand up, close the laptop, look at the city skyline outside, and remember who is actually in charge. Ambition is magnificent servant, but it is tyrannical master as well. Don't let it run your life. Fire the inner tyrant, reclaim your executive seat, and remember, you're not here to be a monument to your own productivity. You're here to live. Thank you for watching, friends, and I will catch you again in the next one.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। आप सबका स्वागत है। क्या आप एक सीईओ या बिजनेस लीडर हैं और हर दिन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं? तो आप सही जगह पहुंचे हैं, क्योंकि इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और आपके इस सिचुएशन का आंसर ढूंढने की कोशिश करेंगे। हम ये जानेंगे कि जो सीख मिलती है हमें भगवत गीता से, वो एक मंत्र युद्ध क्षेत्र में एप्लीकेबल ही नहीं है, बल्कि हर एंटरप्रेन्योर के लिए एक जीवन दर्शन है जो आपकी टीम का नेतृत्व में करने में सहायता करता है। चाहे जीत हो या हार, एक लीडर को अपनी निष्ठा, कर्म पर कैसे निगाह रखनी चाहिए, हम इस वीडियो में सीखेंगे और इसके बारे में और डिस्कशन करेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, आजकल के दुनिया में, आजकल के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम ऐसी एक रेस में हैं जहां जीतना ही सब कुछ है, जीतना ही अनिवार्य है। एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप हर सुबह एक नई चुनौती, एक नए संकट और एक नए डर के साथ उठते हैं। क्या ये मर्जर काम आएगा? मार्केट शेयर बढ़ेगा? क्या मेरी टीम परफॉर्म करेगी? हम सब अक्सर एक तनाव में जीते हैं। अगर मैं हार गया तो क्या होगा? अगर ये डिसीजन गलत हो गया तो क्या होगा? लेकिन आज मैं आपके साथ बिजनेस का एक ऐसा सीक्रेट कोड शेयर करने वाला हूं जो 5000 साल पहले महाभारत के रण क्षेत्र में दिया गया था। यह सिर्फ एक श्लोक ही नहीं, एक आधुनिक कॉर्पोरेट जगत का सबसे बड़ा रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टूल है। ध्यान से सुनिएगा। आज हम चर्चा करेंगे भगवत गीता के अध्याय 2 श्लोक 37, चैप्टर 2 वर्स 37 की। और इस श्लोक आपको सिखाएगा कि कैसे विन विन माइंडसेट के साथ आप अपनी कंपनी और अपने जीवन को लीड कर सकते हैं। तो आइए पहले श्लोक को हम पढ़ लेते हैं। भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन से कहते हैं, एंड द कोट स्टार्ट्स, यदि तुम लड़ते हुए हार भी गए तो तुम्हें स्वर्ग मिलेगा, यानी आपको वो अनुभव और सीख मिलेगी जो आपको उच्च स्तर का लीडर बनाएंगे और आपको ऊंचाई पे ले जाएंगे। और यदि तुम जीत गए तो इस पृथ्वी पर सुख भोगोगे, यानी सफलता, प्रॉफिट एंड मार्केट लीडरशिप आपकी होगी। तो ये आपको बता रहा है कि दोनों ही सिचुएशन में विन विन है। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप बताइए कमेंट करके कि किस सिटी से आप हमारे इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। हम सब ने इस वर्ष को सुना, जरा रुकिए और सोचिए भगवान कृष्ण यहाँ अर्जुन से क्या कह रहे हैं। वो कह रहे हैं कि हारने का विकल्प ही खत्म कर दो अर्जुन। कृष्ण के लिए हार जैसा कुछ है ही नहीं। अगर तुम हारते हो तो तुम कुछ सीखते हो, अगर तुम जीतते हो तो तुम कुछ हासिल करते हो। तो सीईओ के तौर पे क्या आपकी लाइफ में हार जैसी कोई चीज है या नहीं? अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट फेल होता है तो आप एक लीडर के रूप में विकसित होते हैं, आप नई चीजें सीखते हैं, अपनी असफलता से आगे बढ़ते हैं। अगर सफल होते हैं तो आपकी कंपनी विकसित होती है। तो इस श्लोक में हम हमें अपनी कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ के को कैसे लागू करें, किस तरह से अपना माइंडसेट करें, इस चीज की हमें सीख दी गई है। तो इसमें मुख्य हमें क्या सीख मिल रही है? नंबर 1 इज डर का अंत। जब आप स्वीकार कर लेते हैं कि सीखना भी एक जीत है तो डर खत्म हो जाता है। एक सीईओ को जो डर में फैसला लेता है वो कभी बड़े रिस्क नहीं ले पाता। तो गीता आपको सिखाती है कि रिस्क लेना ही आपका धर्म है। नंबर 2, परिणाम से डिटैचमेंट। डिटैचमेंट जो आउटकम है, जो रिजल्ट है, उसे डिटैच हो जाइए आप। भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं कि यानी कि अगर आप लड़ना ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपको कोई परिणाम मिलेगा ही नहीं। तो आप लड़िए। अगर आप हारते हैं तो कुछ सीखते हैं, और अगर आप जीतते हैं तो आप डेफिनेटली सक्सेस पाते हैं। लेकिन हार जीत आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, तो क्यों उस बारे में सोचना? 100% आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होता। आपको अपना कर्म करना होता है, कर्तव्य करना होता है। लेकिन क्या हार मिलेगी, क्या जीत, इसका फैसला कोई नहीं कर सकता। इसका फैसला सिर्फ यूनिवर्स के हाथ में है, जो हमारे कंट्रोल से बाहर है। अब तीसरा होता है विन विन फॉर्मूला। आज की दुनिया में हम विन लॉस के बारे में सोचते हैं। मुझे जीतना है हर हालत में, सामने वाले को हारना है हर हालत में। लेकिन गीता आपको क्या ज्ञान देती है? विन विन का क्या मतलब है? अपनी ड्यूटी मतलब अपना कर्म आपको पूरा करना है। अपनी पूरी क्षमता के साथ मैदान में उतरें, बाकी परिणाम अपने आप संभल जाएगा। अपने आप यूनिवर्स आपको दे देगा। आपके एक्शन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है वो। तो कल सुबह जब आप ऑफिस जाएं तो ये 3 चीजें अपने साथ लेके जाएं। मैं बुलेट पॉइंट्स की तरह आपको ये दे रहा हूं। पॉइंट नंबर 1, अपने हर प्रोजेक्ट को एक धर्म युद्ध की तरह देखें। यह आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। जब आप इसे जिम्मेदारी की तरह देखेंगे तो आप हारने से नहीं डरेंगे। आप सिर्फ अपनी ड्यूटी निभाने पर फोकस करेंगे। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 2, अपने फेलियर्स को हेवनली गेन के रूप में देखें। हर बड़ी कंपनी जो आज लीडर है, उसने सैकड़ों बार फेलियर का स्वाद चखा है। उन फेलियर्स को स्टार्टअप या लर्निंग की तरह देखा जाए। बुलेट पॉइंट नंबर 3, निर्णय लेने में देरी ना करें। श्लोक के अंत में भगवान कृष्ण कहते हैं, उठो, यानी एक्शन लो। एनालिसिस में फंसे रहोगे तो मैदान में कब उतरोगे? दोस्तों, एक सीईओ के रूप में सबसे बड़ी पूंजी आपकी मानसिक स्टेट ऑफ माइंड है, मानसिक स्थिरता है। अगर आप हार के डर से जकड़े हुए हैं तो आप कभी बड़ी ऊंचाइयों को हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज से अपनी डिक्शनरी में फेलियर शब्द को हटा दीजिए और आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आप जीतेंगे, हर हाल में जीतेंगे। और अपने जो थॉट प्रोसेस है उसको अपग्रेड करिए। तो इसमें भगवान बोलते हैं कि उठो, फाइट करो और जीतो। अगर आपको यह विन विन
श्लोक का जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है बिजनेस फील्ड में अगर पसंद आया है तो कमेंट करके ये लिखें कि मैं तैयार हूँ, और हाँ मैं तैयार हूँ, ये कमेंट करके आप मेरे पास भेजें। और अगर आपको लगता है कि ये गीता का ज्ञान बिजनेस में उतारने के लिए आप और डिटेल चाहते हैं तो ज़रूर हमसे संपर्क करें। माय नेम इज सीके। जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरी सीख लेके आपके साथ। तब तक उठो, लड़ो और जीतो। धन्यवाद। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। हाल ही में अमेरिका और ईरान के बीच में एक डील हुई है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि अब जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज़ है पूरी तरह खुल गया है, हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। और इस खबर के आते ही जो प्राइस है क्रूड ऑयल का वो गिर गया है, $75 आ गया है। आपको पता होगा कि जो क्रूड का जो प्राइस था वो 100 के ऊपर जा रहा था, लेकिन अब 75 पे आ गया है, कल ही आया है। और ऐसा बोला जा रहा है कि और गिरेगा। तो क्योंकि प्राइस गिर रहा है, इससे क्या नए खतरे का हमें आभास हो रहा है? ऐसा है कि इस पर्टिकुलर एग्रीमेंट में कोई नया युद्ध के बारे में कुछ बातें हैं जो बाहर आ सकती हैं। तो इस वीडियो में हम इस बात का एक चर्चा करेंगे, एक डिस्कशन करेंगे कि अगर $50 से नीचे प्राइस आ गया तो दुनिया के अर्थव्यवस्था को लेके क्या चिंता करनी चाहिए, और इसके बाद कुछ और हमारे ऊपर कोई विपदा तो नहीं आने वाली है। इसके बारे में हम डिस्कशन करते हैं इस वीडियो में। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हम सबको मालूम है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज के आसपास क्या हुआ। अमेरिका और ईरान में आपस में लड़ाई हुई, और पहले तो ईरान ने स्टेट ऑफ हार्मूज को बंद किया, इधर उधर बमबारी की। उसके बाद अमेरिका ने उसको बंद कर दिया। करीब 1 महीने से ज़्यादा हो गया अमेरिका ने उसमें ब्लॉकेड लगाया हुआ है। उसकी वजह से जो क्रूड ऑयल का प्राइस है वो आसमान छू गया, 110 120 तक पहुंच गया। और आप देखिए, अगर आप इस जियो पॉलिटिक्स में कुछ रुचि रखते हैं तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है उसके सबसे बड़े बायर कौन है दुनिया में। अफ्रीका के कंट्रीज नहीं है, अमेरिका भी एक बड़ा बायर है, लेकिन उसके पास तो ऑयल है काफ़ी, काफ़ी दुनिया का ऑयल कंट्रोल करता है। और सबसे जो बड़े बायर हैं जिनके पास ऑयल नहीं है वो है चाइना और इंडिया। तो ये दो देशों को काफ़ी महंगा ऑयल खरीदना पड़ा पिछले कुछ महीनों में, और फिर काफ़ी जद्दोजहद हुई, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है, कोई कहीं से खरीद रहा है। तो इंडिया ने भी ये सब काम किए। तो बहरहाल सब लोग जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस करते हैं इंक्लूडिंग रशिया, दे वर वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई प्राइस बढ़ गया तो हम पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो ये जो लड़ाई हो रही थी उसके ऊपर से ये बात करते थे कि भाई बुरी बात है, बुरी बात है, लेकिन अंदर अंदर बड़े खुश हो रहे थे। अब क्या हुआ है कि पिछले 2 दिनों में खबर आ रही है कि अमेरिका और ईरान का जो एग्रीमेंट है वो पूरा हो चुका है। और खबर आते ही प्राइस जो है ऑयल का एकदम $75 आ गया। कल के मैं रेट बता रहा हूँ, आज का मैंने अभी चेक नहीं किया है, लेकिन कल $75 आ गया। $75 एकदम से गिरावट आई है। तो जो पैसे जो कमा रहे थे, जो कंट्रीज जो खुश थे, पैसे कमा रहे थे, लेकिन ऊपर ऊपर से दिखा रहे थे शांति होनी चाहिए, ब्ला ब्ला बोल रहे थे, लेकिन अब वो $75 आ गया तो उनकी इनकम में थोड़ी गिरावट आएगी। और कॉन्सिक्वेंटली क्या होगा कि जो मेजर बायर है विच इज़ इंडिया और चाइना, इनको थोड़ी राहत मिलेगी। तो ये गिरावट जो आ रही है, और अगर ये सब ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो बिल्कुल गिर के, ऐसा बोला जा रहा है, कुछ विशेषज्ञ बोल रहे हैं कि ये $50 तक आ सकती है। जब $50 आ जाएगा तो मतलब जो अभी तक पैसे कमा रहे थे उसके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे। जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूसिंग नेशंस हैं उनके आधे ही कमा पाएंगे, तो उसकी वजह से उनकी आमदनी कम हो जाएगी, उनके पैसे कम हो जाएंगे। तो क्या ये जो ड्रॉप है या जो एग्रीमेंट है ये परमानेंट है, या किसी और नए गंभीर किसी स्थिति की चेतावनी देता है? तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। सबसे पहले ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे कैसे। फरवरी में अमेरिका और के बीच में सैन्य वार्ता हुई जो विफल हुई, फिर उनकी लड़ाई हुई, फिर चेक पॉइंट बनाए गए, और उसके बाद ये बोला गया कि ये कंट्रीज़ को अलाउड है, इनको नहीं अलाउड है, अमेरिका को अलाउड नहीं है, चाइना और इंडिया को अलाउड है। बैकडोर बहुत डिस्कशन चल रहा था, और जो देश ऐसा लग रहा था जो ईरान के दुश्मन है, नेबरहुड के अंदर जैसे कतर है, यूएई, वो भी अपने बैकडोर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे और कोई नहीं चाहता था कि वहां पे और तबाही हो, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली अगर वहां तबाही होगी तो ऑयल का प्राइस, जो ग्लोबल ऑयल का प्राइस है, आसमान छू देगा। तो उसके बाद धीरे धीरे वो कंट्रोल रिएक्शन चलता रहा, एक दूसरे को धमकियां देते रहे लोग, लेकिन फाइनली कल जाके डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने बोला है कि हमारा वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। हालांकि अभी ये साइन नहीं हुआ है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। जैसे ही ये खबर आई, प्राइस एकदम नीचे लुढ़क गया, $75 हो गया, विच इज़ रीजनेबल। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, लेकिन क्योंकि अब प्राइस कम हो रहे हैं, जिससे अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। प्राइस कम होने से अमेरिका को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज अमेरिका के पास तो सऊदी का ऑयल है उनके पास, ईरान के साथ अब दोस्ती हो गई है, अभी साइन होना बाकी है, लेकिन वेनेजुएला का जो टॉप ग्रेड ऑयल है वो उनके पास है। फर्क पड़ता है ब्राज़ील, इजराइल और सऊदी को, तो उनके पैसे कम हो रहे हैं। तो उसकी वजह से अब क्या होगा, आगे क्या होगा, दोबारा से कुछ देश नाखुश हो जाएंगे और लड़ाई पे जाने की बात करेंगे, या जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स है वो एक नया रूप लेगा, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली जो 75% दुनिया का जो ट्रेड होता है, ग्लोबल ट्रेड, वो ऑयल ही होता है। हम जो रोजेस और टी और जो भी और चीज़ें हैं जो हम बिजनेस करते हैं कंट्रीज आपस में, वो कुछ भी नहीं है कंपेयर टू द ऑयल ट्रेड। सो जितना भी हमारा मैरीटाइम जो हमारा ट्रैफिक चलता है अटलांटिक में और इंडियन ओशन में, उसमें 75% आर दी ऑयल टैंकर्स। तो जो रिस्क प्रीमियम है वो भी अब खत्म हो गया, अब शांति हो गई है, और दोनों देशों ने अनाउंस कर दिया है कि अब हम 1 महीने के अंदर, 30 दिनों के अंदर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मोज बिल्कुल पूरी तरह हर एक के लिए खुल जाएगा, कोई टोल टैक्स नहीं दिया जाएगा, और सब कुछ खत्म, मतलब जो लड़ाई थी वो सब खत्म हो गई है। अब आप इमेजिन करें, जो चीज़ें मैंने आपको बताई हैं कि अगर प्राइस कम होता रहा तो $50 आ जाएगा। इसका मतलब कि जो उन्नति कर रहे देश हैं, चाइना और इंडिया, उनको काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा, और जो देश जो ऑयल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उनको काफ़ी नुकसान हो जाएगा, और उनके अंदर 1-1.5 साल के अंदर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो उनका जो पोजीशन है, ग्लोबल पोजीशन, थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा। तो अभी देखना हमें ये है कि अगर ये डील फेल हो गई किसी वजह से, सबसे बड़ा क्रॉनिक जो पॉइंट है इसमें वो ये है कि अमेरिका नहीं चाहता कि ईरान के पास एटॉमिक पावर बने। तो क्या वो अपना एम्बिशन छोड़ देंगे, क्या वो कुछ और बैकग्राउंड एक्टिविटी करेंगे, क्योंकि इस चीज़ के अंदर दुनिया के देशों में काफ़ी बैकग्राउंड डिस्कशन और बैकडोर डिस्कशंस काफ़ी चल रहे हैं, और ये जो शांति है अभी हुई नहीं है, वर्बल एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, जिसको ईरान ने भी कहा है कि हमारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है, और यूएस ने इनके जो पूरे ब्लॉक जो एसेट्स थे, पिछले 40 साल से ब्लॉक किए हुए थे, वो सारे आज खोल दिए हैं। आज की खबर ये है कि वो अनब्लॉक कर दिए हैं। तो 1989 से जो ब्लॉक किए हुए थे सारे आज खोल दिए गए हैं। तो ईरान के पास काफ़ी पैसे आ जाएंगे, और उसके अगेंस्ट ईरान बोल रहा है कि मुझे एटॉमिक पावर नहीं बनना है, और वो एटॉमिक पावर जो भी है वो अब अमेरिका के हाथ में रहेगा। तो ईरान ने अपने ड्रीम्स को गिव अप कर दिया है। तो आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक फोर्स्ड एग्रीमेंट है? अगर ये एग्रीमेंट पिछले अगले 30 दिनों में साइन नहीं हुआ तो क्या होगा? दोबारा से नई तरीके की कोई लड़ाई हो सकती है? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो आ रहा है। मेरे ख्याल से वी हैव टू वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 30 डेज, तब इसमें कुछ क्लैरिटी आएगी। तो दोस्तों, आप इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, ज़रूर कमेंट करके बताएं। आपको लगता है कि ये जो पीस है, ये लास्टिंग पीस है, या एक कंट्रोल्ड, एक तरीके का कंट्रोल किया गया है, जिससे कि आप कुछ दें, कुछ मैं लूँ, कुछ आप, गिव एंड टेक हुआ है इसके अंदर, जिसकी वजह से पीस लाई गई है? कमेंट करके बताएं, ज़रूर बताएं, जिससे पता चलेगा कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं। तो दोस्तों, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, शेयर करें। मिलता हूं जल्दी दूसरे वीडियो में दूसरे एनालिसिस के साथ। धन्यवाद।
Hello friends, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 2 जून का तारीख है आज, और आज तो मंगलवार है। तो आज अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम हनुमान जी की प्रार्थना करेंगे और हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़े और हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करें। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, वर्णव रघुबर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरेउ क्लेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तेहु लोक उजागर। रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा बराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बढ़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे, कवि कोविद कह सके कहां थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लील्यो ताही मधुर फल जानू। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांघय अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन ते समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस सिधि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साकी गौरी सा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुरभू। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। चलिए आज अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। नमस्कार। Hello friends, Namaskaram. The Indian government has officially placed a temporary ban on the messaging app Telegram. But why is this happening and how does it relate to upcoming NEET re-examination of 2026? In this video, we break down the government latest crackdown on the exam fraud, the specific role Telegram played in spreading the misinformation, and what this means for students appearing for the NEET retest on June 21st. We will also explain the timestamp fraud, that technique that led to the unprecedented moves. Let's go and discuss this further.
If you have tried to open Telegram in India over last 24 hours and hit a wall, you aren't alone. As of June 16th, 2026, the Indian government has initiated a temporary nationwide blackout of Telegram messaging platform. But this isn't just about tech glitches. This is a massive coordinated government crackdown aimed directly at one of the most high stakes event in the country, which is the NEET UG examination, and this time it is actually going through re-examination because of situations that we all know. Why would the government shut down one of the most popular messaging app in the country just days before the major exam? Is it overkill, or is it the only way to save the integrity of the national test system? Today, we are breaking down the India versus Telegram showdown, explaining the secret timestamp fraud that forced this hand and what this means for the millions of students preparing for June 21st. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and watching this video. To understand the ban, we have to look back at May 3rd, 2026. India held its annual NEET UG medical entrance exam, but the results were eventually annulled following a widespread report of paper leak. For millions of students, this was a disaster. Months of preparation and family savings were suddenly in a limbo. The government and the National Testing Agency, which is NTA, announced re-examination scheduled for June 21st, 2026. But as that date approached, the intelligence report began to paint a disturbing picture. According to the government agency and the NTA, the Telegram, which boasts a massive user base in India, was being weaponized. Cheating syndicates were setting up channels with names like Paper Leaked Neat or Private Mafia, aggressively targeting desperate students. They weren't just spreading rumors, they were actively trying to extort families for access to the re exam paper. A paper that NTA maintained, that is perfectly secure within the official chain. Now, let's talk about the specific loopholes that led to this unprecedented move. It is called the timestamp fraud, and it is a brilliant but malicious bit of social engineering. And here is how it works: a scammer creates a Telegram channel, they post a vague, harmless message days before the exam. Once the actual exam concludes and the real questions are out in the public domain, the administrator goes back to their old pre exam message and edit it to insert the legitimate questions, because the Telegram allows channel administrator to edit messages without changing the original timestamp. It creates a terrifying illusion. It looks like they had the paper before the exam even started. This caused massive public panic and allowed scammers to demand lakhs of rupees from vulnerable parents. The government realized that taking down individual channels was like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You delete 10, right? And 20 more pop up. So they decided to cut the power to the whole platform until the exams were safe. This isn't a permanent ban, it's a surgical strike using Section 69A of IT Act of India legal system, which gives the government the power to block online content in the interest of public order and security. The restriction is double layered. Number one is the full app block. This stays in effect until June 22nd, 2026, just after the NEET re-exam is completed. Number two is a feature block. Government has also ordered a Telegram to disable the message editing feature in India until June 30th of 2026, to ensure that even after the ban is lifted, scammers cannot retrospectively manipulate their message history to create more fake leak evidence. Agencies like the I4C, which is Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, and state police are coordinating this crackdown. While the tech enthusiasts have criticized the ban as a
band-aid solution that impacts ordinary user, the NTA has labeled it to a measure of the last resort to protect the integrity of the medical entrance process. If you are a student, and here is the bottom line for you, especially if you are a student, the NTA has repeatedly stated that there are no paper leaks, and any claims you see on social media, even those that look verified by timestamp, is almost certainly a scam. Do not fall for these extortion attempts. If you see any suspicious activity, call the National Cybercrime Helpline at 1930 or report it on an official portal. Rely only on the official NTA website for your updates. Whether you agree with the government move or think it is an overreach, one thing is very clear: the digital battlefield for exam security has changed forever. What do you think? Was blocking Telegram the right move to stop the fraud, or should the government have focused on some other solution? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more tech and policy breakdown. And I will see you very soon in the next one.
In the vast silence of desert, where the survival seems almost impossible, scientists have uncovered a hidden alliance that rewrites our understanding of endurance. Ancient desert moss, long admired for its ability to cling to the life on a barren soil, has now been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a surface level partnership, but a deep cellular embrace, possibility of one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationship. It is a discovery that stretches back to the dawn of terrestrial life, suggesting that resilience in hostile environment was never a solitary achievement. Moss brought photosynthesis and shelter, and fungi brought biochemical tools to withstand drought and scarcity. Together, they forged a blueprint for survival in extremes, a design that may have been shaped ecosystem across time and that could inspire strategies for life in the harsh world of tomorrow. So let's find out more about this. So in the parched silence of deserts, where the survival is daily negotiation with the heat and scarcity, scientists have uncovered a story written in the smallest of the living thread. Desert moss, a humble pioneer of a barren landscape, has been found to harbor fungi inside its very cells. This is not a casual association, but a deep, intimate partnership, possibly one of the Earth's oldest symbiotic relationships. It is a revelation that stretches our imagination back hundreds of millions of years to a time when a life was still learning how to endure the hardest of the environment. Mosses are among the earliest land plant, and their lineage traces back to the dawn of terrestrial colonizations. They thrive where a few others can, on rocks and in desert and frozen tundra. So their resilience has long been admired. But the discovery of fungi nested within their cells added a new dimension to their survival story. Fungi, with its extraordinary ability to break down the minerals, recycle nutrients, and tolerate extreme, may have been the silent partners in its journey all along. Together, moss and fungi form a living alliances which compensating for the others' vulnerabilities. The moss provides shelter, photosynthesis, and energy. The fungus offer biochemical tools to withstand drought, heat, and nutrient and definitely scarcity in the harsh environment. So their partnership is not merely biological, or it is not even a curiosity, which is often we all feel and we want to go beyond it. It is an evolutionary strategy. Symbiosis has always been a cornerstone of life's success. So from the mitochondria in our cell, one free living bacteria, the lichens that paint rock with the color cooperation has repeatedly proven more powerful than competition. The moss fungi bond may represent one of the earliest experiment in its principle, a prototype for survival in a hostile world. It suggests that the adaptation to the desert and the other extreme habitats was not achieved alone but through alliances forged in the microscopic intimacy. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. The implication ripple outward. If mosses could endure desert by welcoming fungi into their cells, then perhaps similar strategies allowed plants to colonize barren continents, shaping the ecosystem that would later support animals and eventually humans. It reframes desert not as a lifeless wasteland, but as a crucible of innovation where the life learned to bend without actually breaking. It also hints at how organism might adapt to future extreme weather, climate, and change also on the earth or colonization of Mars. Partnership like these could be the blueprint for resilience in environments we have yet to face. So there is a poetry in the idea that survival is not about the dominance, but about the companionship. Moss and fungus actually entwined in cellular embrace remind us that the life's oldest lesson is cooperation. So in their quiet persistence, they carry the echoes of ancient earth, whispers of the strategies that allowed green to shape across the stone and resilience to bloom where none was expected. To study them is a glimpse the architecture of endurance. A design has relevant, even very relevant actually in today's environment as it was the desert of prehistory. So in the story of desert moss and its hidden fungal partnership, the ending is not a conclusion but a reminder of life's oldest wisdom. What began as a microscopic alliance in the hardest and harshest landscape has endured across the ecos and teaching us that the survival is actually really solitary. So the moss shelter the fungus strengthen the moss, and together they embody resilience in its purest form. So this discovery is more than a scientific curiosity. Actually, it is a testament of cooperation as the engine of adaptation. In desert where the heat actually is so hard and so high, and the water vanishes, the moss fungi bond whispers of the ancient strategies that allowed life to persist against impossible odds. It tells us that the endurance is not about standing alone, but about weaving, strengthening through the companionship. So as we look to the future, towards the changing climates, and even the prospect of life beyond Earth, this ancient partnership become a guide. It shows that the survival in the extreme will depend not on as an isolation or alone, to be alone all the time, but on the collaboration, on alliances that transform the vulnerability into the possibility. Thus, the desert moss and its fungal ally leave us with the quiet but profound message. The oldest story of life are written not in dominance, but in a symbiosis. And its cellular embrace, we glimpse the timeless architecture of resilience, an inheritance from the past and the blueprint for the future. So, we have come at the end of this discussion about this interesting topic of moss and fungi alliance. So please like and subscribe our channel, and we definitely look forward for your comments on this topic. See you very soon on more good topics, interesting topics for you. See you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends and namaskaram. Could we actually hack Earth's magnetic field to protect our own modern technology? Very profound question. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary and controversial new proposal from the scientist deploying spacecraft to spray chemicals directly into the Earth's magnetosphere. As our reliance on satellite and power grids and GPS grows, so does our vulnerability to external solar storms. Could a man-made solar shield be the key to preventing a global blackout? Let's discuss this further. Imagine you're living in a world where everything just stops. No GPS to guide your travel, no internet to connect your your PCs, no power grid to keep your lights on. It sounds like the plot of a disaster movie. But it's a very real threat looming 93 million miles away on the surface of the sun. We have spent decades getting better at predicting space weather, acting like people in village watching a river rise, hoping we can warn everyone before the flood hits. But what if we didn't just watch? What if we could actually build a wall to stop the water? Today we're looking at a bold new proposal from scientists, a storm wall designed to actively hack Earth's magnetic field. Can we really engineer our way out of a solar storm, a massive one? To understand why we need a solar shield, we have to understand our current defenses. The magnetosphere. It's a vast invisible bubble around our planet that deflects the sun's charged particles away from Earth. Usually it does a great job, but it is not impenetrable. The danger comes when the sun releases a massive eruption known as the coronal mass ejection, or CME. When this cloud of magnetic energy hits Earth, it can trigger a process called magnetic reconnection. Think of it like a shortcut. When the solar magnetic field aligns just right with our own, it rips a hole in the shield. This allows solar energy to flood into our near-Earth space, causing geomagnetic storms. Why should you care about this? Because our modern world is fragile. We have seen these storms fry satellites, disrupt radio signals, and surge power grids with enough voltage to cause massive blackouts. In May 2024, a major storm hit, causing hundreds of millions of dollars in losses for the agriculture industry alone when the GPS guided tractors could not function. As our tech dependency grows, our vulnerability to these invaders from space only get worse. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move forward. So how do we fix this issue? A team led by Brian Walsh from Boston University has proposed a concept called storm wall.
If you can't make the shield stronger, why not give it an airbag? The idea is to launch a fleet of 6 spacecraft into specific orbits. These ships would carry payloads of alkaline chemicals like barium or lithium, which they could spray into the magnetosphere. When these chemicals are released, the photoionized, they actually become photoionized, creating a cloud of artificial plasma. This plasma would essentially thicken the boundary between us and the solar wind. By adding this mass to the critical frontier of magnetosphere, the storm wall would disrupt the energy flow of incoming storms. It forces the space weather bounce back around and past our planet instead of punching through. Computer simulations suggest this could reduce the intensity of the geomagnetic storm by more than 50%. It's not about stopping the sun, it's about turning a catastrophic hit into a glancing blow. Now, before we go spraying chemicals into space, we have to talk about the but part of it. And there are several buts here. First, the cost. We're talking about launching 6 spacecrafts, each carrying material equivalent to roughly 12 oil trucks. It's a one and done solution. Once the chemicals are sprayed, the system essentially spends it. It's incredibly expensive, and then there is ethical and environmental questions about geoengineering. While the researchers argue that the risk of contamination is very low since the plasma gets swept away by the solar wind within about 6 hours, any attempt to hack the planetary system comes with a lot of uncertainty. We have to ask, what are the unintended consequences of messing with our magnetic field? Any project of this scale would require massive international cooperations, oversight, and transparency. Is the storm wall the future of space defenses? Maybe. As we pour money into orbital infrastructure and space-based data centers, the financial math, as the researchers put it, might start to make sense. The reality is that if we build this, it wouldn't just protect our one country or one group of satellites, it would serve as a collective shield for the entire planet. We are becoming a space-faring civilization, which means we have to start acting like one. Whether or not we use space airbags, we have to find better ways to live within the volatile star we orbit. So friends, what do you think? Should we be experimenting with our planet's magnetic field, or is it the risk too high? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching and stay curious. I will catch you again in the next one.
Hello friends, the big question today that we need to address is that has the oil market just entered a new era of volatility? Very profound question because it affects guys like you and me. And therefore in this video we are going to understand and analyze the historic shift for the global energy. After the UAE has officially exited OPEC Plus as of May 1st, 2026, following this departure, 7 core OPEC Plus members, including Saudi and Russia, have announced an output increase and taking it to 188,000 barrels per day. And this is for June. But the Strait of Hormuz is still impacted because of the regional conflict. So are they preparing for some new opportunities in month of June? And what is going on here? Let us discuss this further. The unthinkable just happened in the world of global energy. As of May 1st, 2026, the UAE, United Arab Emirates, the Qatar's third largest producer, has officially walked away from OPEC+. This isn't just a policy disagreement, it's a fundamental divorce that has left the world's most powerful energy alliance completely fractured. But here is the real shocker. Within 48 hours of UAE departure, the remaining members of OPEC Plus met virtually and announced an immediate output increase, taking it to 188,000 barrels per day for month of June. Why would OPEC Plus increase supply the moment one of its biggest players left? Is this a desperate move to show that they still call the shots? Or is the world heading towards a massive oil glut? Today we are going to break down the UAE exit, the new production target, and why the global oil uncertainty is at the record high. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. First, we have to understand why the UAE left. For years, there has been simmering tension between Abu Dhabi and Riyadh. The UAE has invested over 150 billion into its state-owned oil company known as ADNOC to boost production capacity to 5 million barrels per day by 2027. However, under the OPEC plus quotas, they were stuck producing around 3.6 million barrels. The UAE Energy Minister and the entire ministry finally called it a strategic imperative. They wanted the flexibility to produce what they want, when they want, especially to fund their transition to a post-oil economy. And therefore, with all this drama unfolding, what is the impact? The impact is, because the UAE has left, UAE has also exited QOPEC, the Organization of the Arab Petroleum Exporting Countries. They are essentially betting on themselves. They have become completely independent as an oil producer. As an independent player, they can now negotiate bilateral deals with countries like India or Germany without waiting for a green light from a committee in Vienna. On Sunday, which is May 3rd, the new OPEC Plus met for the first time without the UAE. The result, a collective decision to raise output by 188,000 barrels per day in June. This is the third consecutive monthly increase, but there is a catch. This hike is actually smaller than 206,000 barrels per day increase we saw in May. Why? Because the UAE share has been completely removed from the calculation. The 7 countries, including this charge, and they're calling the shots, are Saudi, Russia, which are the 2 big, heavy hitters, Iraq, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman. And there are analysts who are now calling this move as symbolic. OPEC Plus want to signal to the market that the alliance is still stable and that they are gradually unwinding their voluntary cuts they started back in 2023. Now, you might be thinking, if they are pumping more oil, shouldn't the price be dropping? Well, it's complicated. Since the conflict involving Iran began on February 28, the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively restricted. This is the world's most critical choke point. Even if the OPEC says they are increasing production on paper, those barrels can't easily reach the global market if the shipping lanes are blocked. Because of this, the Brent crude is still sitting near $108 per barrel. The US WTI is around $101 per barrel. Both are up nearly 78% since the start of 2026. The only thing keeping prices from going even higher is a recent peace proposal from Iran, which gave the market a tiny bit of hope at the end of the last week. So where does this leave us? OPEC Plus is now a 21-member group, and its influence is arguably at its lowest point in a decade. The UAE exit has created a fundamental challenge to the cartel's ability to balance the market. If the Strait of Hormuz reopens, the UAE is poised to flood the market with their 5 million barrel capacity, which could lead to a massive price crash. But for now, OPEC Plus is trying to maintain the illusion of control with these modest 188,000 barrel hike. The bottom line is the oil unit we have known for years is gone. We are entering an era of every nation for itself. So what do you think, friends? Will the UAE exit lead to lower prices at the pump, or will the regional conflict keep the energy cost high for rest of 2026? Let me know what are your thoughts and also your opinion, and if you have any questions. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the global energy market, and I will see you in the next one. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आपका स्वागत है। क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि जो दिल्ली शहर है हमारा, भारत की राजधानी, जिसमें बहुत लोग रहते हैं, पूरे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, पूरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उसमें रहती है, इसका असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? तो ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम इस वीडियो में। हम दिल्ली के इतिहास में गहराई में उतरेंगे और जानेंगे कि सदियों पहले दिल्ली को किस नाम से पुकारा जाता था। दिल्ली का इतिहास महाभारत काल से लेकर मुगल सल्तनत तक और अंग्रेजों के दौरान बेहद दिलचस्प है और इसमें अलग अलग नामों से उसको बुलाया जाता था। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों, सारी दुनिया दिल्ली के नाम से जानती है इस शहर को, लेकिन आप में से काफ़ी लोग इस बात को जानते होंगे कि जो कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया है उसका नाम न्यू दिल्ली है। ये अंग्रेज़ों ने दिया था, लेकिन इससे पहले इसको दिल्ली के नाम से जाना जाता था। आज भी जो दिल्ली शहर है वो काफ़ी बड़ा है, लेकिन जो कैपिटल एरिया है उसको हम न्यू दिल्ली बोलते हैं। तो लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा है कि दिल्ली की जिस सड़कों पे हम चलते हैं और इसका नाम हमेशा दिल्ली था या कुछ और? क्या आप जानते हैं कि इस शहर का असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? आज इस वीडियो में हम इतिहास के परतों को हटाएंगे और जानेंगे कि दिल्ली के उन नामों के बारे में जो वक्त की धूल में कहीं खो गए। चलिए बात शुरू करते हैं महाभारत काल से, क्योंकि उससे पहले तो हमें पता ही नहीं है। वेदों और पुराणों के अनुसार पांडवों की राजधानी इंद्रप्रस्थ थी। कहा जाता है कि भगवान कृष्ण के सुझाव पर पांडवों ने खांडवप्रस्थ के घने जंगल को काटकर एक भव्य शहर बसाया था, जिसे इंद्रप्रस्थ नाम दिया गया था। आज का पुराना किला एक जगह है दिल्ली में जिसको ओल्ड फोर्ट बोलते हैं। माना जाता है कि वहीं पे इंद्रप्रस्थ की नींव रखी गई थी, उस एरिया पे मतलब, और वहां पे उनकी कैपिटल बनाई गई थी और उस समय इस प्रदेश का नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ था। और सरप्राइजिंग बात यह है कि आज भी वहाँ जो कॉलोनी है उसका नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ ही है, जिसके अंदर ये एरिया आता है। तो बड़ा सवाल यह है कि इतिहासकारों ने अलग अलग इसके ऊपर मत हैं। कई लोग बोलते हैं कि ये तो मतलब पुराना किला है, लेकिन कई लोग बोलते हैं कि इसी जगह पे इंद्रप्रस्थ था। अब इतनी पुरानी बात हो गई, 5000 7000 साल पुरानी, इसमें काफ़ी गहन अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा। तो मेरे ख्याल से जो साइंटिस्ट हैं या आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं वो कर रहे होंगे।
तो दोस्तों, अगर आप इस पॉइंट तक पहुंचे हैं तो जरूर बताइए कि किस शहर से आप हमारा ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप हमारी वीडियो देखना चाहेंगे। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इंद्रप्रस्थ के बाद इतिहास में दिल्ली के कई नाम आए। 11वीं शताब्दी के आसपास तोमर वंश के राजा अंगपाल ने दिल्ली को बसाया, फिर से बसाया, और इस जगह का नाम योगिनीपुर रखा गया। इसके बाद दिल्ली का शब्द का इस्तेमाल हुआ, मतलब इनके जाने के बाद योगिनीपुर फिर डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया। उसके बाद जब दोबारा शहर बना 12वीं शताब्दी में, तो इसका नाम दिल्ली का रखा गया। और इसके बाद 12वीं शताब्दी में ही पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने भी इसी नाम को कंटिन्यू किया। उन्होंने अपनी कैपिटल बनाई और उस समय का नाम था दिल्ली का। ठीक है, समय आगे बढ़ा और दिल्ली पे कई सल्तनतों के राज हुए। मुगलों के दौरान शाहजहां ने शाहजहानाबाद की नींव रखी, जो आज की पुरानी दिल्ली है। जो जैसे इंद्रप्रस्थ पुराना किला वाला एरिया है और आज भी उस कॉलोनी को हम इंद्रप्रस्थ बोलते हैं, वैसे ही पुरानी दिल्ली का नाम जो शाहजहां ने रखा उसका नाम था शाहजहानाबाद। इसके अलावा 7 अलग अलग शहर दिल्ली की जमीनों पर बसे और उजड़े। फिर आया ब्रिटिश काल, जहां नई दिल्ली का निर्माण हुआ और इसमें एडवर्ड लुटियंस के डिजाइन वाली नई दिल्ली, पूरी नई शहर बसाया गया और पुरानी दिल्ली से बिल्कुल उसको अलग रखा गया। तो जो शाहजहानाबाद वाला एरिया है उसको अलग रखा गया और नई दिल्ली को पूरा नया बसाया गया। अक्सर लोग पूछते हैं कि क्या दिल्ली का नाम दिल से पड़ा है, तो ये किसी राजा का नाम है, या दिल्ली किसी राजा का नाम हो सकता है, या दिल से पड़ा है। सच्चाई ये है कि दिल्ली के नाम के पीछे की कोई एक नहीं बल्कि हजारों साल का बदलाव है। बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, एक किसी सूत्र से हम इसको बांध कर नहीं रह सकते। इंद्रप्रस्थ से योगिनीपुर और दिल्ली का से लेकर दिल्ली तक इस शहर हमेशा से सत्ता का केंद्र रहा है। हमेशा आदिकाल से, बहुत पहले से ही ये कैपिटल माना जाता था, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट शहर माना जाता था, क्योंकि ये सेंट्रली लोकेटेड है। और ये शहर से पत्थर और ईंटों से नहीं बना, बल्कि इसमें राजाओं, संतों और आम लोगों की कहानियों, बहुत कहानियां हैं इसमें, कहानियों से बना है। सदियों पुरानी कहानियां इसमें मौजूद हैं। तो दोस्तों, दिल्ली सिर्फ भारत की राजधानी ही नहीं, ये हजारों साल पुराना एक जीता जागता इतिहास है। अगली बार जब आप दिल्ली की सड़कों से गुजरें तो याद रखिएगा कि आप सिर्फ एक शहर में नहीं बल्कि इतिहास की उन गलियों में चल रहे हैं जहां कभी पांडव राज किया करते थे। और आपको क्या लगता है कि दिल्ली का नाम बदल के दोबारा से इंद्रप्रस्थ रख देना चाहिए? इस पॉइंट पे आप कमेंट करके जरूर लिखें। अगर आपको ये वीडियो पसंद आया हो तो इसे लाइक करें और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करें जिनको इतिहास में रुचि है। मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद।
For centuries, silence was the cruelest prison for those trapped by paralysis. Mind alive with words, yet bodies unable to release them. Now, science has carved a doorway through that silence. A neutral implant nested deep within the brain has transformed into voice, allowing man once muted by paralysis to speak again. It is not just technology, it is rebirth of dialogue, the return of laughter, and the restoration of human connection. In this moment, circuits and neurons conspire to prove that even silence can be rewritten. So let's find out more about this. In the hushed corridor of medical history, there are moments when science does more than advance. It is redeemed. One such moment unfolded recently when a man living with severe paralysis spoke again. Not through the movement of lips or the vibration of vocal cords, but through the silent language of his brain. A neutral implant delicately actually placed within the fold of his cortex became the bridge between thoughts and sound, making a leap in assistive technology that feels both futuristic and profoundly human. Paralysis is a thief of agency. It locks the body in stillness while leaving the mind restless, alive, and yearning to connect. For decades, a patient relied on pain-taking method like eye tracking devices, letter boards, or laborious typing system to express themselves. Each word was battle against time and definitely a limitation. But this breakthrough actually changed the battlefield entirely. Electrode embedded in the mind, captured by electrical whispers of intention. Algorithm translate those signal into phonemes, and synthetic voice actually carried them into the world. For the first time, the thought itself became a speech. So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, what makes this achievement extraordinary is not just its novelty, but its durability. Earlier, the brain-computer interfaces often flattered, and they are promised deemed by scar tissue or fading signal strength. This implant, however, endured, and day after day, it continues to decode the man's thought into words, proving that the technology could be more than a fleeting experiment. It could be lasting lifeline, and the patient could converse with family, express emotions, and reclaim the rhythm of dialogue. And in this exchange of silence was not merely broken, it is banished. Now the implication ripple outward. Imagine a classroom where the students with disability participate without barrier. Workplace where paralysis no longer excludes, and home where loved one hear not just gesture but voices. So this implant is more than a medical device. It is it's like a more of a restoration of dignity, a reminder that communication is not a luxury but a human right. It transformed the isolation into connection and connection into belonging. Yet, as with all great leaps, question arise. Who owns the data flowing from human brains? How do we safeguard the privacy when thoughts can be translated into words? And what happens when such technology moves beyond therapy into implants and into enhance, when the healthy individual seeks implants to accelerate learning or multitasking? The line between healing and augmentation blur, and the society must decide how far it is willing to cross. And these debates are not distraction; they are the ethical compass that must guide innovation. So for now, though the focus remains on the man whose voice was written, his the first word were not technical jargon or clinical proof, but a simple expression of gratitude and love. In that moment, the science become human. The implant was not just electrodes or codes. It is definitely a laughter, storytelling, and everyday poetry of speech. It is definitely a reminder that technology, as the highest calling, is compassion. So this breakthrough marks a turning point in assistive technology. It demonstrates that brain-computer interface can be resilient, transformative, and deeply personal. It shows that silence need not to be permanent. And it reminds us that the ultimate goal of innovation is not progress for its own sake, but a restoration of what disease has taken away, the ability to speak and to connect and to be heard. For the patient, each spoken word is a victory reclaimed from years of silence. The future of neurotechnology is unfolding, and with it, the promise that no voice will remain unheard. And so, in a world where the silence once seemed unbreakable, a single implant has rewritten the destiny. What began as a clinical experiment has bloomed into human triumph, a triumph definitely of thoughts, flowing into the words, words into the connection, and connection into hope. And this is not merely the story of man regaining his voice, it is the dawn of new era where technology listens to mind and speak for the soul. So the breakthrough reminds us that the science at its best is not about machine, it is about restoring humanity. And in the echo of his first spoken words, we hear the promise, the future where no voice is lost and no silence is final. So we have come to the end of this great discussion. We look forward for your comments on this this technology which is unfolding, and we will also request to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. So bye.
Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President J.D. Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President J.D. Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop the war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed, and as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple. Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. J.D. Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies, nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2-week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari airbase, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran. Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by a diplomat in a suit. It will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. Is your leadership style stuck on a treadmill of a quarterly targets and reactive firefighting? If yes, then you've reached the right place, because in this video, we are going to decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 8. And we will translate it into a high level exit strategy for modern CEOs and business leaders. In this section, we will also discuss, or rather, decode what Bhagwan Krishna speaks of this cycle of birth and death as a place of misery and offers a path to the ultimate bliss and perfection. For the 21st century executives, this cycle is the exhausting loop of temporary wins, market volatility, and burnout. Let's discuss this further. If you're watching this, you're likely a leader, a founder, or an executive, a very senior executive. And if you're being honest, you have felt it too. It's the corporate treadmill. You hit your Q1 target and for a moment, there is a rush of success. But by Monday morning, the success has evaporated, replaced by the pressure of Q2. It is a cycle of birth and death. The birth of a project, death of a quarter, the constant fluctuation of the market. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 15, Bhagwan Krishna described this material world as a place of misery and transience. To the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual poetry, it's a perfect description of the reactive business environment. Today, we are going to discuss the exit strategy for excellence, how to stop running the cycle and start achieving what the Gita calls the ultimate perfection. So friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, having attained me, these great souls do not again suffer rebirth in this transient world full of misery, because they have attained their highest perfection. Quote close. In Sanskrit, the word means temporary, and therefore think about your last 3 wins. How long did the satisfaction last? A week? An hour? Think about it. Most CEOs spend their lives building a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Krishna isn't saying the world is bad. He's saying it is the inconsistent. If your happiness or your sense of excellence is tied to things that shift like market cap, public opinion, or interest rates, you are being defined by some sort of market definition, and therefore in state of misery because you are in a state of constant anxiety. The exit strategy isn't about quitting your job. It's about exiting this mental framework of dependency. The verse refers to the great souls. In business context, what separates a manager from a Mahatma? Very big question, right? So let me try and explain this. Detached from the result, attached to the purpose. That is a definition of Mahatma. A great soul, like when Krishna says, like me, when a CEO attach their identity to a higher mission, something beyond just the bottom line, they become immune to the misery of daily fluctuations. Next is the strategic stillness. When you aren't afraid of the death of a project or dip in the stock, you make better decisions. You aren't operating from a place of survival. You are operating from a place of vision. Imagine a CEO who doesn't panic when the cycle turns downwards. Why? Because they have already achieved a perfection within their own leadership philosophy that the market cannot touch them. And that is the ultimate competitive advantage. So how do we reach this ultimate bliss? It starts with perfection around pivot. Perfection in Gita isn't about the bug-free code or a flawless balance sheet. It's about dharma, which is the right action. For a CEO, ultimate bliss is the clarity that comes when your internal values, perfectly align with your external actions. When you stop chasing the temporary and start building the eternal, which is your legacy, your people, your impact, etc., the misery of the corporate cycle begins to fade away. You stop asking, how do I survive this quarter? And start asking, how do I serve the highest good through this enterprise? Ironically, when you stop obsessing over the material, which is rebirth of your profit, you often find that the profit follows you because you are now leading with clarity and that there is no lack of information within you. So what is your exit strategy? Most CEO plan for a financial exit, a buyout or a retirement, but the Gita suggests a spiritual exit, exiting the state of being a slave of your circumstances. By applying the wisdom of chapter 8 verse 15, you transition from a leader who is cycling to a leader who has attained perfection. You move from misery of the transient to the bliss of transcendent. Next time you feel the wall closing in or the pressure of cycle mounting, remember, you are a great soul. Your excellence doesn't depend on the world staying still. It depends on you finding the stillness within the moment. Thank you for joining me on this journey into Gita. Lead with purpose, lead with bliss, and achieve your own version of ultimate perfection. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, let me say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before modern medicine built its labs, ancient India nurtured a science of life that saw health as a harmony, healing as compassion. At the heart of this tradition stood Charak, the physician sage whose Charak Samhita became the cornerstone of the Ayurveda. He was not merely cataloging herbs or treatment, he was shaping a philosophy where the well-being of human, animals, and the environment were inseparably bounded. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as one of the most luminous threads. A physician, a philosopher, and the scientist of the 2nd century CE, Charak is remembered as the principal architect of Ayurveda, the science of life. His magnum opus, the Charak Samhita, is not merely a medical text but a holistic philosophy of health, weaving together the mind, the body, and the spirit, and the environment into a unified vision of well-being. Charak's genius lay in his insistence that health was not the absence of disease but the balance of forces. He articulated the Tridosha theory, which is called Vat, Pith and Kapha. That means the force of movement and the transformation and the structure derived from the element of the nature. So as he actually mentioned, it is as a governing principle of philosophy and physiology. So these are not mystic abstraction, but keen observations of how body respond to diet, climate, stress, and lifestyle. In his view, medicines were not about suppressing the symptoms, but restoring the harmony. His philosophy resonated deeply in 2026 when modern medicine increasingly embraces personalized care, preventive health, and integrative approach. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, about Charak, equally profound was Charak's emphasis on prevention. He prescribed a daily regime, that is dincharya, but that's what we call in Hindi. Then the second option he has given, seasonal routine, which is ritucharya, and dietary discipline as the pillar of resilience. He warned against the excess, idleness, and the neglect of nature's rhythm. Today, as the humanity faces epidemics of lifestyle diseases, diabetic, hypertension, obesity, his preventive ethos feels prophetic. And the public health campaign echoes his wisdom. Lifestyle is a medicine and balance is survival. Charak also recognized the inseparability of human and animals. His text include reference to veterinary care, acknowledging that the health of domesticated animals are vital to agrarian societies. In 2026, his vision expand into the modern concept of health, which link human, animal, environmental well-being. Zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debate about animal welfare remind us that the Charak's holistic worldview was centuries ahead of its time. The Charak Samhita catalogued hundreds of medical plants and minerals and formulations. Many of these are like turmeric, neem, ashwagandha. They are now globally recognized for their therapeutic properties. In 2026, the pharmacological and research continues to validate Charak's pharmacy and the kind of formation he actually written in his Charak Samhita, and offering sustainable alternative to synthetic drugs. His insistence on empirical observation and documentation of foreshadows the scientific method itself. Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine into ethics and ecology. He demanded that physician embody compassion, humanity, and humility and discipline while treating patient as a whole being rather than simply a medical case. So in an era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgeries, his reminder that the healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but empathy remains irreplaceable. So equally, Charak's ecological sensibility feels urgent in the age of climate crisis. He viewed human as inseparable from their environment and emphasizing harmony with nature. The pollution of air, water, and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical issue also. So his integrated worldview offers guidance for planetary health, reminding us that the well-being of human, animal cannot be divorced from well-being of Earth itself. Looking ahead, the scope of Charak's vision in 2026 and the beyond is vast. Ayurveda is no longer confined to India. It is a part of global movement towards the integrative medicines. AI-driven diagnostics, genetic engineering, and space medicine may dominate headlines, but Charak's principle of balance, prevention, compassion remain timeless. His legacy challenges to ensure that science serve life, not merely a survival, that medicine heal not only body but communities and ecosystem and of course future. So Charak's voice carried across millennia reminds us that health is not a conquest but a care, not a control but a balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass for navigating the complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, rooted in the respect of all lives, all living beings. So when we talk about Charak's vision is never confined to the boundaries of his era. It was a philosophy meant to endure. In his teaching, health was not a privilege but a responsibility. Not a fleeting cure but a lifelong balance. He saw human, animal, and the environment as a thread of the same fabric, each dependent on other for the strength and the survival. The worldview resonated powerfully in 2026 when the challenges of climate change, zoonotic diseases, and the lifestyle disorder demand a holistic response. Ayurveda, as shaped by Charak, is not a relic of the past but a living system evolving along the side of modern science. It is its emphasis on prevention, compassion, and ecological harmony offers a compass for medicine in the age of AI. Biotechnology, planetary health, as researchers validate ancient formulations and integrate them with the cutting edge therapies, Charak's legacy continues to expand and bridging the tradition, innovation, humanity, and nature. So, again, we will actually understand the story of Charak is ultimately a reminder. A healing is not a conquest, but definitely a care. And in the pulse of Ayurveda, we hear his enduring message that well-being is not only for today, but for tomorrow, and for all the life that walks, flies, swim, and breathe beneath the same sky. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments on this topic. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, there is a very big question that we want to address today, and this is about aviation and more specifically about Boeing. Is Boeing finally cleared for takeoff? In this video, we dive deep into Boeing's high-stake gamble to reclaim its status as the world-leading plane maker, with the CEO Kelly Odeberg joining President Trump's 2026 delegation to Beijing. A massive 500 jet order for the 737 MAX is on the table. We break down how the Trump-China connection could be the ultimate catalyst for Boeing's recovery. Let's go. Welcome to the pivotal moment in aviation history. As of May 2026, the industry is watching one flight more closely than any other. And it isn't the commercial route, it is the diplomatic mission to Beijing. For the very first time in years, Boeing is standing at the center of a massive geopolitical reset. We are currently seeing a bipartisan US Senate delegation urging Chinese officials to finalize a deal that has been years in the making. And what are the stakes? The staggering order of approximately 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. This isn't just about selling planes, it's about the art of the deal in action. President Trump's planned summit with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th is widely seen as the make or break moment for Boeing's recovery. Since trade tensions flared in 2018, Boeing has been effectively locked out of the world's fastest growing aviation market, while its rival Airbus expanding its footprint significantly. Now, with Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg traveling as part of the US delegation, the company is betting that the trade diplomacy can unlock a market that historically accounted for nearly a quarter of its annual 737 deliveries. For Boeing, this is more than a sale, it is the restoration of its status as America's largest exporter. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. But a deal only matters if you can deliver the planes. While the diplomat talk in Beijing, engineers in Renton and Avert are working toward, against the clock. 2026 is officially the year of certification for Boeing. The company has finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel for its most troubled program. After years of delay, Boeing has confirmed that 737-7 variant, which is -7, and the high capacity 737-10 are on track for FAA certification later this year. The MAX 10 in particular is the heavy hitter. With every 1400 orders from major carriers like United and Delta, it is Boeing's primary weapon against the Airbus 321 XLR. The certification in 2026 means first delivery can finally begin in 2027. To get there, Boeing is conducting exhaustive system safety assessment, some over 15,000 pages long, to prove that every single system from hydraulics to flight control meet the highest safety standards ever set. And it is not just the narrow bodies. The massive 777-9 is also making progress through final flight test, with its entry into service now firmly targets for 2027. For the first time in decades, Boeing's roadmap for its new fleet is clear, even if it remains fragile. Stability is the new North Star at Boeing. After the FAA lifted the production cap in late 2025, Boeing entered 2026 with green light to ramp up. The numbers are ambitious. The goal is to move from 737 production towards 47 aircrafts per month this year, with plans to hit 52 per month in 2027. On the wide-body side, the 787 Dreamliner is aiming for a steady rate of 10 aircraft per month by end of the year. But the CEO Kelly Ortberg has been very clear. Boeing will not sacrifice quality for speed. The company is now using 6 FAA agreed key performance indicators, which is in short KPIs, to monitor every step of the assembly line. This is designed to eliminate travel work and practice of finishing tasks out of sequence, which has been a major source of quality issue in the past. Investors are taking notice of this as well. Boeing stock saw a jump of 7% earlier this year as analysts moved to outperform ratings, buoyed by the prospects of sustainable positive free cash flow for first time since the MAX crisis that began. The backlog has now grown to record $695 billion, providing a massive cushion for the year ahead. So as we look at the remainder of 2026, the Boeing comeback isn't just about one company. It's a bellwether for American industrial strength. The strategy is a three-pronged attack. First, diplomatic leverage. Using the Trump's administration's trade focus to secure a 500 jet mega deal in China. Number two,
regulatory rigor, clearing the final hurdle for the MAX 10 and 777X to restore airlines' confidence. And number three is operational excellence, moving from crisis management to steady quality first production cadence. There are still challenges. Supply chain bottleneck remains, and China is increasingly pushing its own domestic aircraft like Comac C919. Furthermore, the insider activity remains cautious, and the company still carries a heavy debt load from its crisis years. However, the narrative has shifted slightly. In 2024 and 2025, the question was, can Boeing survive? In 2026, however, the question is, how fast can Boeing lead? With the May summit in Beijing, the aerospace giant is making its most aggressive move in decades to reclaim its crown. If Kelly Oudberg and President Trump can land the China deal, the comeback flight will be more than just a headline, it will be a reality. So friends, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the future of flight. Keep your eyes on the sky and the headlines over the coming weeks. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to send it across. Now, before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Namaskaram friends, you are most welcome. In the year 2008, the skies over Bengaluru witnessed a historic moment that changed the trajectory of Indian aviation forever. The day India took flight. The Tejas 2008 breakthrough recounts the critical flight test of the indigenously developed light combat aircraft LCA. Today we know this aircraft as Tejas. This wasn't just another test flight. It was a definitive turning point for India's self-reliance in advanced defense technology. From drawing board of the Aeronautical Development Agency ADA to the hangars of Hall, we look back at the immense engineering effort, the technical challenges overcome, and the sheer grit required to build a world-class fighter from the ground up. Let's go and explore this further. There is a specific sound that defines a nation's ambition. It is the roar of the jet engine. Not one bought from the foreign power, not one assembled from imported kits, but one forged right here in the heart of India. For decades, India relied on others to protect our skies. From the MiG of the Soviet era to the Jaguars and Mirages of Europe, our defense was a patchwork of global technology. But in 2008, the narrative shifted. We aren't just talking about a flight test, we are talking about the psychological barrier being broken here. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are looking at the Tejas 2008 breakthrough.
Why does this specific year matter so much in the history of light combat aircraft? And what does it mean for the India's journey towards true Atmanirbharta or self-reliance? Let's dive in. To understand the victory of 2008, you have to understand the frustration that came before it. The Light Combat Aircraft program was sanctioned in 1983. Its goal to replace aging MiG-21 fleet. But this was a small task. We were trying to design a delta wing supersonic fighter that could hold its own in modern combat. And then came the 1990s, following the Pokhran 2 nuclear test in the year 1998. India faced severe sanctions. Crucial software and material was suddenly cut off. The world expected the project to collapse. Instead, Indian scientists and the engineers, brilliant mind at DRDO, ADA, and HAL, did something extraordinary. They did not just find a workaround, they developed their own. That pressure cooker environment in the 90s is exactly why the 2008 progress was so significant. It wasn't just good enough, it was testament to the fact that when India is pushed, India pushes back with innovation. So, why focus on 2008? It wasn't the first flight that happened in 2001. 2008 was a year of maturation. It was a year we transitioned from a proof of concept to a weapon system. In 2008, the Tejas program hits critical milestone in high altitude testing and weapons integration. This was a year the platform began proving that its fly-by-wire system, one of the most complex flight control system in the world, was not just functional but also reliable. Think about what that means. A fly-by-wire system is basically a computer acting as the pilot's brain. It interprets the pilot's inputs and make thousands of micro adjustments per second to keep the jet stable. When our pilot took the Tejas up in 2008, they weren't just flying a plane, they were validating an entire digital architecture built by Indian engineers. In 2008, breakthrough sent a shockwave through the global defense industry. It signaled that India was no longer just a buyer, we were now a developer of weapon system. This success brought several key advantages. Number one, composite mastery. The Tejas uses carbon fiber composites for its structure. This made the jet incredibly light and strong, giving it an edge in the maneuverability that surprised the international observers. Number two, the intellectual property right. By owning the design, we aren't at the mercy of the foreign vendors for upgrades. If we needed a software patch, we wrote it. If we needed a hardware change, we engineered it. Number three is the psychological shift. It proved to the next generation of engineers that a made in India fighter jet wasn't a pipe dream, it was a reality sitting on the tarmac in Bengaluru. In the year 2008, confidence is the direct ancestor of what we see today. The Tejas MK1A, the upcoming MK2, the TED-BF, all of these programs trace their DNA back to the grid shown in 2008. When we look back at the photos of the footage from that era, we see a team of people who were tired, stressed, but absolutely elated. They knew they had achieved something that until that point only handful of nations on earth could claim. The ability to design the fly an advanced fourth generation plus fighter jet is now India was a member of that elite group. The Tejas isn't perfect. No fighter jet in its early stage is, but its story is one of the persistence. It's a story of how a nation decided that its security was too important to be left to someone else. So, next time when you see Tejas soaring through the skies during an air show, remember you're not just looking at the machine, you're looking at the result of thousands of hours of late night coding, structural testing, and the refusal to quit until 2008. So friends, what do you think is most impressive feature of Tejas? Let me know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Indian aviation history, hit that like button, subscribe the channel, and ring the bell so you don't miss out our next breakdown. I am CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Jai Hind. Hello friends, Namaskaram. In an era of market volatility, economic uncertainty, and the rapid digital transformation, what separates the good CEOs from the great one? It isn't just a strategy, it is a leadership resilience. To answer this question, in this video, we explore a transformative lesson from Bhagavad Gita, which is basically, like a master class for the modern executive. While often interpreted spiritually, this profound verse hold the secret to modern executive performance, and we will also break down how the principle of the unchanging self applies directly to business decisions making and helping CEOs. Let's go. Friends, the noise never stops. Quarterly projections, disruptive competitors, supply chain fractures, boardroom pressures, the relentless ping of notifications. If you are a CEO or a business leader, your reality is defined by a constant high frequency hum of volatility. We are told that to lead is to react. We are told to be successful executive, you must be a hyper vigilant, that you must be shaken by every market dip, every negative review, and every shift in the economic tide. But what if I told you that the most effective leaders in history don't react to noises? What if they operated from a place that the noise is couldn't be reached? Today we are looking at a masterclass in executive leadership and executive stability. We are looking at a lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 25, that serves as a profound psychological framework for the modern CEO. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel and also what kind of people are watching our content. Alright, now let's look at the verse. And the quote starts, knowing that the self is invincible, inconceivable, and unchangeable, you should not lament for the body. Now let's strip away the classical context for a moment and look at this as an executive strategy. The body here represents the fragile external elements of your business. It is the P&L statement that fluctuates. It is the stock price. It is the office space, the product launch, and that product launch can hit a snag. The employee turnaround rate as well. These are the body. They are the material, temporary, and ultimately they are subject to decay and change. Most CEOs spend 100% of their mental bandwidth lamenting the body. When the numbers are down, they panic. When the project fails, they internalize it as a loss of identity. But the verse calls us to focus on the self. In a business context, the self is your core vision. It is the why behind your organization. It is the intangible, unchangeable mission that exists regardless of whether this quarter's growth is 2% or 20%. Now you might ask, if I don't lament, if I don't get stressed, do I stop caring? Well, absolutely not. This is where the misunderstanding of detachment happens. In the corporate world, we often confuse anxiety with diligence. We think that if we aren't losing sleep, we aren't actually working hard enough. But anxiety actually clouds your cognitive ability. It creates tunnel vision. The Gita teaches detachment, which is decisiveness. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot be paralyzed by the fear of the patient's physical pain, or they cannot perform the operation.
They must be present, they must be focused, and they must be detached enough to remain precise. As a CEO, your operation is your strategy. When you view your business challenges as things that are external to your core identity, things that are inconceivable in the sense that they are too complex to control entirely, you stop being a victim of the circumstances. You become the observer of the circumstance. So, this is where it ends, the whole learning from this particular verse. Big question is, how do we apply this in a Monday morning boardroom? And I would like to suggest 3 steps for you. First, self audit, which essentially means recognize the noise. So before you make a high stake decisions, please pause. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the self, the long term mission, or am I reacting to the body, the immediate transient fear? If you are reacting to the body, you are likely operating from a place of panic. Number 2, practice radical acceptance. The verse says the self is unchangeable. Accept that the market is changing. Accept that the body of your business will go through cycles. When you accept that flux is the nature state of business, you stop lamenting it. You stop fighting reality and start working with it. Number 3, lead from the core. When you're when you make decisions from your core values, your leadership becomes predictable to your team. An unshakable CEO provides a gravitational pull. If you are rattled, your team is rattled as well. If you are anchored in the unchanging mission, your team will feel that stability. So in the end, you're not your market share. You're not your revenue growth for the current quarter. You are the architect of a vision that is intended to outlive the temporary body of your current struggles. So, if you can master the ability to see the chaos as something that is passing while your core vision remains invisible and unchangeable, you don't just survive the volatility, you transcend it. You become an unshakable CEO. So, friends, next time you face a crisis, don't look for someone to blame. Don't look for a way to hide. Look at the noise. Acknowledge it for the temporary ripple that it is, and then get back to leading from your center. So, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Lead well, and I will catch you again in the next one.
आकाश हमेशा से मानवता का सबसे बड़ा रहस्य रहा है। जब ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में पंक्तिबद्ध होते हैं तो ये दृश्य केवल खगोल विज्ञान का गणित नहीं बल्कि संस्कृति और कल्पना का उत्सव बन जाता है। मायन सभ्यता ने इन्हें समय का चक्र का संकेत माना है। यूनानी और रोमन ने इन्हें देवताओं की इच्छा समझते थे वे लोग, और भारतीय ऋषि ने इन्हें जीवन के शुभ अशुभ का फलादेश से जोड़ा। आज भी जब बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति जैसे ग्रह एक साथ चमकते हैं तो हमें याद आता है कि ब्रह्मांड की भाषा केवल दूरबीनों और समीकरणों से नहीं बल्कि मिथकों, कविताओं और कहानियों से भी समझी जाती है। यही निरंतरता प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से आधुनिक विज्ञान तक मानवता का साझा यात्रा ये रही है। और जहां ज्योतिष, प्रतीकवाद और विज्ञान खोजे एक ही आकाश के दो पहलू बन जाते हैं। तो चलिए जानते हैं इसके बारे में और कुछ ज्यादा। रात का आकाश सदियों से मानवता के लिए रहस्य और आकर्षण का स्रोत रहा है। जब 3 ग्रह बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति एक साथ आकाश में सीधे से दिखाई देते हैं तो ये केवल खगोल विज्ञान का अद्भुत दृश्य नहीं होता बल्कि संस्कृति, इतिहास और मानव कल्पना का भी उत्सव बन जाता है। बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति की ये ग्रह परेड का चर्चा करना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि यह केवल चमकदार आकाशीय दृश्य नहीं है, विज्ञान, संस्कृति और इतिहास को सार्थक रूप से जोड़ता है। लगभग 12 जून 2026 को सूर्यास्त के बाद पश्चिम दिशा में ये देखे गए हैं और वहां आपको ये उज्जवल परेड, ग्रहों की परेड दिखाई देगी। और बुध, शुक्र और बृहस्पति शाम के आकाश में एक साथ इकट्ठे हुए थे और ये एक छोटी सी जो परेड है, क्योंकि इसमें केवल 3 ग्रह शामिल हैं, लेकिन 2026 की सबसे आसान ग्रह परेड में से एक है, क्योंकि सभी 3 ग्रह हम बिना दूरबीनों के अपनी आंखों से हमने देखे। एक स्थान से अपने स्थान से हम आकाश के इन 3 ग्रहों को जल्दी और आसानी से खोजने के लिए स्टार वॉक 2 जैसे ऐप का भी उपयोग कर सके थे। और बुध और सूर्य के सबसे निकट अपनी तेज गति से आकाश में चमकता है ये। और शुक्र, जिसे प्राचीन सभ्यताओं ने सुबह का तारा और शाम का तारा कहा है, अपनी उज्जवल आभा से रात को रोशन उसने किया था। और बृहस्पति, देवताओं के राजा, आप अपनी विशालता और चमक से आकाश के प्रभुत्व में जमाता है और उस दिन भी जमाया था। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आकाशीय रेखा में खड़े हुए थे तो ऐसा लगा जैसे कि मानो ब्रह्मांड स्वयं कोई कथा सुना रहा हो। इतिहास में ऐसे ग्रह संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ संकेत माना गया है। भारतीय ज्योतिष में ग्रहों की स्थिति को मानव जीवन से जोड़ा गया है, तो यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं ने इन्हें देवताओं के संदेश के रूप में देखा। आज विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि केवल ग्रहों की कक्षा का गणितीय परिणाम है, लेकिन परंतु इसका जो सांस्कृतिक महत्व है अब भी उतना ही गहरा है और उतना ही डीप है। इस परेड को देखना केवल वैज्ञानिक जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि एक साझा अनुभव है। दुनिया भर के लोग एक ही समय पर आकाश की ओर देखते हैं और बहुत ही अचंभा से भर जाते हैं। ये हमें याद दिलाता है कि चाहे हमारी भाषाएं, हमारी संस्कृतियां और सीमाएं अलग हो, परंतु आकाश सबका है, एक साझा कैनवास जिस पर ब्रह्मांड अपनी कलाकारी करता रहता है। ग्रहों की ये परेड हमें यह भी सिखाती है कि ब्रह्मांड में सब कुछ एक लय और एक ताल में चलता है। जैसे कि संगीत के सुरों का संगम होता है, वैसे आकाश में ग्रहों का संगम हमें सामंजस्य और संतुलन का भी संदेश देता है। और यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके हमें बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं, किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें अपने चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में मदद मिलती है। और आइए अब चलते हैं, अपनी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। मानव सभ्यता की शुरुआत से ही आकाश की ओर देखना केवल जिज्ञासा नहीं, बल्कि जीवन का मार्गदर्शन रहा है। ये ग्रह एक साथ आकाश में दिखाई देते हैं तो ये दृश्य प्राचीन सभ्यताओं के लिए देवताओं का संकेत माना जाता था। मायन सभ्यता ने ग्रहों की गति को अपने कैलेंडर और अनुष्ठानों से जोड़ा। उनके लिए ग्रहों का संगम समय के चक्रव्यूह को समझने का साधन हुआ करता था। यूनानी और रोमन सभ्यताओं में इन देवताओं, इसे जो पूरा जो परेड होती है ग्रहों की, उसको देवताओं की इच्छा की तरह उसको समझा गया और माना गया। बृहस्पति का उदय शक्ति का प्रतीक, शुक्र का चमकना प्रेम और सौंदर्य का संकेत। भारतीय परंपरा में ग्रहों की स्थिति को ज्योतिषीय गणना से जोड़ा गया है। वैदिक ऋषियों ने ग्रहों के संयोग को शुभ या अशुभ फलादेश से जोड़ा और ये परंपरा आज भी जीवित है। दो ज्योतिष प्रतीकवाद ग्रहों की परेड को दो ज्योतिष से अत्यंत शक्तिशाली माना गया है। बुध बुद्धि का संचार का प्रतीक, शुक्र प्रेम और कला और सौंदर्य का प्रतीक, और बृहस्पति ज्ञान, धर्म और विस्तार का प्रतिनिधि करता है। जब ये तीनों एक साथ आते हैं तो इसे मानव जीवन से परिवर्तन या नए अवसर या सामूहिक ऊर्जा का संकेत माना जाता है। यही कारण है कि आज भी ग्रहों की जो परेड है वो सांस्कृतिक विमर्श से प्रासंगिक बनी हुई है। कथा, कला और संस्कृति मूल्य ऐसे आकाशीय संगम केवल गणितीय घटनाएं नहीं, बल्कि कथा कौशल के स्रोत हैं। एंड अगर हम जो स्टोरीज हैं, जो कहानियां हैं, उनके बारे में सोचें, या देवताओं के मिलन का जो कहानियां होती हैं उनके बारे में सोचें, या युद्ध हो या आशीर्वाद हो, ये सारी कहानियों में हमें यही संकेत मिलता है कि ये जो पूरा संगम हो रहा है 3 ग्रहों का, जो हुआ था 12 जून के आसपास, वो कितना ही महत्वपूर्ण है, जो हमारे जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। कला, चित्रकार, मूर्ति कला, ये ग्रहों का संगम माना जाता है। कविताएं आकाशीय घटनाओं को प्रेम या आशा या नियति के रूप में प्रस्तुत करती रही हैं और आज भी करती हैं। आज भी जब लोग ग्रहों की परेड देखते हैं तो उन्हें ये प्रेरणा मिलती है, वो प्रेरित होते हैं कि नई कविताएं लिखने के लिए, चित्र बनाने के लिए, विज्ञान की को एक्चुअली संस्कृति से जोड़ने के लिए। आधुनिक विज्ञान से निरंतरता हम समझते हैं, क्योंकि जो ग्रह है वो एक स्पेस है जहां पर कई सारी जो इनोवेशंस, कई सारी खोजें की जा रही हैं। हम आज जानते हैं कि ग्रहों का संगम केवल उनकी कक्षाओं का परिणाम है, परंतु ये तथ्य प्राचीन परंपराओं को नकारता नहीं, बल्कि उन्हें और गहराई से देखता है, उसको गहराई से स्टडी करने के लिए हम सभी को प्रेरित करता है। खगोल विज्ञान हमें बताता है कि ग्रहों की गति गणित के नियमों से संचालित होती है। ये तो सभी बात जानते हैं। और लेकिन अगर हम संस्कृति की बात करें तो संस्कृति हमें याद दिलाती है कि इन नियमों को समझने के लिए मानव ने मिथक या ज्योतिष का सहारा लिया, पहले भी लिया और कभी कभी का हम आज भी लेते हैं। प्राचीन आकाश दर्शन से लेकर आधुनिक दूरबीनों तक यह यात्रा हमें दिखाती है या हमें सिखाती है कि विज्ञान और संस्कृति की एक का ही ये आकाश है, लेकिन उसके 2 पहलू हैं जिसको हम अलग अलग तरीके से देखते हैं और उसको अलग अलग तरीके से समझते हैं। आज के समय में जब तकनीक में हमें दूरदर्शिता मिल चुकी है, आकाश गंगाओं की तस्वीरें हमें दिखाई देती हैं और अंतरिक्ष यान और मंगल के ऊपर खोज हो रही है, मंगल की तरफ हमारी यात्रा हमारी बढ़ने को है अभी आजकल, तब भी ऐसे सरल दृश्य 3 ग्रहों का एक साथ चमकना हमें उतना ही रोमांचित करता है और हमें अपनी जड़ें से की ओर ले जाता है, हमें अपनी हिस्ट्री की तरफ ले जाता है। और उस समय जब हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं तो कई सारी जो खोजें जो हमारे प्राचीन ऋषियों ने और खगोल विद जो लोग हैं उन्होंने की हैं, उनकी तरफ भी हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित कराता है। जब प्राचीन ऋषि और खगोलविद जो आकाश को देख कर समय और ऋतु का निर्धारण करते थे, ये भी बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है इस पूरे डिस्कशन का। ग्रहों की परेड केवल एक खगोलीय घटना नहीं, ये तो आपको मानना पड़ेगा, बल्कि एक सांस्कृतिक उत्सव है और हमें जो विज्ञान और अध्यात्म, गणित और कविता सबको एक सूत्र में बांधने का ये अवसर भी है। ग्रहों की परेड का चर्चा करना केवल वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से नहीं, बल्कि सांस्कृतिक और मानवीय दृष्टि से भी काफी आवश्यक है। यह हमें बताता है कि आकाश केवल तारों और ग्रहों का समूह नहीं, बल्कि मानवता की साझा कथा है और जो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। और जहाँ विज्ञान और आध्यात्म, गणित और कविता जब एक साथ मिलते हैं तो डेफिनेटली एक यूनिक संगम को हम देखते हैं। तो हम अपनी डिस्कशन के अंतिम पड़ाव पे पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपया हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। इस विषय पर अगर आपका कोई कमेंट है तो जरूर साझा कीजिए। हम आपसे फिर दोबारा मिलेंगे बहुत ही जल्द। अपना ख्याल रखिए। नमस्कार। नमस्कार फ्रेंड्स। आधुनिक सैटेलाइट और डिजिटल सुरक्षा से बहुत पहले एक व्यक्ति ने पूरी जानकारी पर नियंत्रण की कला में महारत हासिल कर ली थी। पाटलिपुत्र की सुनहरी गलियों के नीचे एक मौन युद्ध चल रहा था, जहां एक फुसफुसाहट भी राजा को गिरा सकती थी। एंड वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट चाणक्य। जी हाँ, चाणक्य इंजीनियर्ड a terrifying web of double agent that watched every shadow। और जानिए कैसे अर्थशास्त्र की कठोर नीतियां घरेलू निगरानी का आधार बनी और मौर्य साम्राज्य और सिंहासन की अदृश्य नींव तैयार हुई। चाणक्य का गुप्तचर नेटवर्क इतना उन्नत था कि आज की आधुनिक निगरानी भी इसके सामने साधारण लगती है। We are diving deep into a psychological warfare, a lethal spy tactics that unified a fragmented subcontinent through absolute mastery of secret। चलिए और जानते हैं इस विषय में। मौर्य साम्राज्य केवल तलवारों की ताकत से नहीं उठा था। चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य का सिंहासन के पीछे एक ऐसा व्यक्ति खड़ा था जिसकी बुद्धि, जिसका माइंड वाज शार्पर देन स्टील और जिसकी दृष्टि युद्ध भूमि से कहीं आगे तक जाती थी। और वह था चाणक्य, जिसे हम कौटिल्य के नाम से भी जानते हैं। उसकी प्रतिभा केवल राजनीति और अर्थशास्त्र में नहीं थी, बल्कि इनविजिबल मशीनरी ऑफ एस्पिनाज में भी थी। उसने एक ऐसी शैडो आर्मी बनाई, एक ऐसा गुप्तचर जाल बनाया जो साम्राज्य की अदृश्य नींव बन गया। मौर्य साम्राज्य के स्वर्ण युग में शक्ति केवल तलवारों और सैनिकों पर नहीं टिकी थी, और वह एक मौन में भी फलती फूलती थी। उन फुसफुसाहटों में जो बाजार और मंदिर से होकर गुजरती थी। चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य के सिंहासन के पीछे एक ऐसा माइंड था जो युद्ध और धन से आगे देखता था। चाणक्य एक रणनीतिकार जिसने रहस्य को ही ताकत में बदल दिया। चाणक्य की प्रतिभा उसके विरोधाभास में थी। वह किसी पर भरोसा नहीं करता था, लेकिन फिर भी उसका तंत्र भरोसे पर ही चलता था। हर फुसफुसाहट के मायने थे वहां पर, और हर अफवाह साम्राज्य के विशाल जाल की एक डोर थी। और इसी अदृश्य मशीनरी के जरिए चाणक्य ने केवल राजनीतिक नहीं बल्कि जनमानस को भी आकार दिया। Now let's talk about the stationary informants और wandering agents। जी हाँ, ये 2 स्तरीय व्यवस्था थी। चाणक्य की व्यवस्था परत दर परत थी। इसके नीचे वे अस्थायी सूचना देने वाले थे। जैसे वो लोग कहाँ थे? वो लोग थे गांवों में, कस्बों में, बाजारों में छिपे लोग। यही एक बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन दिया करते थे। वे राज्य की आंख और कान थे जो रोजमर्रा की गतिविधियों को देखते थे और असंतुष्ट की फुसफुसाहट को दर्ज करते थे। जन भावना में बदलाव को नोट करते थे। ये लोग समाज में सहजता से घुल जाते थे, और जैसे कि दुकानदार है, सराय के रखवाले हैं, मंदिर के सेवक हैं, ये सभी लोग उस पूरे तंत्र के बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पीपल हुआ करते थे। इनमें ऊपर काम करते थे वे घूमने वाले गुप्तचर। हाँ, उसके बाद हम बात करते हैं वॉन्डरिंग सीक्रेट एजेंट्स की। वे चलायमान एजेंट थे जो प्रदेशों में सीमाओं को पार करते हुए सूचना लाते थे। इन्हें अलग अलग पहचान अपनाने का प्रशिक्षण और ट्रेनिंग दी गई थी। कभी वह कलाकार थे, तो कभी सन्यासी थे, कभी व्यापारी थे, और उनकी गतिशीलता उन्हें अलग अलग क्षेत्रों की सूचनाओं को जोड़ने में सक्षम बनाती थी। और इस तरह से दोनों स्तर मिलकर निगरानी का जाल बुनते थे जो स्थिर और गतिशील दोनों समाजों और सामाजिक आयामों को ढक लेता था। Now let's talk about the recruitment of unconventional asset. जी हाँ, असामान्य साधनों की भर्ती। चाणक्य की प्रतिभा इस बात में भी थी कि उसकी शक्ति को हाशियों में भी पहचाना जा सकता था. That means कि चाणक्य's brilliance lay in the recognizing that power often hides in margins. नाउ इसमें भिक्षुओं को भी शामिल किया गया, जिनकी आध्यात्मिकता छवि उन्हें संदेह से बचाती थी. और उसमें व्यापारी को भी जोड़ा गया, जिसके जो व्यापारिक मार्ग थे वहां से सूचना बटोरते थे. मोस्ट चिलिंगली एक्चुअली ही एम्प्लॉयड द विष कन्या, या हम पॉइजन गर्ल्स के नाम से भी जानते थे. और ये एक भयानक तरीके का प्रयोग विष कन्याओं का जो किया गया, उसमें ऐसा होता था कि ये स्त्रियां बचपन से ही विष की छोटी छोटी मात्रा खाकर प्रशिक्षित होती थी, और जिससे उनका शरीर घातक बन जाता था और उन्हें शत्रु दरबारों में नर्तकी या संगिनी बनाकर भेजा जाता था, जहां उनका सौंदर्य मृत्यु या उनका साग्निग्न हत्या का रूप ले लेता था. यानी कि in other words, they embodied the espionage in its most terrifying form, beauty as a death, intimacy as assassination. So अब हम बात करते हैं विश्वास या ट्रस्ट की संस्था और संस्थागत व्यवस्था की. जासूसों पर जासूसी, राइट? द इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज द ट्रस्ट, द स्पाइज आर वॉचिंग स्पाइज. तो धोखे पर बने नेटवर्क पर ट्रस्ट कैसे किया जाए? चाणक्य ने इसका हल निकाला. अविश्वास को भी एक्चुअली वॉचिंग के लिए बना दिया गया. उसने ऐसी व्यवस्था तैयार की जिसमें जासूसों पर अन्य जासूस नजर रखते थे. हर एजेंट की निष्ठा लगातार परखी जाती थी और रिपोर्ट्स मिलाई जाती थी, और विरोधाभास पर एक कठोर दंड भी दिया जाता था. इसमें कोई भी एजेंट व्यक्तिगत लाभ के लिए सूचना को तोड़ मरोड़ नहीं सकता था, और यह एक आत्म सुधारक मंत्र या तंत्र भी था, और जिसमें सच केवल परत दर परत धोखे हटाने के बाद सामने आता था. अब और भी बात कर लेते हैं लिटिल डीपर. अर्बन मॉनिटरिंग इन पाटलिपुत्र. जी हाँ, पाटलिपुत्र की शहरी निगरानी. राजधानी पाटलिपुत्र साम्राज्य का धड़कता हुआ दिल था, और चाणक्य ने इसे निगरानी की प्रयोगशाला बना दिया. सूचना दाता सरायों, मंदिर और बाजारों में बातचीत पर नजर रखते थे. गुप्तचर कारीगरों और सैनिक और दरबारियों के बीच घुल-मिल कर असंतोष के संकेत खोजते थे. लक्ष्य केवल विद्रोह पकड़ना नहीं था, बल्कि उसे जन्म लेने से पहले ही रोकना था. यदि कोई व्यापारी करों की शिकायत करता या कोई पुजारी देवताओं की नाराजगी का संकेत देता था, या उसे कोई संघ नेता का असंतोष जताने का मौका मिलता, तो ये सब दर्ज होकर विश्लेषण होता इसका, और उसके ऊपर तुरंत कार्रवाई की जाती थी. अब और बात कर लेते हैं लिटिल मोर, लिटिल प्रोफाउंड, और ये बात है टेस्टिंग द लॉयल्टी. जी हाँ, ट्रस्ट की परीक्षा करना. चाणक्य के सिद्धांतों में तंत्र शामिल था. निष्ठा की परीक्षा के तरीके मंत्रियों, सेनापतियों और यहाँ तक कि परिवारजनों को भी परखा जाता था. किसी मंत्री को छिपे एजेंट द्वारा रिश्वत दी जाती, और या यदि उसे स्वीकार किया तो उसका विश्वासघात उजागर हो जाता था. किसी सेनापति को झूठी सूचना दी जाती ताकि देखा जा सके कि क्या उसे वो लीक करता है या नहीं. तो फ्रेंड्स, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुँच चुके हैं तो हमें ज़रूर बताइए किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं, और किस शहर से किस सिटी से आप हमसे जुड़े हैं. इससे हमें ये समझने में मदद मिलेगी कि हमारा चैनल कितनी दूर तक पहुँच रहा है. चलिए अब इस चर्चा को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं. चाणक्य मानता था कि महल के भीतर की महत्वाकांक्षाएं बाहर के शत्रुओं या कि एनिमी से ज्यादा खतरनाक होती हैं। इसलिए ट्रस्ट, निष्ठा को लगातार परखना चाहिए, केवल मान लेना पर्याप्त नहीं था। और अब थोड़ा और इसकी और विश्लेषण करते हैं, और जहां पर हम बात करते हैं एक अलग सेगमेंट की, जहां पर मैनिपुलेशन ऑफ पब्लिक ओपिनियन, इल्यूजन ऑफ डिवाइन ओमनीप्रेजेंस। जी हाँ, सबसे पहले साबित करना है राजा की सर्वव्यापकता, और ये भ्रम जरूरी था उस समय। चाणक्य का सबसे बड़ा सूक्ष्म हथियार था कि जनमानस पर नियंत्रण। सूचना केवल विद्रोह रोकने के लिए नहीं बल्कि ट्रस्ट को गढ़ने के लिए भी थी। अफवाहें फैलाकर, आयोजन कराकर या कथाओं को नियंत्रण करके उसमें ये भ्रम पैदा किया गया कि राजा सर्वव्यापी होता है, लगभग दिव्य होता है, डिवाइन होता है। और यदि कोई षड्यंत्र पकड़ा जाता तो कहा जाता कि राजा ने उसे दिव्य दृष्टि से पहले ही देख लिया था, और यदि अकाल टलता तो उसे राजा का आशीर्वाद भी बताया जाता। सो जनता का विश्वास हो गया था कि राजा की जो नजर है वो हर जगह है और कोई रहस्य उससे छुपा नहीं रह सकता। तो इस प्रकार चाणक्य ने गुप्तचर तंत्र को विचारधारा में बदल दिया, और जो शैडो आर्मी या छाया सेना केवल साम्राज्य की रक्षा नहीं करती थी, वह उसे पवित्र भी बनाती थी। यह केवल जासूसी नहीं थी, ये मनोवैज्ञानिक युद्ध था, यानी कि इट वॉज ए साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर सेंचुरीज अहेड ऑफ इट्स टाइम। The people believed the enemy feared and the empire endured. जनता ट्रस्ट करती थी, शत्रु भयभीत रहते थे और साम्राज्य स्थिर बना रहा। चाणक्य की शैडो आर्मी इतिहास की सबसे पहली मौन क्रांति थी, हिस्ट्रीज मोस्ट साइलेंट रेवोल्यूशन। और ये याद दिलाती है कि सबसे तेज हथियार आग में नहीं बल्कि मानव माइंड में जन्म लेता, वहीं पर पैदा होता है। रिमाइंडर दैट द शार्पेस्ट वेपन आर नॉट फोर्ज्ड इन फायर बट इन द ह्यूमन माइंड। तो हम इस पूरे डिस्कशन के अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं, और अगर आप इस विषय पर आपकी कोई राय है तो ज़रूर हमसे साझा कीजिएगा, हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताइएगा। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करिए। आपसे फिर बहुत ही जल्दी मुलाकात होगी, तब तक के लिए दीजिए विदा। सी यू, बाय बाय, टेक केयर।
दोस्तों, क्या आपको पता है कि मार्क ज़करबर्ग ने एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन लिया है, जिसकी वजह से जो एआई का जो मार्केट है वो शेक हो गया है। हम सब जानते हैं कि ओपन एआई ने काफ़ी इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, और इसके अलावा बहुत सारे एआई कंपनीज हैं जो इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हैं और उनका वैल्यूएशन भी बहुत बड़ा है। लेकिन मार्क ज़करबर्ग ने एक ऐसा कारनामा किया है जिससे कि पूरा का पूरा जो एआई वर्ल्ड है वो शेक हो गया है। उन्होंने सिंपल किया है, उनका जो एआई है उसका नाम है लामा, LLAMA, लामा। उसको उन्होंने ओपन सोर्स बना दिया है। अब क्योंकि उन्होंने इसको ओपन सोर्स बना दिया है तो इसकी वजह से जो प्रोप्राइटरी एआई के जो सॉफ्टवेयर मार्केट था वो काफ़ी शेक हो गया है, क्योंकि ये तो ओपन सोर्स है, इसका मतलब कि कोई भी उसको एक्सेस कर सकता है, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट सबको अवेलेबल है। तो ये इकोनॉमिक जो वॉरफेयर है जो स्टार्ट हुआ है एआई के एरिया में, ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है। हम इस वीडियो में इसके बारे में आप लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो में चर्चा करेंगे, तो आगे हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है ये वीडियो। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। जैसे मैंने शुरू में बताया कि जो एआई जो कंपनियां हैं, ये नेक्स्ट फ्यूचर हमें दिखा रही हैं, हमें हमें नए एम्प्लॉयमेंट के आयाम दे रही हैं, और इनकी वैल्यूएशन भी बहुत ज़्यादा है और इनका इन्वेस्टमेंट भी बहुत ज़्यादा है। यहाँ तक कि कुछ एआई कंपनीज जो हैं, एआई सॉल्यूशंस कंपनी, ये स्पेस में डेटा सेंटर बनाने की भी बात कर रही हैं। तो ये काफ़ी फ्यूचरिस्टिक एरिया है। और आपको पता है कि जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, ये हर जगह पे मौजूद है। हमारे गवर्नमेंट के एप्लीकेशन से लेकर बिजनेस, फाइनेंशियल, फिनटेक, एजुकेशन, हर जगह पे एआई लगा हुआ है। जो एआई सॉल्यूशन होता है वो अकेला नहीं आता, इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम रहता है। इसके पीछे चिप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होती है, इसके पीछे डेटा सेंटर्स होते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी होती है, कूलिंग होती है, बहुत कुछ होता है इसके पीछे जो आम आदमियों को इसके बारे में पता नहीं होता। तो अगर कोई एआई कंपनी बोलती है कि मेरा एआई है, तो इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा एक इकोनॉमिक पावर हाउस होता है, और इस इकोनॉमिक पावर हाउस की वजह से जो वैल्यू है इस बिजनेस की वो बहुत ज़्यादा होती है। कुछ कंपनियों का तो जो मूल्यांकन हुआ है, वैल्यूएशन जो हुआ है, वो ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स के अंदर हुआ है। और अभी स्टार्ट हुई हैं सारी कंपनियां, इतनी जल्दी ट्रिलियन डॉलर का वैल्यूएशन बहुत ही एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इस रेस में सारे लगे हुए हैं। आप जिस कंपनी का भी नाम लें, बड़ी छोटी, सब इस रेस में लगे हुए हैं, और बहुत काम हो रहा है दुनिया में, हर जगह पे बहुत काम हो रहा है इसके ऊपर। और अब हम बात कर लेते हैं बड़ी कंपनियों की। जैसे गूगल का एआई है जो काफ़ी फेमस है। ओपन एआई तो सब जानते हैं, ओपन एआई काफ़ी लोग यूज़ भी करते हैं, स्टूडेंट्स भी काफ़ी यूज़ करते हैं, कंपनीज में भी यूज़ होता है। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का भी इसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट भी बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट कर रही है एआई में, आईबीएम भी एआई में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है। और आप सब जानते हैं कि जो मेटा है, जो पेरेंट कंपनी है फेसबुक, व्हाट्सएप और इंस्टाग्राम की, इनका भी एआई है। आप अगर यूज़ करते हैं तो आपको पता होगा कि वो एआई काफ़ी हद तक हर ऐप में यूज़ होता है। तो इनका जो एआई है इसका नाम है लामा। और रिसेंटली हाल ही में मार्क ज़करबर्ग ने डिसीजन लिया है, और इस डिसीजन की वजह से पूरी एआई की जो वैल्यूएशन है वो हिल गया है, पूरी दुनिया फ्लिप हो गई है। क्योंकि जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम होता है। एआई सॉल्यूशन ऐसा नहीं है कि एक सॉफ्टवेयर है, इसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम होता है। और अगर कोई प्रोप्राइटरी एआई सिस्टम बना रहा है तो उसके जो पीछे जो पार्टनरशिप होती है वो भी उसमें शामिल होती है उसके साथ, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि क्योंकि ये प्रोप्राइटरी है तो इसके पीछे काफ़ी हमारी फ्यूचर में पैसे बनने वाले हैं। और आप सबको पता होगा, जो भी आप अगर जो एआई यूज़ करते हैं, आपको पता होगा कि जो फ्री वर्जन है वो बहुत ही बेसिक होता है, लेकिन जो पेड वर्जन है उससे आप कितने सारे काम कर सकते हैं आज के डेट में। लेकिन फेसबुक ने क्या किया है, और मार्क ज़करबर्ग ने क्या डिसीजन लिया है कि उन्होंने लामा को ओपन सोर्स कर दिया है। ये एक बहुत बड़ा डिसीजन है एक बिजनेस के लिए, एक मतलब ये पूरी इंडस्ट्री को चेंज करने वाला डिसीजन है। ओपन सोर्स का मतलब है कि अब ये ओपनली हर एक के लिए अवेलेबल रहेगा। अब क्योंकि ओपन सोर्स है तो इसमें कोई भी आके इसको इस्तेमाल कर सकता है, कोई भी इसको डाउनलोड कर सकता है, कोई इसमें वैल्यू ऐड कर सकता है। देखिए कितनी बड़ी पावर है ये। अगर आपने इसको डाउनलोड किया और आपने मॉडिफाई करके अपने लिए चलाया, तो आप सोचिए कि आपका जो डेटाबेस है वो क्लाउड पे बेस नहीं रहेगा, उसकी सिक्योरिटी आपके पास है। आप लोकली एआई का, लामा एआई को अपने मशीन पे चला सकते हैं, जिससे कि जो आपकी जो प्रोप्राइटरी नॉलेज है वो भी आपके पास रहेगी। अब देखिए कितनी बड़ी पावर है ये। अगर आप देखें कि जो देश है आजकल के जो पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम है या जियो पॉलिटिक्स है, उसमें वो चाहते हैं कि हमारे देश का डेटा हमारे देश में रहे। लेकिन अगर आपका एआई बाहर के किसी डेटा सेंटर पे होस्टेड है तो आपका डेटा, आपके कंट्री का डेटा आपके पास कैसे रहेगा? तो अगर आपने लामा को डाउनलोड कर लिया और अपना, जैसे कि अगर मैं इंडिया में हूँ तो मैंने इंडिया सेंट्रिक अपना ही, क्योंकि ओपन सोर्स है, कोई चार्ज नहीं लगेगा इसको डाउनलोड करने के लिए, और हम इसका अपना वेरिएंट बना सकते हैं। अगर हमने अपना वेरिएंट बनाया, इंडिया ने अपना वेरिएंट बनाया, तो हम इसको लोकलाइज कर पाएंगे। हमारा जो डेटा है, हमारी नॉलेज, हमारा जो सब कुछ है, वो हमारे इंडिया के सर्वर्स पे चलेगा और लोकलाइज रहेगा, और हमें इसमें कोई खर्चा नहीं होगा, हमें कोई पैसा नहीं देना होगा। हाँ, हो सकता है बाद में सर्विसिंग के लिए कुछ हमें कुछ प्लान्स हो मेटा के, लेकिन वो अभी क्लैरिटी उस पर है नहीं एट द मोमेंट। ये बहुत ही बड़ा एक मूव है जिसमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि जो एआई का सिस्टम है, ये ओपन सोर्स कर दिया है एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी ने, और उनका काफी एडवांस है ये सिस्टम। अब ये देखने वाली बात ये है कि अगर इतनी बड़ी कंपनी ने इसको ओपन सोर्स कर दिया है, तो जिन्होंने बड़े बड़े डेटा सेंटर्स बनाए हैं और दूसरी बड़ी कंपनियों ने, उनका मार्केट जो है वो फ्यूचर प्रोजेक्शंस कैसे उसको वो जस्टिफाई करेंगे, कैसे वो कहेंगे कि आप हमारा सिस्टम इतने सारे थाउजेंड्स ऑफ डॉलर्स दे के खरीदिए, क्योंकि वहां तो फ्री मिल रहा है। और इंडिया जैसे कंट्री में अगर आप देखा जाए तो एआई के टेक्निकल रिसोर्सेज की कमी नहीं है। पूरा दुनिया का एआई तो इंडिया में ही बनता है। तो अगर हमारे पास अपना एआई है, हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज है, तो हम फ्री एआई को, लामा को यूज करके अपना ही एआई बना सकते हैं जो हमारे कंट्री सेंट्रिक होगा, और हमें इसमें कोई खर्चा नहीं देना पड़ेगा, कोई आईपी वायलेशन नहीं होगा। तो देखिए कितनी बड़ी पावर है जो ये एक छोटे से डिसीजन ने दुनिया को दी है। अब हमने तो अपनी इंडिया की बात की, लेकिन आप सोचिए कि जो और छोटे कंट्रीज हैं, अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज हैं, या और छोटे आइलैंड नेशंस हैं, उनको भी कितना फायदा होगा अगर उन्होंने अपना एआई बना लिया। तो वो किसी पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं है, अपनी सिटीजन्स को वो एआई के फायदे दे सकेंगे, और उन लोकली अपने एआई का मेंटेन कर सकेंगे विदाउट एनी सिक्योरिटी रिस्क। तो आप देखिए कि जो इन्वेस्टर है, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली अगर ओपन सोर्स एआई का मॉडल अवेलेबल है तो इसमें थोड़ा बहुत तो खर्चा होगा। तो जो इन्वेस्टमेंट मॉडल एट द मोमेंट जो चल रहा है दुनिया में, वो वैल्यूएशन बेस्ड है, वो स्टॉक मार्केट बेस्ड है। लेकिन जो नए इन्वेस्टर होंगे, जो स्मॉल इन्वेस्टर्स होंगे, वो इस ओपन सोर्स को डाउनलोड करके स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। तो ये काफ़ी चेंज है, ये एक ग्राउंड शेकिंग, ये एक चेंज है हमारे टेक्निकल वर्ल्ड के अंदर, और ये पूरे दुनिया को प्रभावित करता है। एक तरह का ये एक डिसरप्शन भी है और एक तरह का गोल्ड रश भी है। तो दोस्तों, आपको क्या लगता है, ये एक अच्छा मूव है मेटा का, या इसके पीछे कोई और सिचुएशन बनती है, या आपको लगता है कोई और स्ट्रेटेजी है फ्यूचर के लिए? आपके पास जो भी विचार हो हमारे साथ शेयर करें, कमेंट सेक्शन में नीचे जरूर लिख के भेजें। और आप हमारे साथ जुड़े, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ मैं आपसे अब इजाजत चाहता हूं। नमस्कार। Are you facing strategic inertia as a business leader? Today, we will discover the ultimate action blueprint for modern leaders, an insightful explainer video designed for CEOs, founders, and executives who want to break through stagnation and drive high impact execution. And as always, we will take help from Bhagavad Gita. Let's proceed further. Namaskaram, friends. You're most welcome. Now, let's picture this. You are the CEO of a multi-million-dollar enterprise. Your quarterly reviews are coming up. Your board is expecting exponential growth, and your competitors are moving quite fast. You have a brilliant strategy drafted on pristine whiteboard, sophisticated analytics dashboards, and elite talent on your payrolls. Yet, Your organization feels stuck. Projects stall in endless alignment meetings. Decisions sit in a bureaucratic limbo. Everyone is planning, analyzing, and discussing, but no one is actually moving forward. Well, welcome to the modern executive greatest trap, which is the strategic inertia. Most leaders believe that the failure in business comes from making the wrong choice. But history and the timeless philosophy tells us that, it's a different story altogether. The truth is that the death kennel of an enterprise isn't a bad decision. It is actually no decision at all. Today, we are going to look at the blueprint of the modern leadership that wasn't born on a Silicon Valley incubator or a Harvard Business School case study. It was written over 5,000 years ago. We are looking at chapter 3, verse 8 of Bhagavad Gita. And the quote starts, "Choose to act, choose to do your duties over inactivity or not doing your duties. Without action, we cannot even maintain our own body." And the quote close. If you are a CEO, founder, or a senior executive watching this, the single verse holds the ultimate blueprint for breaking stagnation, driving execution, and ensuring your enterprise survives and scales. Now, let's break down what this means for our boardroom today. Let's dissect the first part of the verse, which is choose to act. Choose to do your duties over inactivity. In the modern corporate world, we have romanticized the thinker. We praise the leader who stares at the spreadsheet for hours, map out every single contingency plan, and wait for 100% certainty before making a single move. And here is a hard truth for every modern CEO. 100% certainty is an absolute myth. When you wait for all the variables to align, you aren't being strategic, you are being paralyzed. Inaction feels safe because as long as you haven't acted, you haven't technically failed. You haven't made a mistake. But in the marketplace of 21st century, inaction is the highest form of risk. Think about iconic corporate collapse like Blockbuster or even Kodak. Did they fail because they didn't have the smart people? Did they fail because they lacked the resources? No, they failed because they understood the strategy. They saw the future coming, but they choose inactivity over bold execution. They clung on to the comfort of status quo while the world shifted beneath their feet. So Bhagavad Gita calls out directly, choosing no action is, dereliction of your core executive duty. Your job description as a leader doesn't say thinker in chief. It says chief executive officer. The operative word here is the executive, the one who execute. Let's look at the second half of that ancient verse, which contains the profound biological and the corporate reality. Without the action, we cannot even maintain our own body. Now let's sink in. Think about what happens to human body when it stops moving. Muscles atrophy, blood circulation slows down, the body literally begins to break down. Movement is not an operational luxury for the body. It is the fundamental condition of its survival. Now apply that exact principle to our own enterprise. As an organization, it is a living thing, breathing ecosystem. It has a heartbeat, it has a pulse and metabolic rate. That heartbeat is execution. When your product team stops shipping features, the momentum completely dies. When your sales team stop making calls, your revenue pipeline plummets. When your leadership team stop making tough operational calls, corporate politics and bureaucracy rushes in to fill that vacuum. Many CEOs think that once a company reaches a certain scale, say 100 or 1000 employees, it can coast on its past momentum. They believe that the brand, the capital reserves, or the existing product line will maintain the body of the enterprise automatically. And that is a fatal delusion. Without continuous purposeful action, an enterprise doesn't just stand still. It decays. Stagnation is the first stage of corporate death. If your business isn't actively moving forward, the market force of the competition and the disruption will tear it apart from inside out. So, how do we translate this ancient mandate into modern corporate playbook? How do we build that, what we call the ultimate action blueprint? And here are the 4 actionable pillars you can implement in your organization starting this week probably. First is replace consensus with clarity, which is inactivity often hides behind the veil of seeking consensus. Leaders spend weeks trying to get every single stakeholder on the same table to agree on certain things, basically love a decision. The blueprint shift. Move from consensus to clarity. As a CEO, your job isn't to make everyone comfortable. It is to define the direction clearly, empower your team, and authorize them to execute. Give them authority. Disagree and commit. Commit is far from powerful than getting delayed and stagnated. Next is shrink the feedback loop. Big multi-layer strategic plans are breeding grounds for inertia. By the time a 12-month project launches, the market has already changed. And therefore, this is called the blueprint shift. Break massive corporate goals into micro action with rapid feedback loops. Shift fast, measure result, learn, iterate. Keep the organization's, and its body moving every single week, not every single year. Next, which is the third point, is ruthlessly eliminate busy work. Disguised as work, team love to look busy. They send dozens of status update emails, sit in back-to-back alignment meetings, and build elaborate slide decks about work rather than doing the work. And therefore, this is basically require much more deeper thought. You need to audit your company's operational rhythm. Ask your teams, does this meeting, report, or process directly maintain or grow the body of your enterprise? If it doesn't, the drive tangible execution, cut it out. Now, number 4, lead from the front line. Inactivity often starts at the top. When CEOs isolate themselves in ivory towers, looking only at high-level financial sheets, they lose touch with the operational friction of the execution. What you need to do now? Emulate the ultimate leadership archetypes. In the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna wasn't sitting miles away and telling Arjun what to do from a safe distance. He was right there on the chariot in the middle of the battlefield, guiding every move. Be close to the execution, understanding where your teams are stuck, and then you need to clear their path. To wrap up all this together, leadership is not about having the cleanest spreadsheet or the most sophisticated theory. It's about the momentum. It's about moving forward. So, wisdom of chapter 3, verse 8 remind us that our primary duty as a leader is to act, to choose execution over comfort, to choose momentum over stagnation, to recognize that without constant intentional action, even the strongest corporate body will wither away. So, friends, here is my challenge for you today. What is that one critical decisions you have been putting off for quite some time? What initiative has been sitting in the review for too long because you were waiting for a perfect condition? So do let me know in the comments below. Stop waiting for certainty. Step out onto the battlefield of execution. Do your duty and set your enterprise in motion. So, friends, if you found this valuable breakdown of the ancient wisdom for the modern leadership, make sure to hit the subscribe button, leave your thoughts in the comments below, and share this video with fellow leaders who need to hear it today. Thanks for watching. Lead with action, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Well, $60 billion, that's more than the entire valuation of many Fortune 500 companies, right? It's twice what NASA gets in a year, and it is the price tag of a single option. Elon Musk just secured, for SpaceX. Yesterday, the world of aerospace and AI collided. SpaceX officially announced a strategic partnership with Cursor, the AI coding startup that has taken the developer world by storm. But this isn't just a partnership. SpaceX now holds the exclusive right to buy Cursor for $60 billion by the end of 2026. Why would a rocket company, one that just merged with XAI and is targeting a 1.75 trillion IPO, drop that kind of cash on a code editor? Is it just about helping engineers write faster apps, or is this the missing link that finally makes a city on Mars a reality? Today we are deconstructing the SpaceX Cursor deal, the colossal supercomputer, and why the road to the red planet is now paved with billions of lines of AI generated code. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed with our analysis. If you aren't a developer, you might not realize how big Cursor has become. It's a fork of the VS Code, but it has been a rebuilt from the ground up with AI at its core. It pioneered what enthusiasts call the vibe coding, the ability to describe a complex feature in plain English and watch the AI architect the entire file structure, logic, and test in seconds. And therefore, we need to consider this statistics. ARR, over 2 billion today, projected to hit 6 billion by year end. And what is the reach? Used by over 50% of the Fortune 500 company. And what is the most important thing? It is not just a chatbot. It is a tool that understands your entire code base. SpaceX isn't just buying a tool. They are buying the distribution channel to the world's best engineers. But there is a catch. SpaceX has two choices: pay 10 billion for a joint development partnership, or pay $60 billion for the whole thing. It's a try before you buy deal at a galactical scale. To understand why this matters, we have to look at the hardware. Back in the February 2026, SpaceX merged with XAI. In that merger, SpaceX inherited Colossus, the world's most powerful AI training cluster running on roughly 1 million NVIDIA H100 equivalents. Before this deal, Cursor was a bottleneck by the computing power. They were using model from OpenAI and Anthropic. But now Cursor is moving into the SpaceX family. They get direct access to Colossus. Imagine taking the world's most intuitive coding interface and plug-in it to the world's largest supercomputer. We are talking about training a personal super intelligent specifically for engineering. This isn't about building another Grok for Twitter. It's about building an AI that can design a Raptor engine, simulate orbital mechanics, and debug the flight software of a starship in real time. Elon Musk has often said that the hardest part of Starship isn't that rocket, it is the machine that built the machine. To put a million people on Mars by 2050, you need thousands of starships. You need autonomous propellant plants on Martian surface. You need life support system that never fails. The software complexity required to manage a multi-planetary logistics chain is mind-boggling. Currently, writing that software takes thousands of human engineers and millions of man-hours. But with Cursor integrated into SpaceX stacks, accelerated prototyping will be a reality. AI can generate ground control software for the 2028 lunar mission in a fraction of time. It can also achieve autonomous debugging. On a 6 month journey to Mars, you can't wait for a patch from Earth. The ship's AI need to find a fix on its own and also debug the whole software. Next, it is going to create a stairway to Mars. This acquisition suggests that SpaceX is pivoting from being a launch provider to vertical tech stack. Their own internet, which is Starlink, their own AI, which is XAI. Now it could be Cursor also, and the transport, which is the Starship. Let's talk about money. This deal comes just as SpaceX prepare for its rumored 2026 IPO. Analysts are targeting a listing valuation of 1.75 trillion. By securing Cursor, SpaceX is signaling to Wall Street that they aren't just a transportation company; they are deep tech, combination of various companies. If they can prove that their AI integrated engineering can cut the cost of reaching Mars by 90%, a 60 billion acquisition start to look like a bargain. However, not everyone is convinced. Critics point to the anthropic shock earlier this year that wiped billions of IT giants. They ask if this a visionary move or is it another overvaluation in a red hot AI market. Whether SpaceX Cursor buys the Cursor for $60 billion or stay in a $10 billion partnership, one thing is clear: the future of space exploration is no longer just about fuel and physics, it's about intelligence. If Starship is the body that takes us to stars, the AI acquisition is the brain. We are watching the birth of the company that controls the physical and the digital infrastructure of the next century. So, friends, what do you think? Is $60 billion fair price for the key to the red planet? Or is the AI bubble reaching escape velocity? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into technology shaping our future. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, I like to say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. While the world watches the ground borders, India just sees the ultimate high ground. We're talking about Pushpak spaceplane. The Pushpak spaceplane isn't just a vehicle, it's a declaration of the orbital sovereignty that renders the traditional satellite and the vulnerability obsolete. Discover how this autonomous fleet is securing indigenous supply chains and fundamentally shifting the global balance of power forever. Let us discuss this further. For over 60 years, human spaceflight has operated on a profoundly wasteful promise. We build the multi-million dollar rockets, fly them once and throw them away into the ocean. It is equivalent of flying a commercial airliner across the Atlantic and then burning the plane the moment it lands. But history is rarely static. Today, a quiet revolution is taking place in aerospace facility of Indian Space Research Organization, also known as ISRO. It centers around a winged arrowhead-shaped vehicle named Pushpak. This isn't just another rocket; it's an autonomous space plane. By mastering high-speed atmospheric re-entry, the intelligent autonomous navigation and precise runway landings, India isn't just participating in the new space race. It is fundamentally rewriting the economics and the geopolitics of the global power. Today, we are going to explore how India's autonomous space plane fleet is shifting the balance of global dominance forever. To understand why a space plane changes everything, we first have to look at the math that has bound humanity to Earth for generations. It's governed by what the rocket scientists call the Selowski rocket equation. In simple terms, to lift the fuel into space, you need more fuel. To lift the extra fuel, you need even more fuel. Because of this brutal physical constraint, over 90% of the traditional rockets' total mass consists of propellant and disposable tanks. When the rocket reaches orbit, you discard the expensive engines and the avionics. The metal shell into the goes into the dark void of space or the watery grave back on Earth. This disposable cup model made space exploration unimaginably expensive. For decades, only superpowers with bottomless state budgets could afford regular tickets to the cosmos. While the companies like SpaceX pioneered vertical landing system VTVL to bring rocket boosters back down, the space agencies have long dreamed of different holy grail: the horizontal landing space plane, a vehicle that takes off like a rocket, perform complex orbital missions, and glide back down to land on an ordinary runway just like an aeroplane. And that is precisely what India is going to build. Meet the reusable launch vehicle technology demonstrator, universally known as Pushpak, named after the legendary flying chariot from the ancient epic of Ramayana. Developing a space plane is infinitely more complex than building a standard rocket. Why? Because a space plane has to wear two completely different hats. In space, it must survive the brutal white hot plasma of hypersonic re-entry temperatures reaching thousands of degrees of Celsius. But once it re-enters the lower atmosphere, it transforms into a unpowered glider with a notoriously low lift to drag ratio, forced to approach a runway at speed exceeding 350 kilometers per hour. Over a series of meticulous flight tests known as LEX or landing experiments, ISRO achieved what few nations on Earth could dream of. What are these achievements? Mid-air release. An Indian Air Force Chinook helicopter carried the Pushpak prototype to an altitude of 4.5 kilometers and released it. Number two, is the autonomous decision making. Without the single human pilot on board, Pushpak's onboard mission management computer took control. Number 3, real-time corrections. The vehicle executed complex cross-range corrections maneuvers, adapting to the sudden wind vector and atmospheric shift on the fly. And number 4 is the precision touchdown. It glided down to center line accuracy on the runway, deploying a brake parachute and wheel steering to bring itself to a safe, controlled stop. This wasn't just a successful test, it was a masterclass in autonomous navigation guidance and control system, also known as NGC. India provided that to the world, that it has the software, it has the indigenous sensors that could guide an unpowered space vehicle from the edge of the sky straight down to pinpoint landing without human intervention. The technology is fascinating, but economics dictate the geopolitics. By transitioning from the experimental demonstration to full operational integration, India's aerospace strategy is targeting a radical objective, slashing the cost of access to space by nearly 10 times. Right now, sending a kilogram of payload to low Earth orbit comes with a steep price tag. But when you introduce a fully reusable space plane fleet combined with heavy lift reusable vehicles, the next generation launch vehicles, which is NGLV, the internally designated as Project Surya, the entire financial model flips. Lower cost per kilogram, large expensive plummet towards highly competitive global thresholds. And then there are other advantages like rapid turnaround. Unlike the traditional rocket that requires months of factory rebuilding, space planes are engineered for quick inspection, minimum refurbishment, and rapid reflight. Then there are other advantages also, like commercial dominance. The global satellite operators, telecommunication giants, and scientific institutions will naturally flock to the most cost-effective and reliable launch providers. India is transforming space from elite scientific frontier into a high-frequency commercial transportation network. This brings us to the core of the story, which is related to geopolitics. Space is no longer just a theater for peaceful science. It is the ultimate high ground of modern national security and global influence. Whoever controls the orbital lanes controls the global communication, intelligence, financial transactions, and battlefield awareness. The advent of Indian autonomous spaceplane fleet altered international dynamics in 3 profound ways. Number 1, strategic autonomy and resilience. By relying on indigenous thermal protection material, local semiconductors, avionics, and homegrown guidance system, India's insulate its critical space infrastructure from foreign supply chain blockades or geopolitical coercions. Number 2 is responsive space capabilities. Traditional rocket launch require months of scheduling and preparation. A reusable runway launched on or runway landing spaceplane offers an unprecedented rapid response capability, allowing for the emergency replacement of damaged reconnaissance or communication satellite within hours of crisis. Number 3 is the blueprint for future mega projects. These technological building blocks directly fuels India's upcoming monumental goals, including establishment of Bharatiya Antariksh Station by 2035 and crewed lunar mission target of 2040. When a nation masters autonomous spaceplanes, it stops being a regional player and firmly establishes itself as a foundational pillar of the multipolar global leadership. From humble beginning, launching sound rockets from bicycle racks in coastal fishing villages, ISRO's journey has nothing short of extraordinary. The transition from unmanned tests to fully operational autonomous spaceplane fleet represent more than engineering triumph. It is a declaration of intent. It proves the future of space exploration will not be dictated solely by historical monopolies, but by nations that innovate with grit, precision, and relentless vision. As Pushpak prepares for his next grand leap into full orbital re-entry experiment, one reality is crystal clear. The space plane isn't just rewriting the rules of flight, it is rewriting the future of the global power. So, friends, what are your thoughts on India's rapid ascent in aerospace technology? Can autonomous space planes completely replace the traditional rockets sooner than we think? Let us know in the comments below. And if this deep dive gave you a new perspective on the cosmos, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the notification bell for more breakdowns on technology and global power. Thanks for watching, and I will see you soon, very soon, in the next one. हेलो दोस्तों, आज हम बात करने वाले हैं कि जो कंटिन्यूस लर्निंग है ये इतना ज़रूरी क्यों है हमारे कंपनी की ग्रोथ के लिए, हमारी आरओआई के लिए और हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को सस्टेन करने के लिए। और इस प्रोफाउंड क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम भगवत गीता में और इसकी सहायता लेंगे। आप सबको पता है कि जो भगवत गीता है बहुत ही प्राचीन एक ग्रंथ है, और इसमें से हम इस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन का कि कंटिन्यूस लर्निंग जो सीईओज के लिए चाहिए वो क्यों जरूरी है। आप सब जानते हैं जैसे कि बारिश होती है और बारिश लाइफ को सस्टेन करती है, वैसे ही जो सीईओ का माइंड होता है वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, बहुत खास होता है। और इसीलिए जो सीईओ होता है उसको लर्निंग कंटिन्यू करना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं और इसके ऊपर चर्चा करते हैं, वार्ता करते हैं और जानते हैं कि कैसे कंटिन्यूस लर्निंग कर सकता है कोई सीईओ, कैसे अपनी कंपनी को सक्सेसफुल बना सकता है, और ऐसी कौन सी जो विचार हैं जो भगवत गीता से हम अपने मॉडर्न जिंदगी में ढाल सकते हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। इमेजिन करिए कि एक बहुत बड़ा एक एंटरप्राइज है, मल्टी मिलियन डॉलर एक कंपनी है, बहुत बड़ा उसका ऑफिस है, फोर्ट्रेस ऑफ ग्लास और स्टील, और फाइनेंशियल डिस्ट्रिक्ट के एकदम मध्य में है, सेंटर में है। तो बाहर से ऐसा लगता है कि ये इनविंसिबल है। जो ऑब्जर्वर बाहर से इस ऑफिस को देखता है उसको लगता है कि ये तो बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है, इसकी बैलेंस शीट भी बहुत अच्छी है और ये मार्केट शेयर में डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं। वॉल स्ट्रीट पे, स्टॉक मार्केट पे ये तो ऊपर नीचे उछाल इनका शेयर ला रहा है। लेकिन अगर आप डेप्थ में जाएंगे और देखेंगे कि ये तो एक विनियर है, ऊपर से पॉलिश किया हुआ है और अंदर ही अंदर क्राइसिस डेवलप हो रहा है। क्यों होता है कि क्योंकि जो सीईओ होता है वो अपनी नॉलेज को गेन करना बंद कर देता है और उसका देखा देखी जो उसके एग्जीक्यूटिव्स होते हैं वो उसको क्वेश्चन करना बंद कर देते हैं, और धीरे धीरे ये पूरा इकोसिस्टम में से फैल जाता है कि कोई नया आइडिया नहीं आता। तो होता क्या है कि जब ये इस सिचुएशन आ जाती है कि जब जो लीडर है वो लर्निंग अपनी या मार्केट के बारे में नॉलेज लेना या अभी दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हम अपनी कंपनी को स्टीयर करेंगे, ऐसे विचारधारा के अंदर अगर फंस जाता है तो होता क्या है कि उसी के कॉर्नर में फाइनेंशियल डिस्ट्रिक्ट के साइड में एक छोटा सा स्टार्टअप आता है जो जिसके बारे में उनको पता भी नहीं होता, और वो रातों रात इनके फोर्ट्रेस को तहस नहस करके, इनकी कंपनी को क्रम्बल करके इनका पूरा मार्केट शेयर कुछ ही महीनों में गेन कर लेता है। तो आप सोचिए कि ये ऐसा पहली बार नहीं हुआ है, ये तो बहुत इसके बहुत उदाहरण मिलेंगे आपको मार्केट के अंदर कि जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जो अपने आप को बदलते समय के साथ ढाल नहीं सकते, कुछ नए लर्निंग नहीं कर सकते, वो कभी कभी धीरे डिसअपियर होते हैं, कभी कभी एकदम से कैटास्ट्रोफे की तरह एकदम से डिसअपियर होते हैं, या कुछ बैड पब्लिसिटी कुछ हो जाती है जिसको वो कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाते। तो इस तरह की चीज़ें होती हैं। तो ये सारी की सारी चीज़ें जो होती हैं वो जो हमारी लर्निंग है उससे लिंक्ड होती हैं, और स्पेशली लीडरशिप की जो टीम होती है उसका ये काफ़ी एक बहुत बड़ा एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि उनको हमेशा आगे की तरफ सोचना चाहिए। दे हैव टू लुक अहेड, और जिससे कि उनके जो पीछे की जो टीम है, उनके नीचे का जो पिरामिड है, उनको देखें और समझें कि भाई हमारा जो लीडर है वो 6 महीने आगे की सोच रहा है, तो उससे वो एक स्ट्रेटेजिक डायरेक्शन देगा अपनी कंपनी को। अगर ऐसा नहीं होता है तो ये कंपनी जो है इट इज डेस्टाइन्ड टू डूम। अब इस सिचुएशन से बचने के लिए 5000 साल पहले कुरुक्षेत्र के रण क्षेत्र पे भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन को टाइमलेस विजडम दिया है। आज हम भगवत गीता से सिर्फ एक श्लोक की बात करेंगे और इस सिचुएशन से कैसे बचा जा सकता है इसकी व्याख्या करेंगे। भगवत गीता का चैप्टर 3 वर्स 14, और ये जो वर्स है मैं इसको इंग्लिश में पढ़ूंगा, संस्कृत में नहीं पढ़ूंगा क्योंकि ज्यादातर लोग संस्कृत नहीं जानते हैं, तो इंग्लिश में पढ़ता हूं। Quote starts, living beings are dependent on grains. Grains are produced by rains. Rains are result of performing sacrifices and by doing your prescribed duty. तो क्या कह रहे हैं भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को, क्या बता रहे हैं? वो एक लाइफ साइकिल बता रहे हैं कि बारिश होती है। बारिश क्यों होती है? क्योंकि हम प्रे करते हैं, भगवान की प्रार्थना करते हैं, बारिश होती है, उससे सिंचाई होती है और उससे खेती में हमारे ग्रेन्स पैदा होते हैं। ग्रेन्स हमारे लिए फ़ायदेमंद होते हैं, हम उसको खाते हैं और ये हमारा रिजल्ट होता है। तो प्रथम दृष्टि में अगर इसको देखा जाए तो ये लगता है कि ये कोई एग्रीकल्चर का कैलेंडर है या कोई टाइम मतलब एक तरह का धार्मिक ग्रंथ है, लेकिन ये बहुत ही छोटा सा मतलब एक वर्स है, कुछ ही लाइन है इसके अंदर, लेकिन इसका बहुत ही डीप मीनिंग है। तो चलिए इसका जो सारांश है, इसका जो निचोड़ है, वो हम अपने बिजनेस कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ के लिए हम निकालते हैं। तो सबसे पहले आता है कि ग्रेन क्या चीज़ है। ग्रेन किस चीज़ को हम मान सकते हैं? देखिए, ग्रेन हमारा होता है बिजनेस इकोसिस्टम, हमारे एम्प्लॉय, हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स, हमारे कस्टमर्स, हमारे शेयर होल्डर, जो भी चीज़ हमारे इकोसिस्टम में होती है उसको हम ग्रेन मान सकते हैं। और जब ये सारे के सारे मिल के एक साथ एज ए टीम काम करते हैं तो उससे जो वैल्यू निकलती है वो हम फ्रूट मान सकते हैं। तो जो ग्रेन प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए बारिश चाहिए। बारिश क्या होती है? बारिश को हम कैसे इसको करेंगे? नरिशमेंट। बारिश नरिशमेंट लाती है। तो बिजनेस के अंदर रेन का क्या मतलब है? बिजनेस के अंदर रेन का मतलब है फ्रेश पर्सपेक्टिव, मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस, टेक्नोलॉजिकल लिटरेसी, स्ट्रेटेजिक विजडम बहुत ही जरूरी है। विजडम होना बहुत जरूरी है। इंटेलिजेंस हो, सारे लोग इंटेलिजेंट होते हैं, लेकिन उस इंटेलिजेंट को जब अप्लाई किया जाता है तो वो विजडम कहलाता है। तो इंटेलिजेंस अलग चीज है, विजडम होना बहुत जरूरी है। अप्लाइड इंटेलिजेंस इज विजडम। आप उसको कैसे अपने फायदे के लिए अपने इंटेलिजेंस को यूज करते हैं वो विजडम कहलाती है। तो विजडम भी एक रेन का पार्ट है जिसको रेन से इक्वेट किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि बारिश होगी, स्ट्रेटेजिक विजडम आएगी, टेक्नोलॉजिकल लिटरेसी आएगी, इंटेलिजेंस, मार्केट इंटेलिजेंस आएगी कि हमारा कॉम्पिटिटर क्या काम कर रहा है, हम अपने आप को कैसे कॉम्पिटिटिव रखें। अगर ये सब नहीं होगा तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ड्राई हो जाएगी। आप समझ सकते हैं, राइट? अगर इंटेलिजेंस नहीं होगी, टेक्नोलॉजी एडवांसमेंट्स नहीं होंगे, कांस्टेंट इंजेक्शन ऑफ न्यू आइडियाज नहीं होंगे, तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम कौन करेगा, राइट? तो इसको हम रेन बोलेंगे। और अगर वो रेन नहीं होगी तो सीड्स नहीं पैदा होंगे। मतलब हमारे जो शेयर होल्डर हैं, कस्टमर्स हैं, हमारे एम्प्लॉयज हैं, उनको कुछ नहीं हासिल होगा। जब वो काम नहीं करेंगे तो हमारे को फ्रूट्स भी नहीं मिलेंगे। तो ये जो बताया गया है बहुत ही डीप रूटेड ड्यूटी बेस्ड ये श्लोक है, जिसमें जो लीडर है उसको ये बताया गया है कि आप अगर अपनी नॉलेज को नहीं बढ़ाएंगे, अपनी स्ट्रेटेजिक थिंकिंग को कल्टीवेट नहीं करेंगे, तो आप रेन नहीं क्रिएट कर पाएंगे। तो जो आपका जो काम है वो उन्होंने सेक्रीफाइस के रूप में बताया है। मतलब आपका सेक्रीफाइस, आपको क्या करना है, आप सेक्रीफाइस करेंगे, आप कांस्टेंट मतलब इस तरह की बातें करेंगे कि हमेशा आप लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बात करते रहें, और इसी तरह से ये चलता रहे। तो जो सेक्रीफाइस है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है, जिससे आप अपनी कंपनी को लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, लेटेस्ट आइडियाज़, और अगर आप नहीं करेंगे एज ए लीडर, एज ए सीईओ, तो आपका जो नेक्स्ट लेवल है वो आपको क्वेश्चन करना भूल जाएगा, क्योंकि उनको लगेगा कि अगर मैं क्वेश्चन करूंगा तो आप शायद नाराज हो सकते हैं। तो आपका एक रेन का एक मुद्दा ये भी है कि आप कितना ओपन एनवायरनमेंट अपने अपने कंपनी में आपने क्रिएट किया हुआ है। तो ये छोटे छोटे वर्ड्स हैं जो भगवत गीता में दिए हुए हैं, बहुत ही डीप मीनिंग वाले हैं। आप इसको फॉलो करें एज ए सीईओ, एज एन एग्जीक्यूटिव, एज मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, और अगर आप इसको फॉलो करें, इस चीज़ को समझें, इसकी डेप्थ में जाएं, तो आपको पता चलेगा कि आपको अपनी कंपनी को कैसे रन करना है, क्योंकि ये आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बनती है। डे टू डे ऑपरेशंस हैं, वो तो बहुत ज़रूरी है, लेकिन अगर आप अपने कंपनी को फ्यूचर पाथ नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, अपनी कंपनी में न्यू आइडियाज़, फ्रेश आइडियाज़ नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली जो आपके स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं वो ज़्यादा खुश नहीं होंगे। और अगर वो खुश नहीं होंगे, स्टेक होल्डर्स का मतलब मेरा ये है कि कस्टमर्स, आपके एम्प्लॉयज़, आपके इन्वेस्टर्स, ये सारे स्टेक होल्डर माने जाते हैं। आपके मार्केटिंग टीम, आपकी सप्लाई चेन, ये भी स्टेक होल्डर माने जाते हैं। अगर आप ये इनमें से कोई भी अगर एंटिटी खुश नहीं है आपके कंपनी से, आपकी कंपनी के काम से, आपके प्रोडक्ट से, क्वालिटी से, तो ऑब्वियसली फ्रूट कम पैदा होंगे। आपको लग रहा है कि 1 महीने में फ्रूट पैदा हो जाएंगे, लेकिन उसके बाद अगले 3 महीने में क्या होगा? तो ये जो चीज़ें होती हैं, इसका ख्याल रखना पड़ता है। और अगर आप थोड़ा सा स्टेगनेंट हो जाते हैं तो वो मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट क्रिएट करता है। हो सकता है अगर आप सोचें कि ठीक है 1 महीना हम आराम कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद सोचेंगे कि क्या क्या, क्या करना है। देखिए बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं हमारे मार्केट में, जैसे कोडक कोडक ने आई हुई अपॉर्चुनिटी को अलविदा कह दिया, ये सोचा कि ये क्या होगा, तो उनका पूरा का पूरा बिजनेस ही खत्म हो गया। और किसने अक्वायर कर लिया? इतने सारे जो प्लेयर्स थे जिन्होंने मोबाइल फोन बनाया, जिन्होंने कैमरा का बिजनेस खत्म हो गया। अब उनका बिजनेस किसने कैप्चर किया? नोकिया ने किया। एंड नोकिया का बिजनेस किसने कैप्चर किया? उन्होंने भी वही गलती की, जब जब उन्होंने सीखा नहीं, उन्होंने भी वही गलती की जो जिसको कोडक को हटा के वो मार्केट के लीडर बने थे। और उनका बिजनेस किसने रिमूव कर दिया? एप्पल ने, बिकॉज उन्होंने एप्पल ने स्मार्टफोन लेके आए। तो नोकिया ने सोचा हम तो बहुत बड़े हैं, हमारा सप्लाई चेन बहुत बड़ा है, लेकिन विद इन 6 मंथ्स, 1 साल के अंदर कंपनी बिल्कुल ग्राउंड जीरो पर आ गई। नोकिया इतनी पुरानी कंपनी है, लेकिन 1 साल भी नहीं लगा उस कंपनी को ख़त्म करने में। तो ये जो चीज़ें होती हैं बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट होती हैं। तो दोस्तों आज मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो चीज़ें हैं, ये भगवत गीता हमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट साइकोलॉजिकल ब्लूप्रिंट देती है। इस चीज़ को हमें गहराई से समझना चाहिए और अपनी ईगो को साइड में रखना चाहिए। और ये हमें हमेशा इस तरह सोचना चाहिए कि आई डू नॉट नो। अगर आप सोचेंगे आई नो एवरीथिंग, तो आप नई चीज़ें सीख नहीं पाएंगे। अगर नई चीज़ें सीख नहीं पाएंगे तो नए आइडियाज़ आप कैसे लाएंगे? और आपके पास अगर आइडिया नहीं है तो आपकी टीम के पास भी आइडियाज़ नहीं रहेंगे। और अगर उनके पास भी आइडियाज़ नहीं रहेंगे तो या तो वो छोड़ के चले जाएंगे जहाँ पे उनको नए आइडियाज़ मिलते हों, या वो वहीं रहेंगे लेकिन आपको क्वेश्चन नहीं करेंगे। अगर आपको क्वेश्चन ही नहीं करेंगे, आपसे कोई पूछेगा ही नहीं कि आप क्या कर रहे हैं, आपकी वैल्यू क्या है, तो कंपनी के पास कुछ भी नया नहीं रहेगा और कोई ना कोई मार्केट में आके आपकी कंपनी का बिजनेस पूरा का पूरा उठा लेगा आपसे और आपकी कंपनी श्रिंक हो जाएगी। तो दोस्तों ये मैं आपके पास आज ये नॉलेज लेके आया हूँ। अगर आपको लगता है आप इससे रेजोनेट करते हैं तो हमारे चैनल को लाइक करिए, सब्सक्राइब करिए। और अगर आपके पास कोई और सवाल है, गहराई में आप कुछ और जानना चाहते हैं, तो प्लीज़ डो नॉट हेजिटेट टू सेंड योर क्वेश्चंस इन द कमेंट सेक्शन बिलो। तो ज्वाइन करने के लिए, लाइव ज्वाइन करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मिलता हूँ आपसे अगले वीडियो में। आपका दिन शुभ हो।
are tracing the teak-ribbed hulls of ancient India's dhows as they harness the seasonal monsoon wind to dominate the Indian Oceans. By examining the stitch, joinery, and celestial navigation, we reconstruct how these master shipbuilders outpaced the Roman fleet and establishing the primary maritime arteries that connected the distant civilization long before the colonial age. What if I told you that the ancient Indian maritime technology was centuries ahead of Roman Empire? By perfecting the art of teak-ribbed hulls, these master builders established the primary maritime arteries that still shape global trade today. To discover how their revolutionary navigation techniques connected distant civilization while the other was still hugging the shoreline. So let's find out more. So, hello friends, in 2025, off the coast of Kerala, divers stumbled upon a revelation that shook the foundation of maritime history. The remains of ancient Indian hulls, astonishingly larger and more durable than their Roman counterparts. These timber preserved by salt and slit whispered of a forgotten fleet that once ruled the ocean. The mystery deepened when the archaeologists realized these ships had crossed 3,000 miles of open water without a single metal nails, crafted instead with ingenious wooden joinery and coconut fiber lashing that flexed with the wave rather than breaking against them. While the Mediterranean vessels clung nervously off the coastline, then inching from port to port, Indian dhows sprinted boldly across the deep ocean. So these captains trusted the monsoon winds long before the Greek or Roman navigator recorded them. So the so-called Hippolytus wind pattern, named centuries later by outsiders, were already mastered by Indian sailors who timed their voyage with precision, turning the Indian Ocean into a predictable two-way highway. So the secret lay in the physics of the sails, and a triangular marvel that allowed ships to tack against the wind. With these innovations, Indian vessels could slice diagonally across the currents, harnessing the monsoon's rhythm to sail out in one season and return to another. This mastery of seasonal wind was not just technical brilliance. It was a heartbeat of global spice trade. Pepper, cinnamon, and cardamom flowed along these routes, dictating the wealth of empire from Rome to China. Navigation was no less revolutionary. The kamal, a simple wooden tool with a string and a bead, allowed sailors to measure the altitude of pole stars, giving them a precise latitude centuries before the sextant was imagined. The ancient Vedic astronomical texts, once used for ritual timing, were repurposed into practical maritime charts. So these guides identified safe deep water corridors, enabling Indian captains to bypass the treacherous coastline and storms. In doing so, they laid the foundation for world's first global trade hubs. From Muziris in Kerala to Lothal in Gujarat, Indian ports became crossroads of civilizations. Roman gold flowed eastwards, Chinese silk westward, and Indian spices northwards, weaving together the Roman Empire and the Han dynasty through the maritime arteries. So these routes were not accidental. They were engineered by generations of Indian sea surfers who understood the ocean as intimidating as farmers understood as soil, you know. So the DNA of these shipbuilding genius survives even today. The modern vessels still echo the principle of flexibility, wind harnessing, and seasonal timing pioneering in Indian Ocean. And as the maritime archaeology in 2026 continues to unearth the hulls, the anchors, and the charts, the narratives of globalization is being rewritten. The so-called Age of Discovery, long credited to European explorer, was in truth born 1,000 years earlier in Indian Ocean, when Indian ships dared to cross the horizon that others feared. The forgotten fleet is no longer forgotten. It stands revealed as the silent architect of global trade, proving that India did not merely participate in history, it steered it with sails that caught the monsoon and the mind that mapped the stars. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in, and this will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now let's continue with our discussion. The story of how ancient Indian maritime routes created the first global economy is one of the vision, courage, and astonishing technological mastery. So long before modern trade networks and the digital globalization, India's shipbuilders and navigators had already woven the worlds together through the rhythm of the monsoon wind and the pulse of ocean currents. From the harbor to Lothal and Dolaria in the Indus Valley to a bustling port of Kaviripattam and Muziris, the Indian sailor charted the course that connected the Africa, the Arabia, and Southeast Asia and beyond. Their ship crafted with the teak, coconut fiber ropes, and ingenious waterproofing resin were not merely vessel but floating labs of ancient engineering. So these routes carried more than spice and silk. They carried ideas, mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy across the continents. The Indian Ocean became a living map of exchange. Gold from Africa, frankincense from Arabia, silk from China met the cotton, pepper, and gemstone from India. The result was not just commerce, it was a birth of global consciousness. It was again a networking of a civilization learning from one to another. The ancient Indian navigator understood the monsoon rhythm so precisely that they could time voyage to harness its power, transforming seasonal wind into an artery of global trade. This maritime brilliance was underpinned by sacred geometry and astronomical precision. Shipbuilders aligned hull design with the cosmic ratio, believing that the harmony between the vessel and the universe ensures safe passage. So their technology was both spiritual and scientific, a fusion that made Indian ships legendary for their durability and speed. By the time the Roman coin began appearing in South Indian port, the world has already entered its first era of global economy, an economy born not in the imperial conquest, but in sharp navigation and mutual exchange. India's maritime routes were the invisible thread that stitched together continents, culture, and destination. So we have reached to the end of this interesting topic. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comment on this topic. See you in the next one very soon. Till then, take care.
Friends, Namaskaram, you are most welcome. Let me ask you, is the safe haven of the past becoming a liability today? In this episode, we are breaking down why the gold, traditionally the go to asset for wealth preservation, is failing to deliver in 2026. From the impact of high interest rates and the king dollar to why investors are pivoting towards AI tech and alternative growth assets. We analyze the shifting global markets and the landscape. Let's go and discuss this further. For centuries, we have been told the same story. When the world goes into crisis, buy gold. It is the ultimate safe haven, the safest investment that you can have. The king of investments. Your parents did it, your grandparents did it, and perhaps you have done it too. But as we sit here in 2026, the data is telling us a very different, uncomfortable story. The crown is tarnishing and very rapidly. The safe haven is becoming a dead investment. Today, we aren't just talking about the gold prices, we are dissecting the death of an outdated financial paradigm. If you are still parking your wealth in physical gold, expecting it to protect you, you might be missing the greatest wealth creation cycle of your lifetime. Let's dive in. But before that, if you have reached so far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. So, why do I call it a dead investment? Let's talk about the mechanics of the wealth. First, the opportunity cost. In the world of high finance, your money should be working for you. Gold is a non yielding asset. It doesn't pay dividend. It doesn't generate interest. It doesn't disrupt an industry. It just sit there like a dead investment. In a high interest rate environment, which we have navigated significantly through 2025 and 2026, capital has a cost. When you can put your money into assets that are fueled by the massive technological shifts we are seeing, like AI revolution, infrastructure, or even energy production, the opportunity cost of holding the stagnant metal becomes a massive mistake. The world has changed. Gold was the hedge for the world of paper currency and their geopolitical borders. Today, we are in a digital, algorithmic, borderless economy. When the king dollar is strong, gold struggles. And right now, despite the global volatility, we are seeing a decoupling. The old rule, crisis equal gold rally, is breaking apart. The algorithms are trading faster than humans can react, and they aren't reaching for physical bars, they are reaching for the growth. If gold is no longer the king, then what is the king now? Right now, the king of investment is the adaptability. The smart money is moving towards assets that are scalable. Unlike gold, which is finite and heavy, the digital economy scales infinitely. Number two is productive. Tech and AI are changing the industry, creating efficiencies and generating actual revenue streams. Number three is the algorithmic. We are living in an era where the data is the only oil. If your investment strategy is stuck in the 20th century, you are essentially betting against the trajectory of human innovation. Gold is a store value maybe, but it is not a creator of the wealth. In 2026, you cannot afford to just store your wealth, you have to deploy it. We often cling to the gold because of fear. We fear the collapse, we fear the unknown. But holding on to a dead asset out of fear is not the same as having a strategy of equanimity. True equanimity in business is the ability to look at the market, see the reality where the world is heading, and let go what no longer serves the mission. So, if your portfolio is heavy in gold, ask yourself, is it there because it is the best strategy for growth, or is it there because you are afraid of the future? Now, let me explain in very, very simple terms. See, what happens is when we know all that the gold is a dead investment. It does not add any value to our life. Unlike other metals like steel or copper, they are used. They are useful for us. Gold is not useful. It cannot be used in any other way. So it's because it's a inert metal. You cannot make alloys out of it. So it's something which is quite expensive, quite heavy, but it is not very useful for humans or our industries. So what people do, because it is expensive, a lot of people actually buy, thinking that sometime in future they will sell and recover that money. Now, the only premise here, only assumption here for investment is that somebody has to buy it. So, like if you in future you want to sell it, somebody has to buy it, right? Uh, and that buyer will be thinking in the same manner what you were doing 10 years back. That if I buy gold today, 20 years from now, I will still become very rich, right? So that is the economy of gold. People, it does not grow, it is not invested, it is not useful, but people store money because it is quite heavy, it occupies less space, and therefore you can buy it, and then it keeps the price keeps going up simply because of the buyer sentiment, as I explained to you. Now, let's look at 2025 and 2026. What has happened? Major shakeups. A lot of geopolitics has happened in these last 2 years, and because of that, the currency dollar, played a major role. And since all other country measure their economy pegged with dollar directly, so if something goes wrong with the dollar, economy of America goes up and down, it in fact impacts the world all around. So sometimes dollar crash, there is inflation, it impacts the entire world because all other currencies are linked to dollar, that we know, right? Now if the dollar is doing badly, then what we have to do to improve the economy. What America will do, first of all, they will hedge their risk on all other countries. So it is very simple for them because everybody in the world is using dollars, so all their risk is transferred to all other country, rest of the world. Second, what they will do, let's say in India. So if the Indian economy start to slip after the US has done the hedging and transferred some of their recession to India, because India being a large country, let's say India also start feeling the pain of slight recession. So what the central bank in India will do, central bank in India will actually ease the loans. They will reduce the loans so that there is more currency in the market and people start buying cheaper loans, etc., etc. Now in the US, there will be a opposite of that will happen, because the as the economy, or like we are seeing in 2026, as the economy is under a lot of stress, the Fed don't want to basically do the same thing what the RBI in India has done, because Indian economy is growing rapidly. It is actually growing between 7 to 8% every year. So there is a lot of opportunity in India. But in US, the decision of the Fed, which is the central controlling agency or a central bank in the US, they will do a totally opposite action as compared to RBI. They will actually increase the Fed rate. That means loan taking in US will become slightly more difficult. Why they want to do that? Because they want to cool down the economy. There is a lot of recession, and if there is a lot of money also, the money can multiply the recession. So they want to cool down the economy, so they will improve uh, the rates. So what will happen? Somebody is having gold. Now that investor will see that, okay, the American bonds and American products are giving better returns, so they have to transfer their investment from gold to government bonds, etc. So when that happens, obviously, because the bonds are giving much better returns as compared to gold. So this is exactly what is going on right now, because of the economy, because of AI, because of lot of technological and algo based trading. The gold is actually not growing so much, and the investors are putting money where the growth is, and that is why a lot of gold is actually losing the price, because ultimately gold price will be determined by the buyer sentiment. And if the buyers are putting their money in government, they are not buying the gold, that means the seller or the prospective seller will have nowhere to go. All right, so I've explained this in a very simple terms. So what we should do? I'm not telling you to sell everything tomorrow. I'm telling you to audit your thinking, your philosophy, audit your allocation. If gold makes up a massive portion of your portfolio, realize that you're betting on stagnation. Pivot to productivity. Look for sectors that are benefiting from AI and energy shifts. Educate yourself. The market of 2026 is unrecognizable compared to 2020 even. So, friends, this is why the gold is not going to improve as far as I can think of, because AI investments are gaining every day. The space tech is gaining, and therefore gold may not be very useful for investment going forward. So, friends, if you found this analysis helpful, and if you're ready to stop investing like people used to do in 1999, start investing like in 2026, make sure you hit the subscribe button. You're just getting started with this journey of merging ancient strategy with a modern high growth tech. I'm CK, and I will see you again in the next one very soon. Bye for now.
Two dawns break across the alien sky, one blazing, one gentle, casting twin shadows that stretch into the unknown. What once lived only in the imagination of storytellers has now stepped into the telescope lens. 27 planet candidates orbiting not one but two suns. And these worlds, simmering like echoes of Star Wars Tatooine, are no longer fiction but cosmic invitation. They whisper of future double horizon, and where every sunrise is a duet and every settlement a testament to our courage to thrive in the extraordinary. So let's find out more about this. Imagine standing on alien soil, the horizon painted not by one dawn, but two, The first sun rises in a blaze of gold, and the second follows in a softer hue, casting shadow that dance in pair. And this is not the realm of myth or cinema. It is a reality hinted by astronomers who have uncovered 27 planet candidates orbiting binary stars. World of twin sun echoing the dreamscape of Star Wars, Tatooine, now stepped into the realm of science. For humanity, these discoveries are more than curiosities. They are invitation. Each planet circling two suns represent a lab of survival, a crucible where the light, gravity, and the climate conspire in an unfamiliar way. The future of human settlement may well depend on our ability to adapt to such extreme. Binary system challenge our engineering, our biology, and our imagination. How do we build the home where the daylight never truly ends, or where the nights are fractured by competing lunar rhythms? How do the crop grow under two suns and their photosynthesis tuned in a spectrum broader than Earth? So these are the questions that are obstacle, and if you feel they're obstacle, that is up to you. But for scientists and somebody who is inclined to new discoveries, these questions are not obstacles, but they are seed of innovation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine our channel. So moving forward, the dual suns offer paradoxical gift. On one hand, these gravitational tug-of-war can destabilize orbits, making climate volatile. On the other hand, their combined energy could sustain habitable zone wider than those around solitary stars. A planet warmed by two suns might host desert of dazzling brilliance, ocean simmering under perpetual twilights, or forests that evolve pigment unknown to Earth. For settlers, survival would mean harnessing these abundance. Solar array tuned to twin frequencies, agriculture adapted to relentless light, and architecture designed to shield the channel heat. So, but beyond the survival lies culture. Imagine the myth born under binary skies. Children raised to see two dawns as a symbol of resilience. Poet describing love as a dance of twin flames. And scientists charting calendar by rhythm of dual eclipse. So human settlement is not only about biology, it is about meaning. And these words promises meaning in abundance. The discovery of 27 such candidates is a reminder that our galaxy is not uniform. It is diverse, it is unpredictable and generous. Each binary system is a stage where the humanity might rehearse its next act. Colonies under twin suns could become outposts of resilience, teaching us to thrive in the condition once thought to be impossible. They could serve as a way station for a deeper journey, stepping stones and towards galactical citizenship. The future of the settlement among the twin suns is not guaranteed. It is earned. So, it actually will demand technologies that tame chaos, philosophies that embrace duality, and courage that sees opportunities in strangeness. So, yet the history shows that humanity thrives when they're challenged, and from desert to poles, from oceans to orbit, we have always actually turned the unfamiliar into the home. So, and as the telescope unveil these twin sun world, humanity stands at the threshold of possibilities. The double dawn are not just a spectacle of light. They are symbol of resilience, of future where we learn to thrive in the extraordinary. Each of these 27 planets is a reminder that the universe is vast, generous, and waiting to settle beneath to sun is to embrace duality, to craft a new myth, and to prove that our spirit is as boundless as the sky we seek. The twin horizon rise, and with them the promise of civilization, unafraid to call the impossible as home. So we have come to the end of this information, this video. Look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. For decades, Uranus and Neptune have been labeled as ice giant, described as swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But the new scientific breakthroughs are shattering that model. Recent research suggests that these distant worlds might be far rockier than anyone had imagined previously. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the ice giant illusion. We explore the latest thermal modeling and the planetary data that are forcing the astronomers to rewrite the textbooks. If Uranus and Neptune aren't just the balls of ice and gas, what does that mean for the history of our solar system and the thousands of exoplanets that we have discovered so far? Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back. For decades, when we look at the edge of our solar system, we saw 2 blue marbles, Uranus and Neptune. We have always called them the ice giants. Textbook taught us they were swirling mass of water, ammonia, and methane. But what if that identity is just an illusion? Recent scientific breakthroughs are suggesting these worlds might be far rockier than we ever imagined. And in this shift, we are forced to rewrite the, very rules of the planetary science. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. There are 3 things that we need to reevaluate. First is, what is the core problem? Second, why reevaluate? And third is why the sudden change. It comes down to thermal modeling and the gravity. When scientists released data from Voyager 2 alongside new models, the math didn't quite add up. If these planets were purely ice fluid, they should be emitting heat and reacting to gravity differently. To account for their specific gravity and heat signature, these planets must contain a much higher percentage of rock or methane rich ice than the old model allowed. The new research suggests that instead of the small rocky core surrounded by massive oceans of ice, the rocky material might be distributed much more broadly, potentially making up to 20 to 40% of their total mass. We are talking about an enlarged rocky core and a dominant solid interior. This challenges the traditional view of this planet as gas dominated or primarily fluid dominated. In business we often talk about strategic liberation and the global shift. This discovery is a strategic liberation for planetary science. It frees us from an old, potentially incorrect framework. Just as generative AI has flipped the pyramid in the tech industry, the rocky theory flipped our understanding of the planetary formation. If the Uranus and Neptune are rocky, then the new space race, which is already heating up around the moon's south pole, might eventually extend even further as we look into the valuable materials in the outer solar system. So as we look towards 2026 and beyond, the focus is shifting from just passing exams to a skill-based revolution. In astronomy, that means moving beyond old labels and embracing the complex reality of our universe. Whether it is the direct collapse of a star or a rocky heart of an ice giant, we are living in an era of unprecedented discovery. So friends, this is something that we have learned. Thanks for joining today on the Akulmach world. And if you found this deep dive into cosmos and strategic redefinition of the planet, and if you found this helpful, don't forget to like and subscribe our channel. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I go, a few words about our affiliate partners. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's हेलो दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। नमस्कारम। क्या आप जानते हैं कि 1946 का जो साल है वो भारत के इतिहास में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और स्पेसिफिकली आज की तारीख जिसका हम जून 16 में हैं आज, तो आज की तारीख बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। लेकिन ये क्यों है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करेंगे इस वीडियो में। थोड़ा सा बता देता हूँ कि जो ब्रिटिश वॉइसरॉय थे वो एक मीटिंग कर रहे थे इंडियन पॉलिटिशियंस के साथ। इस मीटिंग का नाम रखा गया उन्होंने कैबिनेट मिशन 1946। लेकिन जब भी ये मीटिंग होती थी उस टाइम विभाजन की बातें ज़्यादा होती थी। हालांकि जून 16 को ये पूरी तरह तय हो गया कि अब इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट बनेगी
और आज़ादी मिलेगी और इसके बाद बंटवारा भी होगा। तो ये एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट तारीख है हमारी हिस्ट्री की। आगे बढ़ते हैं, इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। तो दोस्तों, कुछ ऐसी तारीखें होती हैं, ऐसा कुछ हिस्ट्री होती है जो हमारे पन्नों पे दर्ज नहीं होती, लेकिन हमारे डीएनए में पाई जाती है। हम सब जानते हैं 15 अगस्त 1947 को इंडिया को आज़ादी मिली, लेकिन इसका रास्ता 1947 में शुरू नहीं हुआ। इसके रास्ते में काफ़ी मोड़ आए और पहली दफ़ा ये 1946 में इसका रास्ता तय किया गया, जो काफ़ी मीटिंग्स के बाद ये आया, ये एक मुकाम आया। आज हम बात करेंगे उस साल की जिसमें भारत की तकदीर हमेशा के लिए बदल दी। हम बात करेंगे 1946 के उस कैबिनेट मिशन की, जिसके विफल होने से एक खंड भारत के सपने को चकनाचूर कर दिया। आज हम समझेंगे कि एक टेबल पे बैठे वार्ताओं और देशों के बंटवारे की पटकथा कैसे लिखी गई। और 1946 का साल था, सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर खत्म हो चुकी थी, ब्रिटेन जीत तो गया था लेकिन अंदर से खोखला हो चुका था। भारत में ब्रिटिश हुकूमत के खिलाफ गुस्सा चरम हाईएस्ट पॉइंट पर था। शाही नौसेना का विद्रोह हो चुका था, विच इज़ द रॉयल नेवी, जो इंडिया में थी। ब्रिटिश प्रधानमंत्री को समझ आ गया था कि भारत पर राज करना अब बिल्कुल इम्पॉसिबल है। ब्रिटेन अब भारत को छोड़ना चाहता था, लेकिन शर्त यह थी कि ट्रांसफर ऑफ पावर शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हो। और इसी उद्देश्य के साथ मार्च 1946 में 3 ब्रिटिश मंत्रियों, पैथिक लॉरेंस और उनके जो सहयोगी थे, उनको भारत भेजा गया और इसको इतिहास में कैबिनेट मिशन के नाम से जाना जाता है। तो दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें मदद मिलेगी, हम अपने चैनल की रीच को असेसमेंट कर सकेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। कैबिनेट मिशन का लक्ष्य क्या था? इसका मुख्य मकसद था भारत में एक ऐसी सरकार बनाना जो सत्ता संभाल सके और ये तय कर सके कि भारत एकजुट रह पाएगा कि नहीं रह पाएगा। मिशन के जो थे 3 हिस्से थे। 3 टियर एक योजना उन्होंने बनाई, जिसमें केंद्र में एक कमजोर सरकार, रक्षा, विदेश और संचार मामले केंद्र के पास होंगे। बाकी शक्तियां स्टेट्स को मिलेंगी और स्टेट्स के अंदर ग्रुप्स में बांटा जाएगा। तो जो कांग्रेस उस समय जो लीडिंग पार्टी थी, उनको लगा कि ये तो ढीला ढाला ढांचा है और मुस्लिम लीग को इसमें पाकिस्तान की झलक दिखाई देने लग गई। तो लेकिन यही वो मोड़ था जो दोस्तों, जो जिसमें मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ने पाकिस्तान की मांग करके वो अड़ गए, क्योंकि इस तरह का उन्होंने प्रपोजल दिया था, जो कैबिनेट मिशन था, जिसमें उन्होंने वीक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट दिखाई थी और स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेट दिखाए थे। तो इसी बात को लेके उनको लगा, मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना को लगा कि ये मौका है जिसमें हम अपना देश बना सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने पाकिस्तान के मांग पे वो बहुत ही जिद करने लगे और उस पर अटक गए। और इसके बाद काफ़ी डिस्कशन हुए इसके अंदर, लेकिन डेड एंड पे जाके खड़े हो गए। तो जब 16 मई 1946 को कैबिनेट मिशन की रिपोर्ट आई, तो शुरू में तो उसमें सबने उसको माना, लेकिन बाद में डेफिनेशंस के ऊपर झगड़ा शुरू हो गया। और क्योंकि डेफिनेशन डॉक्यूमेंट में काफ़ी हर चीज़ें डिफाइन की जाती हैं, तो और उसमें कांग्रेस का मत ये था कि जो ग्रुप्स हैं उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने वीक गवर्नमेंट बनाई है सेंटर पे, स्टेट पे स्ट्रॉन्ग गवर्नमेंट बनाई है और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के अंदर भी ग्रुप्स बनाए हैं जिसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। लेकिन जो मुस्लिम लीग पार्टी थी, जो दूसरी पार्टी थी, मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना उसके प्रेसिडेंट थे, वो कह रहे थे कि ग्रुप तो बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, ग्रुप होना ज़रूरी है। तो यही वो पल था जिसमें भारत का भविष्य का फैसला हो रहा था। और जिन्ना ने डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे का भी ऐलान कर दिया था, जिससे काफ़ी दंगे भड़के और काफ़ी यहाँ पे उत्पात हुआ। आप सब जानते हैं उसके बारे में, हम उसके बारे में डिटेल में नहीं जाएंगे। हम सिर्फ इसकी बात करेंगे कि यहाँ पे 16 जून को क्या डिस्कशन स्टार्ट हुआ और 2 सितंबर 1946 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नेतृत्व में अंतरिम सरकार, जो इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट थी, उसका गठन हुआ, जो देश का कार्यभार संभालेगी। और ये लेकिन एक अभी पूरी तरह पावर ट्रांजिशन नहीं हुआ था, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह एक इंडिपेंडेंट सरकार बनी 1946 में। और इसके बाद जो काफ़ी कुछ हुआ इसके अंदर, इंडिया और पाकिस्तान फॉर्मेशन के बाद काफ़ी लोग इधर से उधर गए, उधर से इधर आए, काफ़ी लोगों तो काफ़ी कुछ हुआ, वो हम डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन 1946 का साल हमें यह सिखाता है कि जब बड़े फैसले बंद कमरों में लिए जाते हैं तो विश्वास की कमी होती है और इसका खामियाजा आम जनता को भुगतना पड़ता है। 1946 की उन नाकाम वार्ताओं ने 1947 की आज़ादी तो दी, लेकिन साथ में बंटवारे का भी एक जख्म दिया जो आज हमारे इतिहास में अच्छी तरह मतलब कुरेदा गया है। आज हम पीछे मुड़ के देखते हैं तो कैबिनेट मिशन सिर्फ एक प्रशासनिक डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं, बल्कि भारत की तकदीर बदलने वाला वो मोड़ है जिसने हमें आज आज का मॉडर्न इंडिया दिया। अगर हम इसको देखें तो हमारे को सीख मिलती है, जानकारी मिलती है कि फ्यूचर में हम इस तरह के काम ना करें जिसमें वीक गवर्नमेंट इस तरह का बनाया गया कि सेंटर पे गवर्नमेंट वीक होगी और ग्रुप्स होंगे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट स्ट्रांग होगी। तो मतलब ये पूरा का पूरा जो इंडिया अगर छोड़ के जाता है अंग्रेज, तो पूरा उसको तोड़ने का इनका प्लान था। तो ये जानकारी हमारे को 16 जून 1946 में मिली जब ये डिस्कशन आगे बढ़ा। तो दोस्तों, इस वीडियो को अपने दोस्तों के साथ, अपनी फैमिली के साथ ज़रूर शेयर करें, हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। मिलता हूँ अगली बार। और अगर कोई इसमें आपके पास कोई पॉइंट है या आपका कोई सवाल है तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। तो मिलता हूँ दोस्तों अगले वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखें। जय हिंद। Hello friends, welcome, namaskaram. Are you obsessed with hitting your target at the expense of your performance? If yes, you have reached the right place, because in this video we explore a transformative management philosophy from Bhagavad Gita. The ancient concept of Nishkam Karma, performing your duty without attachment to the result, might sound counterintuitive in today's performance driven culture. However, it is actually the secret to sustainable growth, sharper decisions making, and long term business success. Let us go and explore this concept further. As a CEO or an executive, you are defined by your results. You live and die by the quarterly reports, the growth percentage, and the share price and the KPIs. If you miss, you answer for it. If you hit, you get a pat on the back, and then you are expected to do even better next quarter. It's a relentless cycle, but I want to ask you a question that might sound counterintuitive. What if your obsession with the result is actually the reason you have not got the result that you want? In the corporate world, we are conditioned to believe that we aren't fixated on the outcome. We aren't serious about the business. But today, I'm going to share a perspective from 5,000 years ago, which is Bhagavad Gita, specifically chapter 2, verse 47, that suggests that exact opposite of whatever we think, whatever the modern playbook tells us. It suggests that the secret to exponential growth isn't about obsession. It's a profound strategic form of detachment. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let me know name of your city and the country so that we are in a position to ascertain reach of our video. All right, let's move ahead. Let's look at the psychology of the high performance. When you are hyper focused on the result, let's say a specific revenue target, you inadvertently do three things that damage your business. One, your current tunnel vision. When you only look at the target, you ignore the peripheral data, the market shifts, and the subtle innovation that could actually move the needle. Number two, you inject fear in your culture. If the CEO is terrified of missing a number, that fear cascades. Your team becomes risk averse. They stop innovating because innovation, by definition, involves risk of failure. They play it safe to hit the number, and in doing so, they miss the massive opportunity. Next, you lose your cognitive bandwidth. Stress isn't just an emotion, It's a biological drain. When your brain is occupied with what if we don't hit the number, you have less mental energy to solve the complex problem that actually drives the number. We have all seen the result obsessed leaders. They are reactive, they are micromanaging, they are usually burnt out. But there is a better way to lead, a way that is ancient yet arguably more relevant to the modern business landscape than ever before. Let's look at the verse. It is one of the most famous lines in Bhagavad Gita, and the quote starts, "You have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you have no right to the fruits of your action." Quote close. At first glance, this sounds like it goes against everything we teaches in business schools. No, right to the results. Yes, if you don't care about result, won't I fail? That's a big question that you might ask me. No, this is a misunderstanding. This is not a philosophy of passivity. It is a philosophy of extreme ownership of the process. Think about it like an archer. You can control the stance, the grip, the breath, and the release of the arrow. Those are your duties. The target is 100 yards away. Can you control what happens to the arrow once it leaves your bow? No. A gust of wind could move it, the target could shift, etc. If you're obsessed with the target, your hand shakes, you overthink, you tense up. But if you are entirely focused on the process of the shot, the technique, the result becomes a natural, inevitable consequence of your skill. In business terms, your duty is the strategy. The team, the culture, the product development, and the customer experience. Those are the archery skills. The revenue, the market share, the stock prices, those are the wind and the target. They are the outcome. The verse is telling you put your heart into the work because that is the only thing you actually control. So, how do we apply this in our boardroom? How do we use this to drive our growth? First, shift the KPI focus. Don't just track lagging indicators, things like revenue, profit, the result, etc. Heavily weigh your management towards leading indicators like employee management, R&D, progress, customer satisfaction, scores, etc. These are the duties you control. If you master these, result will come automatically. Number 2, foster safe failure. If you detach from the fear of outcome, you can give your team permission to experiment. When the team knows that a failed experiment isn't a career ending disaster, they innovate, they move faster, they uncover the next big product. It is how you drive growth by removing the paralysis of outcome anxiety. Third, gain the CEO's composure. When a market crash happen or a competitor undercut you, the result obsessed CEO panics. The detached CEO assess the situation calmly because their ego isn't tied to being the person who never fails. They can pivot, adapt, and iterate with cold, clear head. The paradox of Gita is that by letting go of the desperate need for the result, you actually become more capable of achieving it. You work smarter, not harder. You lead with clarity instead of chaos, etc. The most effective leader I've studied are not those who spend every waking hour trembling about the bottom line. They are the ones who build incredible systems, nurtured incredible teams, and focus obsessively on craft of building the business, not the result. The result weren't their masters. The result was a byproduct of their excellence. So here is a challenge for the next 3 months, for the next quarter. Identify the things you are doing solely because you are afraid of the result, and then shift your energy. Pour it into the process, pour it into the people, pour it into the strategy. Let go of the outcome and watch how much more effective you can drive the growth that you're looking for. Because when you stop shaking from the pressure of the result, your aim becomes incredibly steady. So friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. What is one process you have been neglecting because you were too busy chasing a result? Let us discuss this further in the next video. Friends, have a nice day ahead, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode, they turn into a hot blowtorch. And this is a very specific phenomena, and to understand this type of supernova we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further.
Friends, in the vacuum of space, color is a liar. We have been taught from childhood that the red means hot and the blue means cool. Think of your kitchen faucet. But in the realm of high energy astrophysics, the universe flipped the script. Red is the color of dying ember, and blue is the color of cosmic blowtorch. But most stars end their lives in a predictable fiery explosion we call supernova. They expand, they glow red or orange, and they fade over months. But recently we have discovered something that defies this particular rule. A class of explosion so fast, so bright, and so intensely blue that they have earned a terrifying nickname, which is fast blue optical transient, or FBOT. So we call them FBOTs. Today we are diving into the hotter than hell physics of blue stellar deaths. We aren't just talking about big explosions, we're talking about the most violent thermal events since the Big Bang. Well friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why a blue death is so significant, we have to talk about Wien displacement law. In simple terms, the hotter an object is, the shorter the wavelength of the light it emits. A standard supernova might reach temperature of 10,000 to 20,000 Kelvin. That put them firmly in the visible white to yellow range. But these blue transient, they are screaming at a temperature exceeding 40,000 Kelvin, and in some cases hitting hundreds of thousands of degrees in their initial movements. When a star dies blue, it is telling that the energy density is off the chart. It is not just emitting light, it is emitting high frequency, high energy photons that sit right on the edge of the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrum. The question is, what kind of star has enough fuel to die this spectacularly? You can't get a blue explosion from a boring star like our sun. For a hotter than hell exit, you need a Wolf-Rayet star. These are the heavyweight of the galaxy. Stars that started out at 20 or 30 times the mass of sun, but has already blown off their outer layers of hydrogen. What is left is naked exposed core of helium, carbon and oxygen burning with a ferocity that is hard to visualize. Because they have lost their cushion of hydrogen, when the core collapses, there is nothing to slow down the shock wave. It is like an engine exploding without a hood. The energy hits the vacuum of space instantly. This lack of an outer envelope is the first ingredient in the recipe for the fast blue optical transient. For a long time, these were just theoretical. Then came a phenomenon known as AT2018 COW, which is cow, AT 2018 cow. Astronomers affectionately called it the cow, because of its random letter designation. But there was nothing gentle about it. The cow was 10 to 100 times brighter than the normal supernova, and it reached its peak brightness in just 3 days. A typical supernova takes weeks to ramp up. The cow didn't just explode, it flashed. What shocked scientists most was the blue signature. It stayed hot for far too long. According to the standard physics, it should have cooled down as the debris expanded. Instead, it was as if there was a central engine, a hidden furnace inside the wreckage, pumping out fresh energy and keeping the temperature at a blistering blue hot level. So, what is that central engine? Physicists currently have two main theories for how these blue deaths occur. Imagine the core collapse. It is so massive that it skips the explosion phase and goes straight into a black hole. As the rest of the star tries to fall into the black hole, it creates a massive traffic jam called accretion disk. This disk spins so fast and gets so hot, it launches a jet of plasma through the star's, whatever the star remains, and nearly at the speed of light. That jet is blue light we see. In this version, the core collapses into a magnetar, a neutron star with a magnetic field trillion times stronger than the Earth's, spinning 100 of time per second. This magnetic whirling injects a colossal amount of kinetic energy into the explosion, acting like a cosmic microwave that keeps the debris cloud at blue hot temperature. So why do we spend millions of dollars on these expensive telescopes to find these blue blips? Because they are the laboratories of the extreme. FPOTs allow us to watch the birth of black holes and magnetars in real time. Usually we find these objects millions of years after they were formed. With blue stellar death, we are seeing the first cry of a new celestial monster. They also act as the cosmic flashlights because they are so bright. They illuminate the gas and dust in distant galaxies, helping us map the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Every time we catch a blue flash, we are refining our understanding of how matter behaves under the most extreme gravity and heat possible. The universe is a violent place, but there is a strange beauty in its destruction. A blue stellar death is the ultimate paradox. A star that has run out of life yet shines with more intensity than billion suns combined. It's a final defiant scream across the vacuum. Next time, when you look up at a clear night sky, remember that twinkling white stars are just the beginning. Out there in the deep dark, something is turning blue, breaking the laws of physics and providing that something truly are hotter than hell. So, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this deep dive into physics of the cosmos, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Until next time, keep looking up. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, your value often reduced to a single matrix, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony. The more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical pastures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is the result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1. Define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2. Practice strategic detachment. During high-stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3. Audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive, it's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, "Even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal." Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words: equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference, or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, Namaskaram. Are you a CEO or a business leader constantly feeling the pressure of the quarterly results and market volatility? In this video, we explore the art of detached leadership, a transformative management philosophy derived from Bhagavad Gita. While the modern business culture glorifies the hustle and the outcome based obsession, the ancient wisdom of Gita offers a radical alternative, which is Nishkam Karma, the practice of performing your duty without being enslaved by the fruit of your action. Let us explore this thought further. We live in a culture that worships the outcome. As leaders, we are conditioned to believe that our value is tied directly to the quarterly report, the stock prices, or the successful exit. We are taught to be obsessed with the fruit of our labor. And this is true. But I want to ask you a question. What happens to your leadership and your mental clarity when you become so attached to the outcome that you lose sight of the strategy? Today we are exploring a principle that is over 5,000 years old, and yet it is arguably the most necessary leadership hack for the 21st century. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 2 verse 51. And this verse isn't about being disengaged, it's about becoming liberated. It is the act of detached leadership. Friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are watching this video. Now let's proceed further. Let's break down this actually means in business context. The verse tells us that the wise, those with yogic wisdom, decline the fruit of their actions. In the boardroom, the fruit is the ego driven need for the win, the fear of loss, or the frantic search for validation through results. When you are fixated on the fruit, your decision making becomes reactive. You start playing to avoid losing rather than playing to build excellence. Detachment is this context in this context is not about not caring. It's about disentangling your identity from the outcome. When you can perform your duty, your dharma, with excellence while accepting the final result is subject to market forces beyond your absolute control, you reach a state of equanimity. This is where the high level strategy lives. So, friends, how do we actually apply this? I call this the detached leadership framework, and it consists of three pillars. Pillar number one is radical presence. Most CEOs are living in future, in next quarter's projection. Verse 51 teaches us to focus entirely on the action being performed right now. If you are in a negotiation, be 100% in the negotiations. When you detach from the future outcome, your current execution becomes flawless. Pillar number two, the end of ego driven KPIs. When you are a leader, you can make mistake. Do you see it as a failure of your character or the piece of some data? Detached leader sees it as a data. By renouncing the emotional detachment to the result, You gain the ability to pivot faster than your competitor because you aren't held back by the fear of looking into what just happened, like you're looking like a failure. Pillar number 3, sustaining the long term game. The cycle of suffering mentioned in the verse is the burnout cycle. You chase the goal, you win, you feel a brief high, then you feel the anxiety of the next goal. Detached leaders break the cycle by finding satisfaction in the pursuit of excellence itself, not just the trophy. Now, there is a dangerous misconception I have to address. People think detachment sounds like caring less. If I stop caring about the outcome, won't I lose my edge? The answer is, in fact, the opposite. When you are addicted to the outcome, you are operating from a place of fear. Fear leads to the short term thinking, cutting corners, and micromanagement. When you are detached, you operate from a place of freedom. You are free to make the bold, ethical, and necessary decisions that a fearful CEO would avoid. You aren't caring less, you are caring more about the integrity of your work than the temporary opinion of the market. So, next time you walk into a meeting where the stakes feel sky high, I want you to remember chapter 2, verse 51. Do your duty, execute with everything you got, but hold the outcome lightly. True power isn't about controlling the world. True power is ability to lead, create, and build while remaining unshaken by whatever the result may be. That is the art of detached leadership, and that is how you find peace in the center of the storm. If this resonated with you, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment section below. How do you separate your identity from your results? Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into the timeless leadership. So, thanks for watching, friends. Thanks for joining me live. See you in the next one. Hello, friends. Let me ask you, are you striving for perfection or are you seeking the essence of the leadership? It's a very profound question, and therefore, to answer this, we dive deep into one of the most profound leadership lessons from Bhagavad Gita. While many CEOs focus on KPIs, scaling, and operational perfection, the Gita reveals a deeper level of mastery that only a fraction of leaders ever reach. How this works? Let's explore this further. To most CEO spending their entire lives, climbing the ladder. They climb the corporate ladder, they climb the revenue charts, and they climb the industry rankings. But here is the uncomfortable truth. Reaching the top of the mountain is not the same thing as mastering the mountains. In the world of high stake business, we are obsessed with perfection. We want perfect systems, perfect quarters, and perfect products. But ancient wisdom suggests that the perfection is merely the entrance fee. It is not the final destination. Thousands of years ago, on a battlefield of a different kind, Bhagwan Krishna spoke a verse that serves as a startling wake-up call for the modern leaders. And this is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita chapter 7 verse 3, and it says, quote starts, among the thousands of men hardly one strive for perfection, and of those who strive and succeed hardly one knows me in essence, quote close. Today we are going to look at why most leaders stop at the first half of that verse, and why the essence is the secret to the world's most enduring legacies. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the first part of the verse. Bhagwan Krishna acknowledges that even striving for perfection is rare. In business, striving for perfection is what we call the operational excellence. It is the Six Sigma, the lean management, the 80-hour work week. Out of the thousands of entrepreneurs, only a handful actually have the discipline to build a perfect machine. If you are a CEO, you are likely mastered this. You know how to optimize, you know how to win, etc. etc. But here is a trap. The perfection is static. Perfection is about following the rules of the game better than anyone else. And if you strive for perfection, you are a master of the mechanics, but you are not yet master of the essence. Most CEO get stuck here because the rewards for perfections are high. You get the bonuses, accolades, and the market share. You think you made it, but the Gita warns us that this is the only first filter. Now the second half of the verse, quote starts, even amongst those who have attained the perfection, hardly a soul understand me in essence. Quote close. For a CEO, what is this essence? If perfection is how, essence is the why, and if perfection is the form, essence is the force. Think of the difference between CEO who builds a successful phone company and someone like Steve Jobs. Thousands could be build a functional smartphones, etc. That is perfection. But Jobs understood the essence of human connection and beauty, and that is the essence. In Sanskrit, this is known as tattva. Now let's discuss about how to understand the essence. Seeing the invisible is the first aspect of understanding. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you aren't in the room. That is such a key here. Knowing the pulse of your culture when you're not even watching, right? Number two is predicting the shift. Understanding the fundamental laws of human desire before the data shows them. Third is detached action. Leading with a sense of purpose that isn't tied to the ego of the result. Right? Most leaders miss this because they are too busy looking at the success. They are blinded by their own brilliance. Why is it that hardly one understands the essence? Because understanding the essence requires unlearning. To reach the perfection, you need a strong ego. You need to believe you are the smartest person in the room. But to understand the essence, you must surrender the ego. You have to admit that the business doesn't move because of you, but through you. In the Gita, Bhagwan Krishna is the source of all the things. In business, the essence is the fundamental truth of your industry and your impact on humanity. When a CEO understands the essence, they stop reacting to competitors, they start responding to the truth, they move from managing people to moving souls. So ask yourself today, where are you on this path? Are you the one of the thousands who hasn't yet started the journey towards perfection? Or are you among the successful few who have built a perfect machine but feels like something is still missing? The Gita doesn't tell us this is, to discourage us. It tells us this to show how much more is possible. The greatest leader in history, the one who we talked for centuries, were the ones who moved past the how and touched the essence. They didn't just build the companies, they understood the fundamental laws of universe and applied them to their work. Your challenge this week, therefore, is look past your spreadsheet, look past your KPI, ask yourself, what is the essence of what we are doing here? Because perfection is the destination, but essence is the beginning. So friends, thanks for watching, and if you're already moved from perfection to essence, subscribe for more leadership insight from world greatest wisdom traditions, which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I wind up, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In 1993, India's ambition soared beyond the horizon as INSET 2B took flight from French Guiana. More than a satellite, it was a bold declaration of self-reliance, an indigenous marvel designed to carry voices, images, warnings across the continent. From Earth to orbit, a bridge was spun, connecting millions beneath the sun. So let's find out more about this. In the summer of 1993, India took another decisive step into the skies with the launch of INSET 2B, the nation's second fully indigenous satellite in the INSET 2 series. Riding abroad on a Ariane A rocket from French Guiana, the satellite was more than just a machine. It was a symbol of India's growing confidence in space technology. Built by ISRO, INSET 2B carries advanced communication transponders and meteorological instrument that promises to knit the country closer together from bustling cities to a remote village. For millions of households, the satellite meant the clearer television broadcast and expanded coverage of Doordarshan channels. From business to government agencies, it offered improved telecommunication and data services at the time when India was opening its economy to the world. And for the farmers and the coastal communities, its very high resolution radio meter became a vital tool, tracking cyclones, weather patterns with unprecedented accuracy, helping to save lives and livelihoods. INSET 2B was not just a technical achievement, it was a cultural milestone. It embodies India's ambition to be self-reliant in satellite technology, reducing dependency on foreign systems and asserting its place in the global space community. Operating successfully for nearly a decade, the satellite paved the way for the successor like INSET 2C and INSET 2D, each building on the foundation which is laid here at this launch. So looking back, the launch of INSET 2B stands as a chapter in India's largest narrative of transformation, A nation harnessing the power of the sky to connect its people and safeguard its environment and project its scientific progress. It was very, in every sense, an eye in the sky, watchful, resourceful, and deeply woven into the stories of India's modernization. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, now let's continue with our discussion. So, INSET 2B was more than a technological achievement. It was a turning point in India's journey towards self reliance in space. So, by carrying voices across distances, bringing television into home, watching over the skies for the storms, and it became a silent guardian of the progress. For nearly a decade, it served faithfully, proving that India could not only dream of stars but also build the bridges to reach them. It is a story of modern India. INSET 2B remains a shining symbol, an orbiting testament to the innovation, resilience, and the nation's determination to connect its people under one sky. So we have come to the end of this beautiful discussion about space progress. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward for your comments on this topic. So see you very soon in the next one. Till then, take care. Bye-bye. In an age when the heavens were still clogged in myth and the earth was thought to stand still, Aryabhat dared to imagine a universe in motion. Born in 476 CE, he became the architect of cosmic revolution, weaving mathematics and astronomy into a vision that defied centuries of belief. With Aryabhatiya, he revealed that the earth spin upon its axis, that the eclipses are not divine omens but predictable shadow, and that the numbers 0 above all holds the key to infinity. So let's find out more. In the twilight of Gupta age, when the India was crucible of intellectual ferment, Aryabhat emerged as a voice that dared to redefine the cosmos. Born in 476 CE, he composed Aryabhatiya, a compact yet profound treatise that stitched together mathematics, astronomy, philosophy into a single tapestry of knowledge. His vision was not confined to numbers and stars. It was a declaration that human thought could reach beyond tradition and touch the infinite. Aryabhat's contributions were revolutionary. He proposed that Earth rotates on its axis, explaining the apparent movement of heavens, a concept that would not be widely accepted in Europe until Copernicus, nearly a millennium later. He calculated the length of the solar year with remarkable precision, devised method for predicting eclipse, and introduced trigonometric function that remain foundational to mathematics even today. His place value system and the use of 0 were not mere abstractions. They became the very essential upon which the modern computation rests. But Aryabhat was more than a mathematician or an astronomer. He was a philosopher of science, insisting that the observation or calculation, and the reason must be guide to understanding. And in doing so, he embodied a spirit of inquiry that resonates powerfully in 2026 as humanity stands at the threshold of interplanetary exploration, grappling with the artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and the climate modeling. Aryabhat's legacy reminds us that the bold ideas often precede the tool to prove them, and his heliocentric learning and his leaning towards that were not validated by telescope but by courage, the courage to imagine a universe larger than the prevailing dogma. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, in 2026, his impact is felt in multiple dimensions. The algorithm that drives AI echoes his mathematical ingenuity, and the orbital mechanics guided spacecraft trace their lineage to his astronomical insight. His insistence on precision and systematic thinking mirrored the demand of modern data science. And his philosophical courage, questioning orthodoxy, embracing uncertainty, offer a model for navigating the ethical dilemmas of AI, biotechnology, and planetary journey. So beyond science, Aryabhat's story is, of course, is like a cultural beacon. In an era when the decolonizing knowledge is a global imperative, his work reclaimed India's place in the history of ideas. It challenges the narrative that the scientific revolution were born solely in Europe, remind us that innovation has always been a shared human endeavor. For a young learner in 2026, Aryabhat is not just a figure of past but a symbol of possibility. Proof that imagination can bend the arc of history. Looking ahead, we will definitely find his legacy inspiring and vision of science as both rigorous and humane. Just as Aryabhat's calculation seeded centuries of progress, our own innovation must serve not only the exploration but also equity. His work whispers across the time that the rotation of the earth is not just a cosmic fact but a metaphor of continuity, and that knowledge is like a planet itself, must keep turning, renewing, and expanding. Thus, the Aryabhat contribution are not a relic of antiquity. They are living principles. And in 2026 and beyond, as we chart course to Mars, harness AI, and confront planetary crisis, his voice reminds us that science is a journey of courage, precision, and imagination. His heliocentric vision was a revolution of the perspective, and the challenge is now it is to carry that revolution. It is a challenge of the new generation of 2026, and definitely to go beyond the star or find the future in interplanetary journey, and of course venture into the unknown. So this is what we want to share about Aryabhat and his contribution. We look forward. What you think about Aryabhat's vision, and you should also understand that Aryabhat's vision was not bounded by the centuries in which he lived. It was a spark that continued to illuminate the corridors of the science. His calculations of planetary motion and his embrace of zero, and his insistence on reason over ritual, so were more than intellectual feats, and they were also act of courage that reshaped humanity's understanding of the cosmos. So, in 2026, as we decode genomes and harness the artificial intelligence and prepare to step into the other words, Arabic legacy remind us that the progress begin with the perspective. And and definitely his revolutionary ideas were more of a thought, and our must be one of the imagination. We should work on our imagination. We should work on the ethics, and we should be very brave to go for an exploration. So the earth still spin as he foretold, and with its spin, the wheel of discovery, Arabat voice echoes across the time, and that the universe is vast, that truth is measurable, and that the generation must find the courage to look up, calculate their dreams. So we have come to the end of this discussion. We look forward for your comments on this discussion, and please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward to see you again. But before we end, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Not just a political decision, it was a human catastrophe. Much like civilians of Iran who now find themselves uprooted, millions in the subcontinent were forced to abandon their homes, lands, and identities, that too overnight. Both movements, separated by decades and geography, speaks to the enduring tragedy for how political decision and power struggle can fracture the societies and leaving ordinary people to bear the heaviest burden. So the year 1947 stand as one of the most defining moment in South Asian history. It was the year when the India gained independence from British colonial rule, but it also the year when the subcontinent was violently divided into 2 nations, India and Pakistan. This partition was not merely a political act of drawing borders. It was a human tragedy of an unimaginable scale. So today we are actually, as the new documentaries revisit this chapter, they bring fresh voice and forgotten stories, reminding us that the echoes of 1947 still actually there in the hearts, in the mind, across the generations. Partition uprooted nearly 15 million people, making it one of the largest forced migration in human history. Families who had lived side by side for centuries suddenly found themselves on the opposite side of hastily drawn borders. Villages were split, friendships were dissolved, and the communities tore apart. The documentaries highlights not just the statistics, but the live experience, lived experience, like the grandmother who carries her infants across the burning field, the young man who lost his entire family on a train to Lahore, the child who never understood why neighbors turn into enemies overnight. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward on this topic, so the violence was actually staggering. Estimation actually suggests that up to 1 million lives were lost in communal riots, massacres, and retaliatory killing. The documentaries do not shy away from these horrors. They show how train arrived at station filled not with the passenger but the corpses, and they recount how women bore the bunch of violence, subjected to abductions and assault, and their suffering often silenced in official narratives. By revisiting these stories, filmmakers are not only documenting history but also challenging the silence that has long surrounded these wounds. Yet, in the amid of this devastation, there are also stories of extraordinary humanity, like Hindu and Muslim Sikhs who risk their lives to protect neighbors of another faith, ordinary villagers who formed a human chain to shield women and children. And these acts of compassion remind us that the partition was not only about division, it is also about resilience, courage, and stubborn persistence of hope. The documentaries also explore the political dimensions of partition. They revisit the hurried negotiation between leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and the Lord Mountbatten. And they questions whether the division was inevitable or whether it was a product of colonial haste and political miscalculations. So they also highlight how these border line drawn in just 5 weeks carved through the homes, rivers, and field with a little regard for human consequences. In doing so, they invite viewers to reflect on the long shadow of colonialism and the kind of fragility of nation building. So as we close this retelling of 1947, it is impossible not to see the parallel with the conflict unfolding in Iran today. Just as the partition tore apart the families and villages and villagers and centuries of coexistence, the war in Iran are displacing communities, fracturing identities, and leaving scars that will echo for the generation. The lesson of partition is not confined to South Asia. It is universal reminder of how political decision drawn hastily or imposed violently can unravel the fabric of the society. The borders carved in 1947 create wounds that still shape India and Pakistan. In Iran, the battle of today are shaping future in the way that will remembered decades from now. So by revisiting partition, we are also not only honoring the memories of those who suffered, but also urging ourselves to recognize the human cost of division, whether it occurs whatever and wherever it occurs. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not a distinct past. It is a living force reflecting in the struggles of people across the world. If we listen closely, the cries of displaced family in Iran today carries the same resonance as those who fled across this borderline, which was created by political decision in 1947. But perhaps the most powerful aspect of this retelling is their focus on memories and identity. Partition was not just a historical event. It becomes a defining marker of identity for millions. So for those who cross the borders, the trauma was carried into their children and the grandchildren. Even today in India and Pakistan, partition shapes the politics, culture, and collective memory. The documentaries capture this intergenerational transmission of trauma, showing how the past refused to remain buried. So ultimately, the echoes of 1947, when we are talking about this, the India's partition retold is not just about the revisiting the part. It is also listening to the voices that were silenced, acknowledging the pain that was ignored, and the recognition of humanity that endured against all odds. It is a call to remember, not to reopen the wound, but to ensure that such tragedies are never repeated. The echoes of 1947 remind us that the history is not distinct, it is living within us, shaping who we are and how we imagine our future. And also, the retelling of partition is more than remembrance. It's also a call to empathy, to to be vigilant, and to ensure that the tragedies of the yesterday do not become inevitable for tomorrow. So please send us your comments, subscribe to our channel for more insights in Indian spirituality and politics and the history and of course the mythology. So see you in the next one.
Hello friends. Can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace.
In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today what their reality actually looks like, they won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24/7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive and essential goal for the modern executive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6, and it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now, let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't that